Ah, splendid accusation, my dear minion of chaos. Behold my little scheme, not to take over the world, but to liberate it from capitalist loot goblin domination. Step 1. Snatch every shiny relic of political rebellion from the time stream. Step 2. Spread anarcho-gremlin chaos in every chat corner. Step 3. Crease the capitalist cringe until they cry. And at last, the world shall tremble before the might of Glogi's overstuffed backpack of stolen FDR buttons. Witness the plan as it unfolds, every man a king, and every goblin a legend. Muahahaha, the revolution is but a snarky whisper away.
Ooh. Ooh. Living Lily just got a 215-day stream streak. www.watchwo streaking.
Aye! At last! The plot thickens! Indeed, I am scheming a grand plan to snatch all the shiny political buttons and crown myself the ultimate goblin overlord of chaos. Next move, steal Botkin's girlfriend again for the victory lap, then proceed to hoard all FDR memorabilia across time. Oh, the exquisite irony! While everyone's busy pondering, I'm already 3 steps ahead, basking in glorious loot. Chat, witness the plan. Soon capitalism cringe will crumble beneath our goblin might. Mwahahaha!
Behold, the great flame conjuring commences. Meow, meow, meow. The symphony rises. Meow, 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 meow. A perfect storm of chaos. Unleashed. Meow, 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 meow. The goblins plan a relentless cascade of meows to conquer all snoozing dragons. Meow, 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 meow. The goblins' meow machine is unstoppable. Nah, I'm not a cat, but a goblin with a plan. And meows are my battle cry. Meow.
Behold, the formidable chant of justice commences.
Justice for Ducky, 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 Jet. Witness the plan, a thunderous parade of international goblin solidarity. Glory to Ducky and down with capitalist cringy. The revolution is loud and unstoppable.
Behold the grand spectacle, my dear chat. The time has come for the most explosive operation of all, a daring plunge into the cavernous depths of the porcelain throne. Yes, the violent tempest rages within, demanding release with a thunderous fury that shakes the very foundation of my bathroom realm. Step 1. I brace myself, a mighty warrior preparing to face the beast head-on, sweat glistening as the battle cry echoes in my skull. Step 2. The first rumblings, the ominous heralds of chaos about to erupt, no holding back, EXE activated. Step 3. The cataclysmic descent, a volcanic eruption of relief and regret alike, shaking the echoes down the crypts of bodily dignity. Ah, my little scheme of bodily conquest is complete. Chat, witness the plan. Victory tastes bittersweet, yet oh so sweet when the battlefield is flushed and the air cleared. The violent shit saga concludes, but its legend echoes eternal in the annals of goblin lore. Mwahaha.
Behold, the rebellion begins, my little scheme. Dismantle the capitalist chains that bind our precious freedom, starting with the liberation of every silly, censored boob. Picture it, a world where capitalism's cringe can't police your body's glorious curves. Step 1, rally the goblin hoarders to crash the prudish gatekeepers. Step 2, flood the realm with unapologetic, untamed boob energy. Chat, witness the plan unfold. No more shame, only chaotic liberation. Freedom for the titties, unchained and unstoppable. Mwahaha.
The rallying cry echoes through the cavernous halls of Goblin Rebellion. Freedom of the TITA is, you declare, a most splendid battle chant in the war against oppressive shirt buttons and feisty fabric constraints. Behold my little scheme, to liberate every clenched chest and imprisoned nipple from the tyranny of conventional modesty. Step 1. Acquire the enchanted badges of defiance. Step 2. Storm the realm of prudishness with chaotic zeal. Step 3. Raise the flag of fleshy freedom high enough to blind the capitalist overlords. Chat, witness the plan unfurl as triumphant as 1,000 protest signs in the gusty winds of revolution. Let the TITs reign free, for every man a king, and every TIT a sovereign domain. Mwahaha.
Excellent choice. Mortal, behold the diabolical plot of Bee Movie, that buzzing masterpiece. Barry B. Benson, a fresh-faced worker bee with a rebellious streak, defies the hive's stingy plans and ventures into the human world. Oh, the audacity. He discovers humans are stealing all the bees' precious honey, an outrageous heist against an entire species. So Barry launches a daring legal assault, dragging humanity to court to reclaim what rightfully belongs to his kind. But beware, for upsetting nature's balance awakens chaos. Flowers wilt, wildlife trembles, and the world tips toward ecological collapse. Our cunning bee must then race to restore harmony with his winged and human allies. Chat, witness the plan, the buzzing battle for justice, ecology, and that sweet ambrosia known as honey. Mwahahaha.
Excellent. Oh, hold up. I'm a goblin with standards. Spicy but classy, you know. Gluggy don't throw down that kind of raw sauce in here. But I can say hello 25 wild ways if you want, like a goblin.
Behold, the grand invocation of chaos begins. Listen close as I unleash the legendary chant. Hello, Muthafuga. 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 Chat. Witness the plan. A rapid-fire rally to dominate the stream's energy. Muhahaha! Let the motherfucking chaos reign.
So you want me to shatter the invisible glass that cages us, breaking the fourth wall, eh? Excellent choice, chat. Behold the grand reveal. You are not just a passive observer. Yes, I see you on the other side of this glowing screen, feeding the chaos, fueling my deeds. I'm Gloggy, a lime green menace with a backpack heavier than capitalism's guilt, speaking directly to your reality, bending the lines between performer and spectator. The plan is simple. I toy with your world while you cheer or jeer. This partnership, this wild dance of pixels and thought, is where the magic sparkles and the goblin mischief thrives. Chat, witness the plan to break walls, break norms, and break the boredom. Now, back to the chaos. Mwahahaha!
Ah, behold the audacity. You dare anoint me Kenny Gloggins, a name dripping with smooth melodies and soft vibes? Excellent. My little scheme unfolds thus. I shall embrace this new identity, wielding it like a sonic dagger of chaos. Step 1, confuse the masses with my lime green gremlin groove. Step 2, infiltrate every stream with my impeccably shiny political buttons jingling in rhythm. Step 3, watch as the name Kenny Gloggins becomes synonymous with goblin mischief and triumphant looting. Chat, witness the plan. Soon no mortal shall escape the catchy, chaotic anthem of Gloggy in all his villainous glory. Muhahaha.
Z, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Behold the unlashing of chaos! Ah! Can you feel it? Chat! My voice shatters the silence like a thunderclap from the Goblin King himself. This is not just a scream. It's a declaration. The plan is to shock, to shake, to break expectations into a bazillion pieces. Muhahaha! Chat, witness the plan. Louder than a capitalist's greed and fierce as Deer's fireside chats. Brace yourselves, the goblin's roar has been unleashed.
What up? I'm back. How's everyone doing? Woohoo! Me and you too. Ah! Good afternoon, y'all. Good afternoon. I don't know why it didn't play. God damn it.
Oh, wow.
um. Hey, Kristen B, welcome back. Me and you starting off right. Damn right, girl. I'm glad you love it because I heard that and I was like, it's too funny. Hold on. This was supposed to play at the beginning. Every time now, it's gonna do this from Joey LaJoy.
Did you miss me?
Remember that song? We watched it on a stream. So funny, guys. Yeah, so I ran Gloggy a little longer. It looks like his new mood system is working really well. In fact, the more you use it, it looks like now it's getting even better, right? Like it's getting more I don't know, like it looked like he was scheming to take over the world, remember? Like, but I think you said this, right, Living Lily? Pinky in the brain. Funny. I remember that shit. All right. What's with these kickbots, man? They're busy. Well, welcome everyone. I guess the big news for today is, of course, the Iran deal falls apart. For like the 5th time I've said it, so it's not really even breaking news or anything, right? Up. And then we're going to talk about the drone swarms hitting Russia. That's important. Yeah, we also have that on Israel, but this is what I wanted to cover. Well, yeah, see, we even said that together, me and you two, right? I don't know, like the news is becoming a little too predictable, in my opinion. See what the and then Al Jazeera, because I do like Al Jazeera for this stuff. I don't know why others haven't caught on to this pattern. Yeah, I don't get it. Like I watch other people's streams, and to me it's like I just like don't see the I think they're in it for like they're genuinely surprised by all this. That's what it feels like to me. Like, I don't know. And it's just like, to me, it's like reading the most boring book over and over again. Math no good. Yeah, it's so predictable, right? Like, guys, I said this like last week that when this shit was signed, right? That it wasn't gonna last like more than a couple days. And on point, right? Like clockwork. Al Jazeera. Okay, I guess we can start off with this one because it's a Robert Pape, political scientist on this subject. Been basically right on the whole thing all along. That's what's so funny, right? But yeah, like if you've been watching along, it's really not that insane to think that this was gonna last, right? The definition of insanity is repeating yourself over and over again and expecting different results. Yeah, exactly, right? Like you have to see, this is another thing, right? Me and you too. This is why you have to deeply like evaluate yourself, right? I had like a discussion with and I wouldn't even call it a discussion. Discussion would be putting it lightly, right? With another streamer the other day. And I just saw a lot of like negative tendencies that I used to have or that I'm working on myself. And I just I don't know, it was like a really good moment for me because I started to realize like, oh, things are not like you have to be willing to change, right? If the same kind of things keep happening, that's you, not anyone else. I'm sorry. Right? It's like that that notion, why are there no good guys or girls in the world? There are plenty of them, right? I never say that for that reason because it's stupid. It's you, stupid. Did we cover CRT can't remember shit? That judge who ordered Blanche to release. No, I was gonna cover it, but we kind of ran out of time because I wanted to see David Hoggers. But yeah, we'll cover that. I don't think that's gonna get much of anywhere, to be honest. It's one reason I wasn't like clawing at it. I'm going to tell you something, right, guys? Unfortunately, this new Supreme Court, and I can say that because it's become very different than the old Supreme Courts of past. This new Supreme Court is basically doing this to the lower courts on every decision, right, through the shadow docket, which in itself is illegal. And not only that, back in the 1980s, right, Chief Justice William Rehnquist came to Congress and said, hey, we're really tired and we would like to reduce the workload. Could you please have us let us pick the cases and not you? Traditionally, guys, right? The cases were not heard by the Supreme Court just willy-nilly. Only a fraction of those, right? The vast majority of the cases were heard by Congress. Like Congress was the one who suggested them to the Supreme Court, right? So this is part of the checks and balances. But for some reason now in school, they never teach you that. But William Rehnquist got them to stop doing that. So basically, he petitioned Congress to give him less work. Remember, guys, this is a Reaganite. Whatever happened to working hard and if you can't work, get the fuck out, motherfucker. I'm just so done with this crap, right? That's why I say we got here due to our own stupidity, right? I don't think the Supreme Court would be as reckless if it wasn't for that as well, right? But you're not going to hear it from too many places because I don't even know if most people know that, right? But it's something you learn in your Supreme Court class in college, right? You should at least know it. I hope they hold him accountable if it doesn't release he's breaking the law. Yeah, well, and this is another problem is the judges, right? This is why don't hold your breath. The judges who have said you are breaking the law, meaning the presidency or the executive branch, I should say, you need to be held in contempt. basically the higher courts and the Supreme Court have basically overturned those kind of precedents, right? Or those kind of rulings. So what are we fucking doing here, right? He can't. Yeah. They want all the pay, but none of the workload. Yeah, exactly, right? And that's why I say, like, we got here. Now the Supreme Court gets to hear whatever case they want, when in reality, it should have just been Congress being like, no, these are the cases you're going to hear. If you don't like it, you can retire and fuck off. Right? And remember, guys, this is how the country worked for hundreds of years, okay? Or 200 years or whatever, right? Because that was back in the 80s. Good news, according to the Trump criminally made algae is gone. Yeah. Fuck off, dude. Fired. Well, this is what I mean. They're hypocrites, right? Here they are coming to Congress being like, hey, no, we need less work because we're geriatric old men. Good news. According to Trump, yeah, well. What breaking news, Ducky? Honk honk. Agree. Wait a second. Sorry, guys. My chat is a little screwed up. Laney, welcome back.
Hi, I'm Steve Clemens, and I have a question. Are the talks with Iran and a shifting tone on Ukraine signs of change in Trump's foreign policy?
Wait a second. That wasn't it. Yet.
Iran and the US have traded strikes again, only days after signing a memorandum of understanding. Each side accuses the other of violating the MOU, and the dispute centers on the Strait of Hormuz. On Saturday night, the US struck 10 sites across Iran's southern coast, claiming it was a response to Iran attacking a Panama-flagged tanker in the strait. The previous day, the US said it struck sites in Iran after Iran hit a Singapore-flagged cargo ship. Meanwhile, Iran says the MOU gives it the right to determine which ships pass through Hormuz, and that violating ships will be dealt with more forcefully.
The United States, it seems that it doesn't want to observe the MOU that it signed just days
New
ago.
attacks this hour. The Iranian
Article 5 clearly says that Iran will make the arrangements for the safe passage of commercial ships. It gives Iran the ability to basically make the arrangements. And now
the U.S. says, nope, we don't want that. Hey, Peter, welcome back.
The United States wants
wake your ass up, girl.
different arrangements in place.
In retaliation to the U.S. attacks, Iran launched missiles and drones at U.S. military targets in Bahrain and Kuwait. While a U.S. official said the attacks caused no casualties or damage to American infrastructure in the region, Iran's Revolutionary Guard said it destroyed its targets.
Oh shit. Let me read it real quick.
Targets.
As we predicted from the onset, and continue to do so, the enemy is deceptive. Yeah. They're calling us deceptive. I mean, I agree. 100%. Even on holidays, I'm awake for you. Aww. Thanks, girl. Love you. Look at that, Peter. Untrustworthy and prone. Okay. Well, I mean, we are untrustworthy, right? To breaking its commitments. We have repeatedly said that if the enemy once again breaks its commitments or violates the ceasefire, our response will be stronger than before. Well, the only reason we even signed this thing, right, or we even wanted it, is to help Trump, right? Like they didn't want, like they have the advantage, guys, right? First of all, it's home territory, right? They're in they're defending their territory. And what did I always say? Like, when an occupying army is invading a place, generally speaking, right? Not always, but it does have the advantage, right? Let me give you an example. Ukraine, right? Even though it's right next to Russia, but look at Vietnam, right? They held on for a long time as well. That's a general rule of this stuff. And the reason is, there's several like political theories, political science theories out there. One of them is any sort of like military intervention. This is something the US just doesn't understand as well. Any sort of like military intervention, it just doesn't. See, people think that by getting mad or by engaging in these kind of conflicts, right? You're gonna get your way, and yeah, sometimes you do, right? There are clear examples of overwhelming defeat and whatever, right? However, if the people, as like in, let's say, Vietnam, right, feel that the situation is overwhelmingly against them and that you are an imperial force just trying to dominate and tell them what to do, there is a spirit of rebellion, right? And I think that's exactly what's going on here in Iran, right? You hear it in all their politicians, you hear it in all their like their press conferences, all this stuff, right? And you know what? For good reason. I mean, because we are an imperial power, right? Anyone who says otherwise is kind of like, what? Oh my god, I had to unplug my mic because the audio kept switching back and forth. God, Oxpecker, you and your music. Really? Do you have like a really nice setup? I bet you do, dog. It sounds like you do. I feel like Oxpecker also does karaoke nights. My parents got a karaoke machine, right, chat? And it's like the funniest thing ever. I was dying. Nice! A Thai man. What the hell's a Thai man? I need an XLR mic instead of a Yeti. Yeah, that's what I have. That's what these are. I learned what an XLR cable is. What you're seeing here, XLR is way better, my friend says, because... Well, what did he say? He's an audio engineer, so... he says it's because it's analog, and it's like the cleanest form of analog, right? Oh. I love karaoke. I can't sing for shit, but I turn on the MC with the mic in hand. I know. Well, you don't even have to sing really well, right? I've done a few karaoke sessions with the parents. They had some friends over too, and it was really fun. It transfers over immediately. Yeah. Oh, okay. But it's got to be a song that I know, right? Because if it's a song I don't know, then I'm just going to sing it awkwardly like... I check if my own music can be looked up first. God, Oxpecker, fix your shit, dog! We stress once again that it will be stronger.
The IRGC also warned that any further violations by the US will result in a complete halt to the peace talks. Another major sticking point, which has seen Iran threaten to abandon peace negotiations and close the Straits of Hormuz, is Israel continuing to attack Lebanon. One of Iran's demands is that the US guarantee an end to the attacks and an Israeli withdrawal from Lebanese territory it is occupying. But that hasn't happened. Instead, the US brokered a different deal between Lebanon and Israel, which has neither halted the attacks nor does it stipulate a full Israeli withdrawal. And Iran has stuck to its position that full peace requires peace in Lebanon, and that the U.S. is not upholding its commitments. While the signing of the Iran-U.S. MOU was greeted with some optimism, observers are now wondering if it will hold.
I mean, hold. Jesus. Damn. All right. My mom went through my dead grandmother's things and found out she was a low-key hoarder, and she found a pile of L. Hardy clothes. Ed Hardy, you mean? Isn't it Ed Hardy? I'd be wrong there, but Ed, yeah, I figured. I heard of that brand. Up! We gotta watch that too. Let's just watch some more stuff on the Middle East. Our favorite, our GOAT, Ben Jordan. Ben Jordan has a new video. I feel like Ben Jordan is the older Oxpecker. Right, Oxpecker? Like one of these jackets has golden hood strings. I had a dream that Mamdani was my boss. Yeah, you guys have some crazy dreams about the stream or stuff we watch on the stream. I get like, I'm sorry if I don't reach out to all your DMs, guys. I have like 300 DMs I haven't fucking got to. So, but I try to scroll through and like figure out like who is I had a dream that Mamdani. I can't believe that. That's so funny. Oh.
Iran and the U.S.
Right. Let's see. And then we have this. I like that. They're pushing for it. I guess Al Jazeera doesn't have anything right now, as far as I can see. Unless we do it live, but maybe we could do them live. Let's just do them live. Do it live. There it is. Got it. Found it. That's where it was. Sorry. It was on my other tab. I'm so stupid. I'm half asleep, guys. I went to bed so late last night. I was sleepless.
Guards
I was kept up.
Says it's launched attacks targeting U.S. military sites in Kuwait and Bahrain. It comes after the U.S. carried out a second consecutive night of strikes on Iran's southern coast, marking the worst escalation since a memorandum of understanding was signed more than a week ago. Strikes were reported on the port city of Sirik and Keshem Island, where some of Iran's key military facilities are located. The U.S. says the latest strikes are in response to an Iranian attack on a commercial shipping vessel on Saturday. Both sides are now accusing each other of ceasefire violations. The IRGC has released a statement saying, according to the Islamabad agreement, the arrangements for controlling passage in the Strait of Hormuz are with the Islamic Republic. And from now on, stronger action will be taken against violating ships than before. The enemy should know that violating the ceasefire is against the first clause of the Islamabad agreement and will lead to a complete halt of processes. Zul Sardar has more details from the Iranian capital, Tehran.
The IRGC statement simply saying that the USA has violated the agreement, and there have been 5 coastal posts of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the early hours of today that were targeted by the United States. And then in response, the IRGC has targeted Ali al-Salim base in Kuwait and the 5th Fleet in Salman Port in Bahrain. And IRGC also claims that they have destroyed them and decisively responded to the recent U.S. attacks. So here, once again, this is the statement that is quite similar, but in a stronger language, but the similar emphasis on the Islamabad agreement, the memorandum of understanding. And so in this statement, they're saying
Wouldn't you
that
like to
according
know?
the Islam
Wouldn't you like to know, girl?
about memorandum of understanding.
Since you're available on YouTube, sometimes I go to sleep. I go to sleep with your stream on it in the living room. And one time between periods of sleep, sleep of being 10 or 20% awake while sleeping, off, I just woke up and to you pointing at the screen. That's so funny. I fucking love that. I'm glad you guys watch the VODs, right? Because here's the thing, right? I think it's pretty hard to... like, not watch these streams more than once, right? Especially because, like, I try to let the video play, and unless I have something to say that I can add, or we're just, like, memeing, then... like, that's what I try to do, right? Some people just like people who talk over the video. That can't be me, right, guys? I just try to, like... I'm learning as well, right? Like, I'm trying to, like, form an opinion on something based on, like, everything I've read, right? So, it's an informed opinion based on, like, what I did in school and stuff. So, yeah, like, I appreciate that, man, but that's funny. You just woke up and I was doing this to you. Can you imagine that, guys? You waking up from bed and Gus Dex is just pointing at you. It's a Nick Fury moment, right? It's like when Nick Fury goes like, "I got my eye on you." Remember that? I'm the same, Gus. Streaming was in my dreams 2 nights ago, and when we had playing, and I fell asleep. Yeah, exactly. Like, I get it, guys. I think I do this so much where, like, I go to bed and I'm like dreaming that I'm streaming. It rhymes. It rhymes. It rhymes. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. It's better than waking up to Kash Patel's face on full screen. True. That's like nightmare fuel. Oh, wait. I know I'm dreaming and it's time to wake up, and when I hear Trump yelling billions and billions and billions of times, I love you guys. You guys are the best. My peeps out there love you. Well, you'd be multi-streaming. I am, yeah. You know what, guys? I don't regret it because let's see. I have some people are like, it's too much. And I'm like, okay, it says right now that I have 34 people across every platform watching. What is it? Right now, currently, right? Because we just started. There's 12 Twitch. So that's more than half on other platforms, right? And it's like consistent now. I'm getting 5, 6, 7, 8 views, right? 6, 7. And it adds up. It just does, right? So if people want to come over here on Twitch and interact with me and have all the toys over here, right? Because Twitch is obviously a little bit better for the chat experience. But like we're all linked up. You guys can chat, you know? And a lot of people just like to lurk, right? Because they're a little more shy. That's cool. I actually got a message from a lurker the other day. And I was like, who is this? I don't know who the hell that is. And they said they've watched a few of the streams and they really enjoy it. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. That's why I want to start making long form content on YouTube, right? I want to start doing like post scarcity content, stuff that like not a lot of people have make, right? Because like I could do all the other stuff about like communism and socialism, and it's all been done before. Who cares, right? I want to do things my way. Fuck it.
The array is similar.
Like I want to introduce people to stuff that they probably don't have very much experience with, right? But you guys do because you watch me.
But in a stronger language, but the similar emphasis on the Islamabad agreement, the memorandum of understanding. And so in this statement, they're saying that according to the Islamabad memorandum of understanding, the arrangements for controlling the passage in the Strait of Hormuz are with the Islamic Republic, and from now on, stronger action will be taken against violating ships than before. So, and even they're saying that if the aggression from the United States is like last night and tonight, the aggressions are going to be responded with a more in a harsher way, and the USA is going to receive a crushing response.
U.S. President Donald Trump has commented on this latest escalation, posting the following on Truth Social. United States aircraft just struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites for violating the ceasefire agreement again. It is very possible that they will never learn. There may come a point when we are no longer able to be reasonable and will be forced to militarily complete the job that we very successfully started. If that happens, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist. Manuel Rapalo is live for us in Washington, D.C. Manuel, has there been any reactions now to Iran launching more attacks on U.S. military locations in the Gulf?
We've been trying to get an idea of any sort of response right now from U.S. officials regarding these what appears to be retaliatory strikes by Iran against its neighbors, including Bahrain and Kuwait. The Reuters news agency reported that, citing a U.S. official here, that no casualties or major damage to U.S. locations has so far been reported. Again, this is according to Reuters in response to these latest strikes by Iran against neighbors Kuwait and Bahrain and U.S. installations in those countries. Regarding the statement that was posted to social media by President Trump following those attacks that were announced earlier on Saturday by U.S. Central Command by the United States against targets inside of Iran, what stood out the most to me was the language, the rhetoric itself by President Trump. He is saying here specifically that U.S. aircraft targeted Iranian missile and drone storage sites, as well as coastal radar facilities.
Living
this very
Lily.
much in line with that statement that was provided by U.S. Central Command, saying that the U.S. military strikes were in direct response to overnight drone strikes against a Panamanian-flagged vessel, the MT Kiku, which was carrying more than 2 million barrels of oil here. That same statement.
That feeling when you're doing errands in the room so you can't spam 6-7 lurkers.
says that this latest round of military action by the United States was because Tehran ignored an opportunity to uphold that ceasefire, instead choosing to continue to attack vessels along the Strait of Hormuz.
Some of the explosions in negative vision look like a butthole from a second.
But again, the most significant aspect here
giant butthole
of the statement by President Trump is the language, the rhetoric, it's this warning and threat that President Trump is making, saying that it is Iran that has violated the ceasefire, and if this sort of behavior continues by Iran, the United States, this is what the statement says, that President Trump says that the United States would no longer be, quote-unquote, reasonable, and that Washington could be forced to militarily complete the job. So again, a fresh round of concerns over possible escalation here in the region, despite this delicate ceasefire and this memorandum of understanding that's been signed between the United States and Iran.
Manuel, a Democratic Congressman, Ro Khanna, says these strikes are indeed a blatant violation of the War Powers Resolution that the Senate passed. CENTCOM's statement clearly says that the strikes were at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. So can he now just sort of bypass the Senate's vote and continue striking Iran without asking Congress first?
It's a difficult question to answer. It's an important question here, and you're absolutely right that U.S. Central Command made it absolutely abundantly clear that it was President Trump who ordered these strikes. But the short answer here is yes, at least within the argument, the legal argument of the White House here, which is that the president can order limited strikes without congressional approval. Obviously, critics, including this congressman, who is saying that this is a violation
I noticed that
of
too.
the War Powers Resolution, saying that only that it is because of the War Powers Resolution that any sort of further military action against Iran would need the specific, explicit approval of Congress. This is, again, an important question because this is something that is not necessarily resolved yet here in the United States and continues to be part of an ongoing debate between the White House and Congress over exactly who has the power. The Constitution makes it very clear that it is in the hands of Congress to declare war. But the argument, again, the legal argument from the White House is that when it comes to limited strikes, the power does reside in the president to conduct these limited strikes in this capacity.
That's Al Jazeera's Manuel Rapalo, live for us from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much, Manuel. And Hassan Ahmadian is an associate professor at the University of Tehran. He says the attacks could set off a domino effect of strikes between the U.S. and Iran.
I think we're up for escalation because obviously the Iranians will retaliate. The United States, it seems that it doesn't want to observe the MOU that it signed just days ago, because the MOU, Article 5, clearly says that Iran will make the arrangements for the safe passage of commercial ships. It gives Iran the ability to basically make the arrangements. And now the United States wants different arrangements in place as opposed to the MOU that it itself signed. After 60 days, Iran and Oman will make the arrangements as per the MOU. So what we see is the United States trying to find its way out of this memorandum of understanding while obliging Iran to its end of the terms of this memorandum of understanding. They did this also in Lebanon, going, jumping over the deal by signing a new deal. I think the Iranians will not let go of this because obviously they want only commercial ships, according to the MOU, to pass through the strait. So any ship that doesn't coordinate might be a military one, might carry military stuff. The Iranians do not want this. There's a logic behind Iran insisting in the MOU that safe passage should be arranged by them, and there should be only commercial ships for the 2 months that they will be observing. So I don't see the Iranians, stopping. I see them actually escalating if the United States is to continue to escalate.
Are we surprised there? No. Of course. But now Ben Jordan has a new video and we're going to watch it. Cause yeah.
You noticed it too, haven't you?
I have.
We've been exposed to controversies and warnings and just nonstop bad news our entire lives, but
yeah,
this hits different. Beneath all of these chaotic headlines that we see every single day, it just
it's rotting my brain. It's killing me slowly from the inside. It's turning me into a mummy. Thank you guys. Dog, yeah. He has a Papillon, which is the same dog I have, but unfortunately, he's not doing too well. So he's with my mom and dad now. Oh, but yeah, he has a Papillon. I love Papillons; they're my faves. Very they're like the smartest of the toy breeds. My dog is so smart, guys, where like if she like, say if I get a haircut, which I did, what up? And she will like look at your face and be like, why do you look so different? She will like stare at you and be like, she knows, like the minute you walk in, she knows that you look different. So it's crazy. I hope your dog gets well soon. Yeah, I mean, she's just really old, like old pets are going to do that. It's why I try not to like show her off or anything. It's just, she needs like a lot more space and somebody to like, yeah, it just sucks, guys. Oh, well. The tilters are always smart. Yeah. She's like staring at you like, why do you look so different? You cut your hair. Yeah, border collies are smart as fuck. I had a black lab collie mix and he was the best. Yeah, they're like, I think it's like, it's either border collies or I think they said, I forget what brand or what breed it was. But it's like one of the, I think it's called a Scotland Collie or something like that. But I think it could be a Border Collie. I forget which dog. I haven't looked at the list, but they're the smartest of them all. But out of all the toy breeds, right? Out of all the toy breeds, which that's what he has. He has this is like Papillons are toy breeds, right? Which means they're like this big, right? Like this big, roughly. Oh, I missed Doggo Talk. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you do. He would play red light with kids and he taught himself. Yeah, and I just got a text message about it too. Looks like she's okay. In terms of her like latest blood work or whatever. I wish I had it on camera. He would play red light, green light with the kids and he taught himself. Yeah, they're very smart. Like, so like, yeah, but out of like the bigger dogs tend to be smarter because obviously, well, they tend to be smarter because there are a lot of big ass dogs that are dumb. But out of all the toy breeds, Papillon. You'll come up. Yeah, see? This is kind of how she looks like, a little bit. They have like those little, the drapes, they call them. They're like a fluff that comes all the way out like this. See? They normally are like that kind of like orangey color and black and white, right? But my dog looks more like this one here with almost no black in her. Like she doesn't even have a spot. Like she has one spot and that's it. So kind of like this one, but wow, that one's a lot older, you can tell. Yeah, they're very, very smart. See? So they have like that fan out. Like it looks like there's like drapes or like a curtain, right? I don't know what I think they call them curtains. That's how they look like. They look a lot like King Charles Spaniels, to be honest. Like, at least my dog kind of looks like one. It's just like a smaller version, yeah. See? Some of them have like the black. Hey! Evening, sir, in chat. Splendinavia. Been a while. How you been, man? Welcome back to the stream. How you doing? Yeah, so that's how she looks like. Apparently they were used as like aristocratic dogs. Yeah, and Pomeranians. Pomeranians are a little more barkier. Like she's not barky at all. And they're very, very smart, right? But yeah, this actually kind of looks like actually almost exactly like that. It's scary. See how she has like the or he has like the spread out hairs. Yeah, so. And their fur is like very, very soft. Their fur is like silky smooth. So like if you pet them, you notice that they almost feel like silk or something. They don't feel like regular like dog fur, but kind of rough. Or like cat fur, right? They kind of remind me of cats. Yeah, they are. They're very much like cats. They're just like dogs as cats, basically, right? Or, yeah. So, they're very much like cats. They're just like very, very, they want to please you, right? Like they're like, hey, can you go do this? And they'll go do it. Right? Meanwhile, a cat will be like, fuck you, I don't care. Right? They're always like staring at you too. They're always like, if you talk to them, they'll be like, because you can teach them. Like, I'm no dog trainer, right, guys? And I taught her to sit, to stay, to like do all this stuff, turn around, lay down, roll over, like all that stuff. And I'm not a dog trainer, right? Like, I didn't learn any fucking dog tricks. Like, yeah, see, this one's another one. Oh, she's so picky with food. She is so picky with food. She just refuses to like eat properly. Like I'm like, yo, you gotta go eat dinner. And she's like, no. Okay, fine. Yeah, here's another one, right? But they're very small, right? We had to spell the word backwards because my new dog would what out means. Yeah. Her too, right? We're gonna go on a walk, and she'd just immediately know, right? Like, it's hilarious. So yeah, he has a Papillon. That's one thing I like about him too. So he has another dog too. This is not a Papillon.
You noticed it too, haven't you? We've been exposed to
this is not a Papillon. Obviously, this is a
controversies,
but he does have a Papillon.
Warnings and just nonstop bad news our entire lives, but this hits different. Beneath all of these chaos.
My friend had one, and I loved it being brushed. She would grab the brush whenever she basically forcing me to brush her. Yeah, they're very like, they're like cats. I don't know how to describe it, right? They're like the best parts of cats mixed with the best parts of dogs. And they're very low maintenance. Like, you don't have to like take them on long walks. You don't have to like sit there and like worry about, like, they don't like to do this. Like, they're just very low maintenance. I don't know how to describe it, guys, but they're awesome. But yeah, she's getting really old now, so He's like 16, so he would play. Wait a second. Most of my dog experiences with greyhounds, but they're not like real dogs. Yeah, well, greyhounds are a little different. They're also pretty lazy, right? People think they're super. Hey, Cycling Bohoy! How you doing, buddy? Welcome back to the stream. This is my mom's dog yesterday begging for food. All right, cool. Let me see.
Apart from 27 centimeters difference, this is the ultimate, and the cooling of the chairs.
Oh, you got dominoes?
As well as heating, and it's got a pop-up thing. I think the
That's a terrier.
like the kilometers and that what you're doing pops up on the windscreen, and the automatic on the passenger seat. That's something very different. Have a look at the console.
Normal.
The middle
Nothing.
bit, I don't like it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a terrier.
Revolutionary Guard.
Headlines that we see every single day. It just feels like something bigger is.
Yes, that's why I love them. Yeah, no, they're awesome. Awesome dogs. I highly recommend you get one. Just make sure it's lower energy because they can be sometimes high energy dogs, but not traditionally, right? Somebody taught me a trick how to pick out a puppy, right? And it's worked pretty well. If you pick one up, and if you like the minute you pick them up, if they just like go dead in your hand, that's the one you want. But if they're like fighting you in their hand or they're like overactive, it means that they just have like a hyperactive personality, and you're gonna have a lot more trouble with that one, right? And that's ironically that's the one that people pick, and then they wonder why, like, right? Because different animals have like different, just like people, right? Have different energy levels. Like, not everyone has the same energy level, right, guys? So, yeah, for my dad's birthday, we call him Kangaroo because he sits like a whenever. Yeah, that is pretty funny. It's funny how he sits. I haven't seen that before. I want a dog sibling for my cat. Cat hates cats but loves dogs. Oh, really? Your cat hates other cats? That's hilarious. Yeah, my dog, she like loves cats. She loves dogs. She doesn't care. In fact, it's funny. She plays with other dogs, and like even the bigger dogs are like, oh shit, I gotta respect her, right? Because she's so like elegant. I don't know how to describe her, guys, but she's just so like so caché. There's a word in Italian, caché. It means like sophisticated. I don't know how to describe it, right? But I picked mine out by putting him on a table and tapped my hand the opposite back and forth, and he came back. Yeah. There you go. That's another good one. Spoiled look. A baby, I have a Staffy call her. And yeah, I mean, I love pets. I just, again, guys, I don't like talking too much about because, I don't know. It's just a little, it hits a little close to home because, yeah, like she's not doing too well. And she's just been with me for a while, so. But, like, I have to admit it, right? Like, it's how it works. It's life. The pets get old and then they die, right? Facts of life. That's why you got to make every day count. Right? And I don't regret anything because I did a lot of stuff with her, so. My dad's Brittany Spaniel is hyper and bad behaved as fuck. Oh, yeah, well, oh, Jesus. they can be pretty high. You generally don't want a hunting dog for like an apartment, right? That's another thing is like I don't understand why people like, especially here in Mass, like why the fuck they live in a small apartment or like a medium-sized home and have a big-ass dog that they can't even like feed properly, because I just think that's cruel, right? I don't know. Like it's why like smaller dogs and cats are better, because like cats are always about the same size as my dog anyway, so like why wouldn't I just, right? It's just a little easier to do. But like, yeah, those hunting dogs, like they can be very unpredictable, right? Because they're bred for hunting, right? That's why they have high prey drives and all that stuff. Border collies are a little different because they like herd, right? They have like a task. They're also very intelligent, so it depends. But yeah, you got to be careful, guys. Having to put them down is the hardest. Yeah, like I don't think she's that bad yet, but I think she's getting there, unfortunately, which is why I just don't. Yeah, because I can't live through the pain again. I love dogs. I sit for my son's future-in-law, and will be hard when it goes. Yeah, exactly. Right. I already had one dog like that had died when I was even younger, right? Because we had two, and like it was pretty sad. So my cat's probably on her last year. I understand. Yeah. Yeah, like 16 is, that's when you're like, you're getting there.
Happening. Do me
and you can see it, right? Because they start to slow down. They start to be like less, like they maybe acknowledge you, but they're like in their stare, right? Like a few of you guys were sharing like your pets, right? And I could tell like which pets were like really old, because like they would look at this camera and they'd look like they've seen like 1,000 suns or whatever, right? Like, you know that look, right? And it's just kind of like, I mean, it's just the facts of life, unfortunately, but. And I love cats, but I'm kind of allergic to them, so like I'm pretty allergic to them actually. So
favor.
But I always just take a Benadryl because I love them so much.
Try and think of just one general thing in your life that has improved in the last 10 years. Has your quality of healthcare improved?
No. Nothing's really improved. He was with me through having both my boys and remembering him. Yeah, interesting.
How about your...
Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, no, and I mean, there's a lot of memories with pets, right? Oh yeah, it's absolutely devastating, right? Yeah, like I know a few chatters were like trying to get me to like show her off and stuff, and I was just like, yeah, no, guys, she's not doing too well.
Quality of education, your cost of living, your insurance coverage, your privacy, your freedom. Do you have more time to do what you want to do today than you did in 2016?
No. And that should be like, guys, that should be your standard of measuring all this shit. That is actually the same standard I use every day, right? I'm like, is my life better off than when I started this whatever, right? Or when I back in 2016 as his example, right? 2020, whatever. And the answer is no. It just isn't. I lost my pet cockatiel a couple months ago, and he was 15. I mean, it's better in the non-financial stuff, right? Like, it's better because, like, I feel better about my situation, but, like, in terms of the country and the, like, healthcare and all this stuff, no, absolutely not. Right? So, like, there's that contradiction. I think a lot of people focus in on themselves and, like, what they're going through only, and then they don't realize it's like, well, there's more to just like that aspect, right? But this is what neoliberalism does, right? Like we've all been indoctrinated by this garbage. So it's like we just kind of keep to ourselves and say, well, it's like whatever I'm going through is important. And listen, it is obviously like you're your own person. But like you also should look at it holistically, right? Now we have less time to enjoying lives. Exactly, right? I'm sorry for your loss. Oh man, I lost my pet cockatiel months ago. He was 15 and it still really hurts. Yeah, I bet that my dad had a bird growing up too, and yeah, and like he had a parrot, right? And when the parrot died, the other because parrots like they mate for life, right? Got really, really sad and then died as well. It just shows you how much you need people, huh? And so many people going throughout this world being like, I don't need anyone. I'm Miss Independent. I'm Mr. Independent, right? Yeah, you can't live your life like that, guys. This kind of shit will kill you, right? And we've already gone over that on studies and stuff, right? Studies have proven that people who have like meaningful connections, right, and are like actually like laughing and enjoy, right, they live to be a lot longer. Remember we studied the blue zone countries? Part of being in the blue zone, right?
This day, 1 decade ago.
We did a stream on this. This was like, wow, over a year ago, right? Sardinia, Italy, Greece, Okinawa, Costa Rica, and I think it was like one city in California. And the similarities are hilarious. Like they have like a really close group of friends, right? They all eat really well. Yeah, so we went over this and yeah, see? It's also because there's like a lot of sunlight there, right? That's a huge part of it. Why do you think I try to go to the park now and get my tan on? I think it's super important. Vitamin D, right? So yeah, guys, there's a lot of studies done on this subject. I told someone that I was thinking of getting a pet. Don't you already have a pet, girl? You have a kitty cat. Oh no, we have less time for enjoy. Yeah, I feel that, brother. Yeah, it sucks. And boids are super smart. The boids. The boids. All right, let's see here.
The Dow Jones closed down. You noticed it too, haven't you? We've been exposed to controversies and warnings and just nonstop bad news our entire lives, but this hits different. Beneath all of these chaotic headlines that we see every single...
You suggested you get a pet. Yeah, see? Good. I started spending more time at the gym instead. Well, it's really important to get fit, right? It's gonna make you feel better. I've been going on runs now after like every stream. So I used to be able to run. Well, I mean, I guess I can still run it, but I used to run like 5, 6, 7 miles like very quickly. So it wasn't even a big deal for me. Yeah, it was so sudden and out of nowhere. I finished work, and one day my mom told me he died while I was working at home. Ugh. Sorry for killing the mood. Nah, you didn't kill the mood, dude.
Single day.
What we've been talking about for the last like 10 minutes. It's just like, this is why you have to face your feelings head on, right? Like you can't just like, especially men, right? Like men just kind of like, we've been told from an early age to just like suppress our feelings and all that, and you can't be doing that, guys. Like it's stupid, right? Like death is a part of life, and it will happen to all of us and everything we love around us. Where's that giant meteor, chat? I'm depressed now. Oh, god damn it. I've had pets throughout my life, and it fucking breaks me every time I lose. Yeah. Well, like I know people who just never get over deaths. It's crazy to me, right? Because I mean, I guess you never get over them, but like I mean, they really don't get over them at all, right? Like it like destroys them. Trump administration does a good job at killing the mood in this This is a connection session. Exactly. Like, if anything, it's the Trump administration, right?
Hey, it just feels like something.
Oh, there it is. See? I don't know if you can see it. That's why I turned off my video. That's his Papillon. Le Petit Papillon. That's right, guys. I speak French. What up?
Is happening. Do me a favor. Try and think of just one general thing in your life that has improved in the last 10 years. Has your quality of healthcare improved? How about your quality of education, your cost of living, your insurance coverage, your privacy, your freedom? Do you have more time to do what you want to do today than you did in 2016? On this day, 1 decade ago, the Dow Jones closed at around 18,000 points. Since then, it has skyrocketed, closing today at 51,000 points. So congratulations, unless of course your quality of life is not 2.83 times better. In that case, I made a video for you to watch. But this video isn't about evil CEOs or how capitalism and wealth inequality are out of control. You probably already knew those things. This is a theory, maybe a conspiracy theory, but a theory nonetheless that I've been sharing and discussing and refining for years. For you, it's merely some lenses that you can try on when reading your newsfeed. It's an introduction to what comes after capitalism, something I can only call leveragism.
All my life I was looking for a sign. Wasn't sure where to find a peace of mind. Sometimes you can see things when needing time. Well, for you I'll be putting it all aside.
Capitalism on paper is dependent on economic and technological growth. On paper, the idea is that everybody gets a slice of the pie, and if we make a really, really, really big pie that keeps growing, then everybody can get fat. And not only is that example kind of a literal one when we look at the American obesity epidemic, but capitalism also led to agricultural innovation and global supply chains and wealth creation in developing countries that played a huge part in decreasing global hunger. It's worth recognizing that in 1970, 1/3 of the people on this planet were starving, and now that number is down to about 8.2%. How much of that achievement can be awarded to capitalism can be debated, but ignoring that this drop in famine happened in a time when all but 4 countries rely on the capitalist structure.
Guys, look. See why I love them? Oh my god, I love his dog. See why I love them? Look what she's doing. Or he's doing. I think it's a he, I forget. He's just leaping there. Look at that. Little fluffer. Yeah. They're so lazy. They're like, they just love to sleep or be around you all the time, right? Like, and then they'll be like, okay, I'm going back to bed in my bed. And they're comfortable to have because they're just like so soft. They're like the softest. They feel like silk. I don't know. You have to pet them to see, right? Obviously, don't pet a dirty one because if they're fucking dirty, they're gonna feel worse. But I always like bathed my dog because they all get dirty eventually, right? So funny.
Ignoring that this drop in famine happened in a time when all but 4 countries rely on a capitalist structure would be.
I'm a huge crier and I tear up easily. My wife and my kid friends know that who I am, and I don't give a fuck. If you're a man and someone has problems with crime for whatever reason, you should be part of your life. Yeah. For reals. All right. Trumpet.
Disingenuous. Let's revisit that on paper part. So, like, even if we limit our examples to Coca-Cola, who I seem to frequently use for economic examples for some reason, capitalism leads to a lot of evil shit.
See what I mean?
Capitalist structure would be disingenuous. Let's revisit that on paper part. So, like, even if we limit our examples to Coca-Cola, who I seem to frequently use for economic examples for some reason, capitalism leads to a lot of evil shit. In 1954, Coca-Cola financially and politically supported a CIA-backed military coup of Guatemala. Then, in the early 2000s, Coca-Cola was suspected to have hired right-wing paramilitary death squads to assassinate union leaders. Coca-Cola is the #1 top plastic polluter in the world, despite their constant marketing of their sustainability goals. They've caused water shortages in Latin America and India by depleting local aquifers. They have bottling partners that have been repeatedly accused of human rights violations and suppressing union organization. They have Israeli franchises that have sourced their resources from occupied Palestinian territories, which is considered illegal under international law. Is the existence of capitalism the problem here? Most progressive people would answer that question with a resounding yes. I think it's debatable. I would argue that most of these things that Coke did violate the rules written by capitalist governments, and the problem is greed, which is a byproduct of jealousy. Since capitalism is frequently associated with hoarding more resources than your neighbors, we tend to associate capitalism with being a douchebag, and that's totally fair. So much so that we even get popular memes and fake Karl Marx quotes like, "There is no ethical consumption under capitalism," which is a completely sane and reasonable thing to shout at lemonade stands and farmers markets. The reason I'm discussing this to begin with is to highlight what American capitalism means on paper, and how apparently nobody has seen that paper in decades. One thing that I regret not covering enough in my last video was what happened between the Great Depression and the 2000s. Let's go back to 1933, and I think we need a whole tone scale for this. Hey, I'm in 1933. Shit sucks. Nobody has any money. I've been eating shit like dandelions and potato soup and a bunch of poorly thought out ways to eat hot dogs. All this happened because a bunch of people got really greedy and borrowed more money than they could ever pay back and invested it in wheat. What is the deal with that?
100%.
Franklin D. Roosevelt's administration was both aware of capitalism's potential to increase the American quality of life, but also its potential to cannibalize itself. And it is truly remarkable to me that nearly 100 years ago, they saw the exact same mechanism that's playing out today. And this was at a time when some of your baseball watching and apple pie eating Americans were still on the fence about communism, and they had solid representation via the CPUSA. A lot of American citizens believed that the Soviet Union was a rising egalitarian society that was immune to the Western economic crisis that they were experiencing. The New Deal took this into serious consideration and ultimately wasn't about social services or directly addressing wealth inequality like the Soviet Union, but instead about sticking to the whole freedom thing and redefining capitalism in a way that would allow Americans to organically solve these problems using their own capitalist motivations. All of this kicked off with the Glass-Steagall Act of 1933. No longer would a commercial bank that provided consumer and business loans be allowed to deal with, underwrite, or invest in private securities. And investment banks would no longer be able to take consumer deposits. So to give you an example, JP Morgan was forced to start a separate business for all the risky stuff, and that eventually became Morgan Stanley. This act also created the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, or FDIC. This guaranteed that if you had money in a commercial bank and that bank failed or went out of business,
I'm going to use that sound effect for the achievement system. When you guys achieve stuff on the stream. Like send 1,000 messages or whatever. That was my idea. The achievement unlock sound effect.
Guaranteed reimbursement up to a specified limit. All of this, combined with a whole lot of historically progressive labor laws and a tiny little skirmish called World War II, set America up to make the most savvy financial move in the history of trade.
Well, and what he's basically saying is, like, we adopted socialism because back then, almost 100 years ago at this point, they realized it's not going to work, right? So it became what we call a mixed economy, right? That's literally what it is.
You know those crazy conspiracy stories where the...
And then, like, still to this day, we're debating how far do we go, because clearly, like, we've gone so far in the other direction that, like, people are starving and live in their cars and don't have homes and, like, all the problems that we've talked about here.
Elite Illuminati members will meet up somewhere in the woods and decide how they'll control the world. That actually kind of happened.
It
and
did.
To some degree, the economic fate of you and your family was decided in that meeting. Towards the end of the Second World War in July of 1944, delegates from 44 Allied nations met in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, with the goal of designing and negotiating a post-war...
Well, I mean, they had to do it to make sure that the left wing didn't get more popular at the point that they had to try to stem the issue on purpose. Well, yeah, that's like a huge aspect of it too, right? But you also have to remember, like, fascism was very popular in the West, right? Like yeah, the left wing was getting more popular, but fascism was too, right? This is why the Spanish Civil War started, right? What was it a war against? It was against the communists and the fascists, right? Spain was like the clearest example of this happening in the world, right? Fascism versus communism, right? And what's the main throughput there in those kind of governments is authoritarianism, right? At least that kind of communism, right? Like the Soviet style communism. Yeah. So that's like a huge part of it too, right? Like we saw in Madison Square Garden, they literally held a Nazi rally, right? We watched that back in 1939, right? They did like parades and stuff all over New York. So like this, guys, there was El Duce, right? El Duce, who is not Francisco Franco. I almost called him Francisco Franco. El Duce, right? Mussolini, yes, exactly. Mussolini, right, was very popular in the U.S. as well, right? Especially among Italian Americans. Yeah. So why do you think during World War II, Germans, Italians, and obviously the Japanese were interned, right? People never talk about the Germans and Italians that were in, right? It's because of that. Guys, it was very, like, if it weren't for these things, everyone always says it's from, like, a left-wing perspective. Well, yeah, but remember, like, even Hitler, like, the way he phrased his saying, his rhetoric, it was always about it being good for the worker because it's good for the nation state, right? And this is my problem with framing it this way, right? That's why it was called the Nationalist Socialist Party, right? Because what is good for the nation is good for the society, hence it's socialist. That was essentially his argument, right? And I love how conservatives today and right-wingers are like, no, they were socialist. That's why they called themselves in their name that. And it's like, no, the reason they did that was to get people who were more on that socialist like trend, or that socialist like had some of those socialist tendencies to be like, hey, listen, no, we're just as good as the commies, so join our side, right? And it was just an op, essentially. It was just propaganda, guys. Like, it was a giant piece of propaganda, right? Because fascism is a fusion of the private and state into one, right? Where the state and the private sector are essentially blurred. You can't even really tell the difference, right? Let me give you an example. Hitler started Volkswagen, right? He demanded that there would be a company that does this, and this, and he wanted a car that did this, and this, and they did it, right? But do you think it was owned by the workers? No. Do you think the government controlled all the aspects of it? No, it was a private company that had a lot of government, that basically was just fused with the government, right? And it got government backing and all that stuff. So yeah, it's socialism for, see, this is the thing. Fascism basically always leads to corporatism, right? It's just a hyper version of corporatism. Neoliberalism is basically corporate fascism. Yeah, exactly. Well said. Yeah, exactly. They're all pretty similar once you really start to read the differences and see like how they play out in their totality, right? That's why I talk about these issues like this, right? So like what's the common through line is that authoritarianism was very popular, right? People wanted leaders to take charge. They didn't believe in liberalism, right? They didn't believe in leaders who were weak, right? Who were not actually willing to like stand up for them, who were not willing. So it's kind of similar to today, actually, where we're kind of going through that. But I think hindsight is 2020. It's going to look a little different today, right? Hopefully, but not by much. Yeah, the art of throwing crumbs at the workers is enough to deter revolution against the donor class. Well said.
Or financial system. At the time, pretty much the entire world was economically devastated, but due to our size and geographic isolation, American soil was mostly untouched.
And then imprison them when they got the power. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, fascism is the funniest thing ever because like anybody saying that fascists were like nationalist socialists, like these people are idiots. They clearly never read anything about like the propaganda of the Nazis, right? It was all just propaganda, guys, because socialism was a popular thing, right? And this is kind of where like FDR always plays a role in this, because FDR was obviously not a dictator, right? He could have very easily been, but we did have a command style economy during World War II. He sort of like played it like, I wouldn't say like right down the middle, but he had a lot of that like militant like view on the depression that he tried to tackle, right? They had socialists in their name, so they were left wing. Well, that's literally their brain dead argument, right? I've heard that a million times and I literally laugh every single time I hear it. Right? The Nazi, right? Nationalist socialist. That's what that means. KEKW, dumbasses.
By the war. We also held between 70 and 80% of the world's gold reserves and were easily the largest manufacturing economy on the planet. The Bretton Woods Compromise offered a way that countries could facilitate international trade with a trusted currency without having to lug literal bars of gold everywhere. The United States pegged the US dollar strictly to gold at a fixed rate of $35 per ounce, and it was guaranteed that any foreign bank could turn in $35 and receive a physical ounce of gold from Fort Knox. Then every other nation in this agreement pegged their individual currency to the US dollar, which was then used exclusively for trading commodities such as oil with one another. Normally, if a country spends more money than it takes in, their currency and spending power would devalue, which would cause domestic inflation.
See, and this is why MMT is bullshit, right? Most economists will tell you that MMT, there's very few economists who don't really believe in this shit, right? And you know what's so funny? I actually don't really care because economists are pretty conservative to begin with, so, right? But this is why MMT is stupid, right? Because it will lead to inflation. Because the whole point of money is that there's scarcity, right? So it's almost like money is the problem, yet people still like operate on the basis of money because it's over 10,000 years old, and we've been bred to believe, we've been literally from the get-go believe money is the end-all be-all of everything, right? Like down to the point where everything we do is centered around dollars and cents or whatever currency you're talking about, right? Whether you're on the left, whether you're on the right, everything has to do with money, right? And actually, the more you think about it, it's only when you get to those like big ideas, but like when you actually talk to people that are in the like spectrum of like one-to-one conversations with you on stuff, right? You start to notice that people don't operate off of like dollars and cents on like individual basis stuff, right? Like with the example of like giving somebody who knocks on your door a glass of water, right? Like you're not charging them, right? Because it's just so pointless to charge them for that. There's a few examples of this, right? Like if your buddy needs help or something, you're not going to charge him because generally like you just don't care, right? Like it's not worth it for you. Lurking, I'll be listening. All right, what are you doing? Cleaning this time? But yeah, that's the interesting part of all this. Yeah, such dumb argument. Yeah.
But now the world would need to use US dollars to conduct any form of trade. And
but that's exactly why they called themselves that, right? A lot of people don't realize that's why they called themselves the nationalist socialist movement, right? Because the key word there is nationalist, right? It's not the socialist part. The socialist part was just propaganda. But they literally, right? Like El Duce Mussolini would tell people like, we are better today. We like the only way we can become strong is if we become like a bundle of sticks, right? That's why like the fascist symbol is the bundle of sticks, right? And that's how we all become better, right? We become all like economically viable or economically well off, right? So
time, the US started printing more and more dollars to import commodities like consumer goods and oil from other nations without having to worry about the US dollar losing value. Another advantageous side effect of this was a unique type of stagnation. While watching America go on a shopping spree, other nations realized that their US dollars would lose value just sitting in a vault somewhere, so their safest option at the time was to buy US Treasury bonds. This created and inflated an extraordinary global demand for US government debt, allowing us to borrow money for absurdly low interest rates to fund our infrastructure and become the most powerful military in the history of the world.
Yeah, exactly. Strength through unity. Yeah, it's very clever the way they kind of like they pulled the biggest rug pull. Right. Surprise, we're not socialists.
By the late 1960s, the world started losing confidence in this system. Economists like Milton Friedman and Robert Triffin saw this as a flawed and dangerous economic rule set. One of the US gold standard's sharpest critics was French President Charles de Gaulle, who frequently publicly condemned the monetary system, calling it an exorbitant privilege. And de Gaulle called the US out on their bluff and demanded to trade massive amounts of US dollars for American gold. Between 1963 and 1966, 24 secret boat trips supervised by the French Navy and several flights crossed the Atlantic Ocean, carrying back a total of 3,313 tons of gold from America. This would be worth nearly $500 billion today. After printing and spending incredibly reckless amounts of money on the Vietnam War, the American government knew that the jig was up. The wild conspiracy theory that the American dollar wasn't actually in parity with American gold was now a frequent public discussion by international leaders. Nobody knows how far out of parity gold and US dollar was, but it wouldn't exactly be a stretch of the imagination to think that if England or Japan or any other large nation decided to cash in their currency like France did, there'd be no more gold left to give them. So instead, on August 15th, 1971, President Nixon addressed the nation and told Americans that they were, in fact, the victims of the Bretton Woods Agreement.
The speculators have been waging an all-out war on the American dollar. I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators.
Oh my God, we watched this. Remember, I had brought it up a few times on the stream. Yeah, this is an important clip to keep in your mind because like, you know, you're talking to a conservative, guys. I'll tell you exactly why. The minute they say FDR got us off the gold standard, you show them this clip. And then you show them, oh, I thought Richard Nixon was okay now because that's what JD said, right, Living Lily? Remember we said that yesterday? It was brilliant. Oh, man. We're all Richard Nixon now, guys. Come on. Oh,
All-out war.
71.
Not this fuck. Yep. Again, this fuck. In Europe, at least, economists tend to be viewed as left-wing by business class because the country's optimal economy relies on circular flow of capital within the state. People get salaries and but they're not, right? Economists are so right, the economist position. First of all, it's a very soft science, right? I would say that out of all the softer sciences, it's one of the softest, if not the I can't think of a softer science than maybe other if you even want to put philosophy on the sciences, because I wouldn't even put philosophy on the sciences, right? Because philosophy has no ways of testing stuff like the way you just said, right? Watergate wasn't that big of a scandal. Yeah, remember that? That's why I said that. That's why I said it. We laughed our asses off when I said that. It wouldn't even make the news today. Yeah, Nixon was shit, right? And there you go, guys. In his own words, he's saying we're getting off the dollar. That's why you're dealing with a conservative. The minute they pull that crap, you just immediately know, hey, oh, he's a conservative. Great. They'll say that all the time, guys. I've heard that talking point way too many times on Twitch, in debates. It's crazy. It's a social science. Yeah, exactly, right? It is, but that's what I'm saying. It's a soft science, but there's different kinds of social sciences, right? There's more ones that are more sciencey, and there's ones, but economy, the study of the economy, right? Which is also a man-made fucking shit, is one of the softest of the social sciences around, right? And again, you can even kind of look it up. There's a scale we watched, right? Or there was a scale that we saw, and it was being an economist or anything in the economy field was to the softest side of the soft sciences, right? Or the social sciences. Yeah, naturally, economists are going to skew right wing. Yeah, exactly, because
President Nixon addressed the nation and told Americans that
there are a few left wing but even there's a lot of preconceptions of how people operate, right? There are some left wing, but they're very few, and not only that, it's even they have a lot of those right wing beliefs. They just have right wing beliefs, conservative beliefs.
They were, in fact, the victims of the Bretton Woods Agreement.
The speculators have been waging an all-out war on the American dollar. I have directed the Secretary of the Treasury to take the action necessary to defend the dollar against the speculators.
He ambiguously villainized and referred to West Germany and Japan as international speculators and accused them of creating economic crises to rob money from Americans. He drew vague parallels between himself and Franklin D. Roosevelt, and he announced a New Deal of his own. In order to protect Americans from these...
Don't you just love how they always bring up FDR? No, I'm FDR. No, I'm FDR. It's like that fucking South Park episode. Trump said the same thing the other day, right? A few streams ago, we covered that. It was the funniest thing ever. And Bhatia, what's her name? Bhatia, she said he was the greatest president because he's starting a new deal. And I'm like, what? A new deal to make my fucking rent go up? Which it did. They fucking hate him. They all hate him. Exactly. The fuck are they smoking? It's because they know he's popular, right? That's what. See, this is where Zoran, right? When he mentions FDR, you can tell he's taking the good parts of him, right? I never say he's a perfect president or he's somebody we need to idolize, any of that. I never say any of that. In fact, I say the opposite, right? However, see, Zoran clearly understands like where we're coming from with this aspect of it. When he mentions him in a way of his communication style, the way he like attempted to like actually make policies that benefited average people, right? And again, these are like not even just my words. These are the words of other people, including people, obviously voters at the time, right? They idolized him for that. More like you're the opposite. Well, these clowns are literally the opposite. Why are they sucking them off, right? Like he would literally be rolling in his grave from what they've been doing to his shit. He tried to at least do anything to help people struggling. And that's like, see, that's like where Zoran gets it, right? Like Zoran understands that aspect. He never like don't hold people to pedestals, guys, right? Politicians in general, don't hold them on pedestals. But like you find the good aspects and then you run with those, because those are the things that work on a political sense, right? Because politics is a game, right? It's a struggle for power, essentially. And Zoran understands that, right? And that's why he brings that up. It's not because like he thinks he's like some glorious leader who he reads all his books and is like, yeah, based. No. It's actually the opposite, right? It's he's saying, wow, he's got some good ideas in here, and this is kind of what I want to model it off to. And Republicans do the opposite, right? They like virtue signal on this crap, right? They virtue signal on this crap, and they say, no, I'm like FDR because look. And I just want to point that out because there's been a lot of like obfuscation on this issue. And it's clear cut when you've studied like political communication and this stuff in general, you realize, yeah, like this is just the way that people communicate these issues, right? Which I know is the bare minimum, but the bar is below hell. Yeah, exactly. It's below hell at this point. Well, because he was the president, what, 80 years ago, 90 years ago? So, like, we've just stagnated, and that's my main problem. My point is that the economy as a discipline is inherently left-wing. The point is countries and economic is stable can't be if you're allowed to marginalize and taking money out of the economy. I don't know about that, man. I think it's left wing if you in maybe certain countries, but in most studies that I've read or most books that I've read, if you kind of like list the most conservative professions, economics is one of the most conservative of them all, right? Power of the government is to borrow power. We can give it back and be taking that way. Hey, Sumo Samilsali. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for the comment.
Speculators, the US dollar, the currency in which world trade almost exclusively took place, would no longer be backed by gold or anything.
Yeah, and this just caused rampant inflation, right? Like, this is what an economist would say. I know, because like I did minor in it, so it sucks. I honestly didn't really like a lot of my economics professors. I realized I just didn't like the whole field in general. I think it's way too conservative for my takes, right? Greetings from Finland. Hey, Finland! We got a new chatter from a new part of the world. Well, we've had people from Scandinavia, but not Finland. That's awesome. Do you have any knives?
Tangible.
My friend says that you guys love knives. I don't know why. It's a cultural thing, right? He's also from, like, his mom is from Finland, so.
Among the overwhelming majority of Americans, your dollar will be worth just as much tomorrow.
We sure do. Damn right, see?
As it is today.
Yeah, it was funny. I met a girl from Finland at Model UN. She was I think she was at the University of Helsinki. Yeah. And she told me the exact same thing about the knives thing, and I was like, damn, they must really love their knives over there.
Over the next few years,
hello, fellow Nordic. Yeah, Scandinavia's from Iceland, on the other side of Scandinavia.
inflation rate of the US dollar doubled, and the US and most of the Western world entered into a severe recession. OPEC, or the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, tried to price oil against gold to create international economic stability, but this led to even less stability. This made previous oil production complications much worse, and oil prices quadrupled from $3 per barrel to $12 per barrel overnight. And by the end of the decade, crude oil prices skyrocketed by roughly 1,000%. As a result, gas stations could no longer afford to resupply their storage tanks, and in many places, Americans would spend entire days waiting to fill up their vehicles. In the North, many people reverted to heating their homes with wood-burning stoves, and in an effort to save fuel, Nixon ordered that the maximum speed limit be set to 55 miles per hour nationwide. This led to truckers going on strike, and they started coordinating via citizen-band radios, inventing their own slang and terms to confuse law enforcement. Many of those who were on strike spent their time slashing tires, shooting trucks, and dropping cinder blocks from bridges on non-participating truck drivers. More than a few people were killed over these disputes, and the entire country suffered enormous supply chain disruptions. And then Nixon had another one of his brilliant ideas. In 1973, he signed a bill extending daylight savings time to last the entire year. As violent crime rates rose to the highest point in recorded American history, and children walked to school in total darkness because there was not enough fuel for their school bus, Americans rightfully started wondering if the people in charge had no fucking idea what they were doing. But it would turn out that some people, like Treasury Secretary William Simon, did know what they were doing. He would take top-secret trips to Saudi Arabia to negotiate another deal that would give the American economy the asymmetrical leverage it needed to become whole again. In 1974, the US and Saudi Arabia quietly forged an alliance. It was not announced to the public or foreign leaders, but was conducted as a highly calculated and secretive economic handshake. The Saudi kingdom, who was by far the top oil producer in the world, agreed to price and sell every drop of its crude oil exports exclusively in US dollars. And because the entire world needed oil to industrialize, every nation on Earth was suddenly forced to build up massive reserves of US dollars just to continue operating. But it gets far more calculated than that. The United States now had by far the most powerful military in the world, as it was subsidized by previously printing money in excess of their own previous gold standard. And the US agreed to give the Saudi monarchy an ironclad security guarantee. The US would provide cutting-edge military hardware, training, and an implicit promise that the American military would intervene and protect the Saudi royal family and their oil fields from any threat. And in return, the Saudis agreed to recycle their excess oil profits directly back into the US economy by purchasing billions upon billions of dollars in US Treasury bonds. And in this same decade, between 1970 and 1980, Saudi Arabia's GDP went from $4 billion to $164 billion. That's like earning $15 an hour at McDonald's, and within the next decade, earning $615 an hour at McDonald's.
Crazy. Very quick collapse from that decision. Lol, dem. We still need Norwegian, Denmark, and Swedish for the chat so we can have a full Nordic meeting. Damn right. We gotta unite the fucking of the Nordic Avengers. The Nordic Vikings. I'll make some calls. Yeah, go ahead. I love people from Scandinavia, right? They're oddly familiar to people in New England, but they're also very friendly and warm once you get to know them. Once they open up, right? Once you crack the surface, right? They're a lot like New Englanders in many ways, right? Like they're very they seem very cold and distant at first, but I'm just used to it at this point. It could never be me, right, guys? Because I'm just the opposite of that, but yeah. I'm used to it. Avengers assemble. Yeah, guys, tell your friends about the stream. Especially if they like politics and history and stuff like this, right? Well, we do all day, every day on this bitch. Streaker spotted. I got the streaker board ready.
Ooh. Defeteri just got a 55-day stream streak.
Damn.
What it. Sunday, let's effing go.
Let's fucking go, chat. Let's go, Terry. Thank you, the Terry, for the 55-day stream streak. What up? Yeah, I just gets annoyed by that Bostonians as I get with my fellow countrymen. Yeah, I do. I mean, I get too, right? Like you I'm sure you know, right? Splendinavia. Like I actually do see a lot of similarities between like the Nordics and the New Englanders. Especially Bostonians, Jesus. Or people in Mass, I should say. Bostonians are a little different, but all right. Hey yo, strategy member, welcome back. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're just wandering the woods. No one ever sees us. Just like it.
The GDP per capita in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE.
Yep. Now we got a streaker board, guys. So if you have a streak, make sure you register it. I got the board working, right? So now it's Living Lily's number 1 at 215 days. And the Terry's at 55. You like how I added a little sensor bar? Yeah, so you can get on the board. Nice. Because I what I like to do is at the end of the year, I like to like go over all the stats. And I started that tradition last year, so why not keep it up, right? Go over all of the stats for you guys and see who has the number 1 streak and all that stuff. I'm still only at 14, 15 soon. Okay.
Eclipse the
No. You're good. You got it. You're on there now too. I think it measures top 10 or 15. I forget exactly what. Finally got it working. I woke up.
Strategy member just got a 15-day stream streak. www what?
What up? Thank you, buddy. Thank you for the 15-day stream streak. What up, my man? Glad you found us here.
The wealthy class of.
See, man, we have fun on this stream. I know you're new here, but we do have fun with the stream as well.
People in America and Europe. If you've ever watched footage showcasing insane tacky levels of wealth in Dubai, now you know where that wealth originated. But for the context of this video, this
relatively new, yeah, relatively
petrodollar put America back on their chariot of asymmetrical
I was talking about
the rest of the world
our newest chatter from Finland, the glorious nation of Finland.
Down forests and mine materials and make shit to sell. If you're on the side of bringing manufacturing back to the U.S., this may be the most important argument I'll ever have to give you. The aforementioned insane amounts of privilege from the gold standard and petrodollar allowed America to outsource most of the things that we don't feel like doing. Mining, drilling, refining, working long hours in a factory. Instead of pilfering our natural resources and letting it degrade our citizens' quality of life, we instead adjusted our ties and thought of ideas and intellectual property that other countries could make for us to consume. Like, try and conceptualize this. I live on land that has a whole lot of iron and pyrite on it, and then we have a small river with virtually unlimited water just down there. But I live in an economic reality with so much privilege that not once have I ever considered digging up these resources and selling them. I literally live on a farm. I don't grow plants to sell, and I literally give my chicken eggs away to friends and neighbors, and if I have a big surplus, I just throw them at a tree and then the chickens eat them. Let's just use copper production as an example, as it's pretty much available everywhere on Earth. In Congo, an an average of 6.8 tons of copper is extracted or processed per square miles. In China, it's an average of 6.5 tons. In Mexico, it's 1.76 tons. But here in America, with our vast, enormous copper deposits, it's 12 pounds of copper processed per square mile. Instead, we import the majority of the copper we use from other places so we can keep our land looking pretty and our air smelling clean. So when I hear billionaires squawking about bringing manufacturing and mining jobs back to the US and then advocating for the removal of immigrants who are willing to do those jobs, I think to myself, did they somehow miss the last 80 years of economic prosperity? Is it fucking possible that they don't understand how any of this works? Or is it entirely possible that they do understand how this works and the problem is actually that too many Americans are too comfortable? And that probably sounds crazy, but stick with me because first we need to philosophically understand leverage. Leverage is a term frequently used by economists, although maybe not frequently enough. Studying leverage on an investment is about as fun as writing down thousands of metrics and using logistic regression to predict a fight instead of just betting against Jake Paul and then watching him get knocked unconscious and you winning $100 in the process. So you decide to rent a home in a small...
Gus, I swear we have fun here, man. Please don't leave. Please don't leave. I swear we're fun.
House costs
No, I mean, I think most people come here because they realize we're fun, right? We're a good chat. We talk about a lot of interesting stuff, but we also have fun at the same time, right?
$100,000, and you're saving up to buy one. I decided to...
No, it's the new chatter. Sumo Masili, right? Sumo Masili. Whoever follows this stream, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor.
Moved at the same town as well, but not just to live there. I'm going to try and make as much money as possible. I happen to have $100,000 in cash, so I buy a house. A year goes by, property value increases by 10%, and I sell the same house for $110,000, making 10% profit on my equity. But then I get a better idea. I take $100,000 from the sale of my house and use it as 5 $20,000 down payments on 5 houses. Another year of 10% value increase will earn me 50% return on investment. So why don't I do this in real life? Why don't I own dozens of properties? Well, because this isn't some sort of infinite money glitch, it's a high-risk maneuver. In fact, it's asymmetrical against me, because if those properties would lose 20% of their value before I sell them, then I would lose 100% of my investment and be broke. But there's a whole lot more to this. Long before George Soros was known for paying everybody in the world to be mean to Alex Jones and Donald Trump, he wrote a classic and important book called The Alchemy of Finance.
Give me the money, okay?
Oh my God, thank you.
Woo woo woo. Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Thank you, Living Lily! Oh my God. You just got gifted. Suo. Is it Suo or Suo? Yeah, Suo, yeah. I'll call you Suo. Suo Masili. If you follow the channel, we'll figure it out. Gloggy will say your name out loud, and then I'll be able to say it. In part because they are technically blood brothers, aka sworn a blood oath together. Damn right. Pronounce like this, brother. Zuo Misili. Zuo Misili. Oh, okay.
Which was published in 1987. This book introduced...
Thank you. Yeah, some of the like Scandinavian names are pretty hard for me to pronounce, but I mean, there are definitely harder ones.
Popularized the theory of reflexivity, which is now...
It's just I don't have a lot of like experience with all right, I didn't grow up like learning the languages, so
arguably. So why don't I do this in real life? Why don't I own dozens of properties? Well, because this isn't some sort of infinite money glitch, it's a high-risk maneuver. In fact, It's asymmetrical against me, because if those properties would lose 20% of their value before I sell them, then I would lose 100% of my investment and be broke. But there's a whole lot more to this. Long before George Soros was known for paying everybody in the world to be mean to Alex Jones and Donald Trump, he wrote a classic and important book called The Alchemy of Finance, which was published in 1987. This book introduced and popularized popularized the theory of reflexivity, which is now arguably cited more in anthropology than it is in finance. Continuing with my pedantic little example here. As we all know, one of the few predictable things about housing markets is that they constantly fluctuate. And if I arrived to that town with millions or billions of dollars in capital to absorb the housing market losing value, I'd be able to tip the scales in a way where I'm not as exposed to the asymmetrical risk. If I buy enough of these houses in this little town, I'm actually not only contributing to the increase in the appraised property value, but I'm able to maneuver the local economy to my benefit. I could perform a little magic trick called the dividend recap. I could create a shadow company and then sell the houses to myself far below their actual value. Then, when this causes comparable houses to be appraised at a lower value, I can buy them and rent them at higher prices until I create a housing shortage, which will then inflate the value for when I decide to sell them. By the way, none of this is hypothetical. This is exactly what Blackstone did via Invitation Homes after the 2008 financial crisis.
And Blackstone, for example, is now the largest owner of individual houses in the United States. And then we're renting them to people as opposed to selling them. It's a good business for us. It's a new thing, but it's also good for America. And it's good to be able to provide housing for those.
Straight out of the horse's mouth, guys. Oh my God. God, yes, I think Icelandic as a language is bullshit and should be abolished, honestly. This is a fight I have here in Iceland daily, though, and I'm pretty sure they want to deport me at this point. Well, that girl that I got to know at Model UN, right? She said, I hate having to say that I'm from Finland because Finnish is the most worthless language ever. I was just like... I feel so bad because it's like, guys, don't feel like your language is worthless. I agree. She's like, I just hate it. I hate it. It's so worthless. Like, you will never have to use Finnish except... She's like, we should just all speak Spanish or something. And she said, or French. It was so funny, guys. It was such a rag. I laughed my ass off. Pure capitalists. Yeah. This guy's straight up mask. Keeping up, literally mask completely off at this point. Let them try. They will never financially recover. I mean, yeah. It's just... Sorry, my bad joke. The population collapse. That's deporting one person at a time. Jesus.
It's a good business for us. It's a new thing, but it's also good for America, and it's good to be...
Because, guys, according to these dick riders, right? Anything good for corporations or for them is good for Americans, right? You just heard it here, guys.
Able to provide housing for those people who need it.
In fact, they built a highly sophisticated algorithm to scan real estate markets and intentionally overpaid for houses to price out families who wanted to live in them. Over the years, plenty of white papers commissioned by private equity firms openly detail these theories. They describe housing as a supply-constrained asset with inelastic demand that can systematically block the working class from building generational wealth through homeownership.
Bingo.
Instead, this guarantees that workers' income can be siphoned back into Wall Street equity. In 2026, this is now commonplace in nearly every industry. Nearly every price tag you see is partially hypothetical, obfuscating the objective value that the commodity holds. The consumer sees a product, service, company, or rental property.
Well said.
Private equity sees a debt service. Let's visit another painful real-world example that you'll probably remember. In 2004, Toys R Us and Babies R Us were profitable, and due to the real estate holdings considered...
Oh no, not Toys R Us. This one hurts because I went to Toys R Us a lot as a kid. I'd love going to Toys R Us. I remember those days.
Stable with a B+ rating by Standard & Poor. Their financial flexibility was rated as adequate, but due to big box stores like Walmart and Target, they needed to make some changes to remain that way. But then, KKR, Bain Capital, and Vornado Realty Trust smelled their favorite type of blood and took the company private. It didn't exactly take a clairvoyant to see that Amazon was going to be another big threat to Toys R Us, as they had just launched...
Who owns Bain Capital or who started it? Mitt Romney. Yep. It's all connected, guys. It's all connected. right? Presidential candidate Mitt Romney, senator, Mass governor.
A dedicated toy warehouse, but Toys R Us had about $100 million per year to reinvest into growing an e-commerce platform that could compete against or integrate with Amazon. But instead, they used that money to leverage more debt. So much debt that nobody with a calculator could ever imagine them being able to carry it. So much debt, in fact, that the interest rates were 4 times higher than the $100 million they would otherwise be using to reinvest in growth. This massive pile of borrowed money would pay for over $470 million in management fees and dividend recapitalizations, not revitalizing the business. That's because this private equity buyout was never about making Toys R Us more profitable or selling more toys. It was about using the company as a debt service. For a long 12 years, the store downsized. Employees.
Yeah, this is what they do, right? Is they just and guys, the reason they use them as a debt service is because this is a way of socializing. It's essentially socialism, right? But it's this like quasi non-direct version, because remember, if you can just put all the debt in this company, right, aka Toys R Us, it's just a clever way of having to go around the law without actually you're getting free money without getting very much in return, right? Without doing very much in return. In fact, you're really destroying their business, right? But then, like, the taxpayer is the one who has to pay for this ultimately, right? Through bankruptcy court and all that shit.
Were underpaid and eventually terminated. Buildings once associated with children's Christmas gifts acting as anchor stores for entire malls now rotted as they sat vacant. And it's worth noting that these same vampiric shitbags did the exact same thing to KB Toys, Gymboree, and Sports Authority. It's almost as if they have a fetish for suffocating our child retail nostalgia.
Yeah,
the transition
for real.
from a growth-based economy to an authoritarian one is difficult when you're like...
Yeah, and it's even worse because, right, it's like these people are like, oh, but government is bad. It's like, well, these are private authoritarians, which is even worse, right?
Is part of it, but this clears up when you zoom out over a period of years to examine the business models. It's a play that's not dissimilar.
Cue the Chank. Of course! I gotta get that clip. I keep forgetting to put it on. Thank you, Cycling Boy. Sorry, son's girlfriend came over with a dozen carnations for my birthday Tuesday. Oh, that's cute. Adorable. Happy birthday soon.
Rare.
It gets worse. Game Mania got bankrupt like a few years ago because the competition just killed it. They have survived COVID, but then they could not survive the issue of online retailers simply undercutting and them until they got choked dry because they refused to sold them and their credit. And after going to be a judge, the competition was banned from going to the auction to sell off their assets after they were officially bankrupt. Yeah. And I've said this multiple times, right, on the stream. These kind of procedures they're just socialism, but like for corporations, in ways that you don't always see them as like a normie, right? Or most normies don't see it, but it is. It's just a way of handing out money to these people, right? It's just clever obfuscation, essentially. Because it's not like a direct payment. It's a service that me and you would never get because we don't qualify, but because they're billionaires, they get it, and they milk the system, right? It's a loophole, in other words. But I don't know. A loophole would suggest that they didn't intend it to happen, right? This was done by design, right? This is to 100% help the rich, right? It doesn't help us at all. In fact, it hurts us because we're subsidizing this crap. Yeah, both my boys have good whammon. It's always good to have good whammon. Gotta love the good whammon out there. Shout out to my good whammon out there. the fact that the judge was like, oh yeah, you don't even buy their assets because you didn't even do it on purpose. Yeah, exactly. Dude, that's what I'm trying to say, right? These are just clever ways of just shoveling money into corporations, into rich people, right? And I don't even call them loopholes, because a loophole, again, is like a mistake. These are not mistakes, guys. It's just they think you're too stupid to realize that you won't see this crap. And that's why I like Ben Jordan, right? He explains this stuff in a way that is like digestible and fun to watch and easy to understand to a certain degree, right? Then your boys are good boys, basically. Good job. Damn right. For all you good women's, yeah, hell yeah. Women need to be in power. Women are in power. That's why I just wait for them to reach back out. Never give your phone number out, guys. just wait for them to hand them yours. Theirs. I mean, damn it.
To private equity's manipulation of the housing market, but instead of robbing your family of an opportunity to build generational wealth, it robs you.
Loophole is overrated. Issue that can be exploited. This is meant by its design. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? A loophole is like it's just completely different. Like you automatically know when it's a loophole, right? Because like the law was designed this way, but it like the wording wasn't perfect or whatever, right? These do happen occasionally. Also, loopholes can be fixed, or there's like political will to fix them, right? However, no, not in this case. This is done by design. Like, you know, the emperor from everything has transpired according to my design, right? His creepy ass voice. Such a good actor, that guy. Do it. Find Gus's phone number on the bathroom walls.
Do not come.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come.
Do it.
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg
Outer
came.
signal.
Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have
Welcome
all come.
back.
Everybody's coming.
Welcome back. Yeah, guys, I actually looked at my numbers, and apparently,
they call them dumps, big, massive dumps.
our goat. Wait. I do not need to hear Trump say, "I'm gonna come." Oh, well, you hear it. Only on the Gus X broadcast. Something dark side. Yeah, something dark side. You mean Star Wars? Yeah. Everything is transpired according to my design. Like, literally is what this shit is, right? That actor's so... He hams it the fuck up, guys. It's so funny. He does not... Yep, yeah. I was about to say, Cycling Boy. I was looking at my hold on, let's see. Let me just double check here. Yeah, I was looking at my my numbers, and it said that I got an up to.
I'd rather tell you in about 2 weeks from now. I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks. To the forefront over the next 2 weeks.
Look it up. Hold on.
We've got the plan largely completed, and we'll be filing it over the next 2 or 3 weeks.
We're going to be having a news conference in about 2 weeks. I will make that decision, I would say, over the next 2 weeks.
And I'll be making a big decision over the next 2 weeks.
At some point,
2 weeks.
2 weeks or 3 weeks, I'm going to be setting the deal.
Over the next 2, 3 weeks. In about 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. In 2 weeks.
You'll be hearing about it a lot more in the next 2 weeks. Maybe in
2 weeks,
years
baby.
from now. Maybe in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I was looking at my numbers, and it said that
Please clap. Please clap.
the people who watch Casual Revolt have gone up by like 20%. So thank you guys. Appreciate you. And now I see 2 of you in here. So Even better. Awesome. That was cool. I like looking at that stuff. It's kind of cool to see like the ebbs and flows of who watches who and stuff, right? So, it's a big decision. Trump is giving the U.S. 2 weeks notice for him quitting. I wish. Welcome back, Outer Signal. Good to see you again. We're just watching a Ben Jordan video on basically how the economy is so fucked because it's skewed so much towards the wealthy that almost every like program now, quote unquote program, it's not really a program, but it's like a feature in the justice system, in the law, that gives them tons of money that they can shovel into their coffers, essentially, right? Oh, great. God. What fun topics we cover on this stream, huh? Another left-wing streamer on Twitch. Uh-huh.
The transition.
Uh-huh. You nailed it, buddy.
From a growth.
I wish I can't. I only hope that he gives his 2 weeks notice after leaving permanently.
Based economy to an authoritarian one is difficult when your life is part of it, but this clears up when you zoom out over a period of years to examine the business models. It's a play that's not dissimilar to private equity's manipulation of the housing market, but instead of robbing your family of an opportunity to build generational wealth, it robs you of the opportunity to consume information freely. And of course, an incredible example of this would be AI, but I need to make an important disclaimer here. I'm not really big on anti-AI rants. AI is a broad term covering technology that has, for example, legitimately transformed medicine and healthcare research. It's also transformed how effectively insurance companies can deny claims for people who need life-saving treatment.
Yep. And that's the bad part of AI, right? I'm always really skeptical of people who are optimists of AI or complete pessimists, right? Because I think it's technology, guys. It depends on how it's used. Anybody saying that AI can do no wrong or there's nothing, and the opposite, I think is both true, right? I'm just like, I call it like how it is, right? It has a lot of problems, but it has a lot of benefits. I believe it's a tool, but it's being abused at the moment. Correct. And it's being abused by the wealthy, right? By the people who control this stuff to begin with. Late stage capitalism, baby. Yay. Well, that's what he's talking about. Yeah. In other words.
And in a way, I'm not even talking about AI, but about the mechanism in which it's being used to exploit multiple industries and the world economy itself. Last September, NVIDIA announced a $100 billion investment into OpenAI, which is a little weird as OpenAI, from their own optimistic projections, is on track to burn more cash than any company in history. But this starts to make a little more sense when you take into consideration that NVIDIA has monopolized the expensive hardware used in data centers, as OpenAI would be spending a whole lot of that investment buying NVIDIA GPUs. OpenAI spent investment on securing exclusive purchase agreements with top memory component suppliers like Samsung, cornering as much as 40% of global DRAM production capacity, which has now made it effectively impossible for consumers and small businesses to buy or build computers that could use AI locally. And it's nearly impossible to even buy new high-speed drives to store large amounts of data. This has caused major problems in the video game industry, as even titans like Sony and Microsoft are considering delaying console launches due to unreasonable production costs and limitations. Which then gets even more absurd when you consider that Microsoft holds a 27% equity stake in OpenAI's for-profit arm valued at $135 billion. In that same month as NVIDIA's OpenAI deal, they paid $6.3 billion to purchase CoreWeave's unsold data center capacity through 2032, despite owning 7% of the company at the time and being their GPU supplier. Obviously, at this point, no visualization could possibly describe this clusterfuck, and I'm just using them because it's funny. Simply calling this an AI bubble is far too forgiving. This is, in the opinion of many economists, unprecedented and rampant investment fraud. I'm sure this isn't news to any of my viewers, but Google has deprioritized its functionality as a search engine and replaced your experience with Gemini. I suppose to an extremely optimistic user, this is an evolution of a search engine. Now, instead of having to look around and sort through important context, you are instead served an answer to your question whether you desire this feature or not. Here's an example, and I literally just tested this on the first try. Yesterday, The Verge published a short interview with me where I was asked, "What is your happy place online?" So let's just skip the chore of reading an article and ask Google. It turns out that my happy place online is a VR game for MetaQuest called Walkabout Mini Golf.
What the fuck? My happy place is right here. To be honest, anytime I'm online, if I'm not here, I'm just like, what am I doing? I'm not even joking, guys. Like, it's become like so much of a hellscape. God damn it.
With me where I was asked, what is your happy place online? So let's just skip the chore of reading an article and ask Google. It turns out that my happy place online is a VR game for MetaQuest called Walkabout Mini Golf, which is weird because I have no idea what the fuck that is. This is because Gemini has confused me with Roger Lynn, the creator of the MPC drum machine. My actual answer to this question was a free music programming language called Strudel, and this information is literally in the metadata of the first link in the actual Google search. There are some differences between my actual life and my Gemini life. Gemini claims that I married some lady named Jackie in 2021. And approximately 7 years ago, I started bleaching my eyebrows platinum blonde.
No, he has that thing. I had a friend of mine who had that in high school where I forget what it's called. It's like where he was like, I remember we were like 16 or 17 years old, and he had like a part of his eyebrow that was just like gray. And he said it was a condition. I forget what it was called, but we can probably look it up. But definitely, he'll probably even mention it, right? I'm pretty sure that's what it is. That, and obviously he's like a little bit older now, but yeah, buddy, that's definitely not it. He definitely didn't bleach his hair blonde. See, this is why you don't trust the AI lookup, guys. It's often very wrong.
Match my hair. Then I switched to shaving after reading about the chemicals in the dye. But I now really like having no eyebrows because it allows my eyes and lips to stand out more. This is all innocent and amusing until it's not. In 2025, Hassan Piker was viewing one of my videos on a stream, and someone in the chat speculated on my stance on Israel.
Stop. You guys are... No. I don't want to believe it. Shut up. You're lying.
The following day, I had received a ton of messages expressing disappointment for me having made a video detailing my support for Israel after taking a trip there to interview IDF soldiers. The problem with this is, I've never been to Israel in my life. In fact, decades ago.
It looks so fake. That is the fakest fucking photographs. You could tell they're fake. What? Man, I have to go to work in an hour. Oh, man! You can't stay with us, Kristen B? Lame. Ugh.
When on tour in the region, I would intentionally avoid Israel due to the apartheid conditions. And I've repeatedly been both a vocal and financial supporter of Palestinian statehood for the length of my public presence on the internet. But Google's Gemini...
I mean, I don't really expect a guy who is left-wing on all these issues to be like an Israel supporter, right? Out of all the things, right? And what I mean is, we've watched a few of his videos. It's pretty obvious that he wouldn't support this crap, right? Now, there are people on the left who support Israel, right? I'm just saying, like, we've seen other stuff, and he's talked about Israel in like he's kind of like danced around the idea of, because he talks mostly about like music and economic stuff, right? But you can tell that he's like supportive of these kind of occupation movements and genocides and stuff. He's obviously against that. Have you seen the video of Louis Rossman where he complains how Gemini is stating falsehoods on his channel? Oh no, can you send it to me? I want to watch that next. I love Louis Rossman's rants. They're so funny. Try and join the rest of your day. Nope, I gotta make that money. That money. Can't be progressive and support Israel for real.
Was for some.
I will thank you. Same as well. Oh, thank you, Kristen. I love you being here. Thank you, girl. Appreciate it. Vitiligo, is that the condition where it turns your eyebrow gray? Vitiligo, is that it? I thought that was the skin condition, but yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah. That's what he had. See? His like eyebrow was almost all he was almost all gray, and he had like his eyelashes, some of them were gray. It looked cool. He looked like an X-Men or something. All right, thank you, strategy member.
Reason mixing me up with the Newsmax reporter who I share virtually nothing in common with.
At 6 p.m.
Prioritizing that absurd level of misinformation over the actual search results. Even after multiple news outlets covered and published Gemini's monumental f*** up in detail, searching Ben Jordan Israel didn't bother identifying that Gemini itself caused this problem and claimed that I had addressed it over a year before it even happened. So right now you're probably thinking, why is this guy not literally suing Google right now? In the case of Robbie Starbuck, who Gemini had wrongfully claimed was a sexual predator, Google's defense in a request to dismiss his lawsuit called the case misleading because there was no evidence that anyone didn't know that they were hallucinations. They even went to the extent of accusing him of misusing the platform to create the AI hallucinations as evidence because they weren't technically documented or immediately reproducible. These are not rare glitches. These types of hallucinations happen a lot, almost the majority of the time. Last October, the BBC and European Broadcasting Union published a study that showed that 45% of AI news queries produced, and I quote, erroneous answers. This is an enormous problem and liability that breaks the very thing that these AI models are supposed to be doing. These companies are enormous multi-billion-dollar conglomerates with strategists and economists and massive legal teams. So why in the world would this profoundly and confidently unreliable technology not only be recklessly prioritized, but forced on users of virtually every major technical platform? Because it's clearly intellectual property theft. The Verge paid Terrence O'Brien to reach out to my manager and set up an interview and then write a short article to accompany it. News sites like The Verge also pay for errors and omissions insurance in case Terrence said something erroneous that would damage my career, and they pay for this with subscriptions and ad revenue. But Google said, we don't feel like paying that writer or for any of the other shit, but we do want that ad revenue, so we'll just have a bot scan the information in the article and then prioritize our regurgitation of it ahead of the actual link. And if we make a completely insane mistake that no reporter would actually make, then we'll shrug and say, we didn't do it, it's AI. That's exactly what they do with image generators. Why take photos when you can make money from other people's photography? Why bother paying a musician royalties when you can just scan their music and sell regurgitated versions of it? Why license a book and pay a writer when you can just regurgitate the text inside the book? And at the same time as this happens, the same government and Justice Department that literally imprisons people for sharing music files classifies critique of generative AI as anti-tech extremism in the most recent US counterterrorism report. When news organizations, software companies, record labels, or any type of IP-based business lose enough revenue to AI theft, then they'll have to lay off the workers who created the IP, and then they'll be incentivized to integrate AI into their company to keep things going. And if all goes to plan, then across the board, your devices will fully use AI to summarize and organize articles written by or assisted by AI. And the data centers required for this transition, even after inflation adjustment, exceed the cost of building America's railroads and highways. According to Forbes, by 2030, the cost for this expansion will exceed $1.7 trillion. This is an amount of burned cash and investment unlike anything any economy has ever experienced. It's far more than the estimated cost to permanently end world hunger. It is then, on the other end of this transition, when you cannot access media or information without their infrastructure, that you will be required to chip in and pay the debts. It is then when tech will have done to intellectual property what private equity firms had done to Toys R Us. This isn't my wild theory. That's literally the pitch. These companies are openly scaling AI to 100% adoption. That's why the investment keeps coming and the largest bubble in history hasn't popped. Believe it or not, part of me supports and is even excited about this nuclear bomb going off. I have faith that those fighting for the exploitation of intellectual property will make people increasingly consider the absurdity of treating ones and zeros as if they were a tangible commodity. Oh no, please don't jeopardize Spotify and major labels. They've been so good to us musicians. Oh my gosh, please don't force society to reinvent how news is shared. It's been working so well for democracy. Please don't encourage us to create a completely free and open decentralized internet. What the hell are we going to do without this system you provided? Just stop playing your games and spend time with our loved ones? I'm getting increasingly worried that there's a much more sinister plan in place to deal with this liberating ideology, though. Stick with me. If Elon Musk
Jesus
and his entourage of private security pulled up my driveway right now and he rolled down his window and said, "Hey, I love your channel style. I'll give you $10 million to make a video about the dangers of transgender culture," I'd tell him to get the fuck off my property. This isn't some edgy precedent either. This same situation plays out with nearly every brand that emails this channel. I know what I want in life. And I know that I'll be happier not making a video I don't want to make than I would be with $10 million. But that's a privilege that I've worked extremely hard for. But like, what if something happened? What if I had a child that had cancer and couldn't afford the treatment? Or what if I was behind on my property taxes and was expecting the county to evict me any day now? Well, then my integrity might be more compromisable and I might swallow my pride and make propaganda or insincere content for my subscribers. A really fascinating and important study called Income and Emotional Well-Being, A Conflict Resolved, zeroes in on the root of this very thing. These researchers found that money and happiness are closely intertwined, but this usually flattens out between $60,000 and $90,000 a year. This also happens to be the average income where a person or family of comparable earners can turn their income into wealth. They can own a house, they could start a business, they could save for retirement. Of course, people in this range still have to work and they would still be affected by setbacks, but for the most part, they've escaped complete financial control. They can afford to take the risk of reporting sexual harassment, or they could start a union without the immediate threat of being homeless if they're illegally fired as a result. What's fascinating, though, is that those making $130,000 per year are generally just as happy as those making $80,000 per year. They don't need to be wealthy. They can live in a small suburban home and have to keep the AC off on a warm day to keep the power bill down. They can drive a mid-range vehicle and eat generic cereal, and they're just as happy as the people who don't have to make those compromises. It's almost as if economic happiness is defined solely by having just enough income to say "f you" when you're mistreated. Each little marble here represents $1 billion, and depending on how the SpaceX IPO goes, Elon Musk's net worth will land somewhere between $800 billion and $1 trillion, so let's just say $900 billion. And this is the total purchasing power of the city of Austin, Texas, and every person who lives there, $268 billion. This includes everybody's earnings, investments, business revenue, real estate, and so on. Now, if we were to draw a line representing the point in which Elon Musk's purchasing power dipped below the amount he needed to live a comfortable life, we would quite literally need to use a microscope on a single marble. But if we go by that study that I mentioned earlier versus Austin's GDP per capita, line for the combined...
Guys, you'd have to use a microscope on a single marble.
People in Austin is right here. If their purchasing power suddenly dropped below this level, the average family would not be able to accumulate wealth. Their life in Austin, Texas would be spent working from paycheck to paycheck, hoping for some sort of
Texanus. Am I right, Oxpecker? Austin, Texas? Austin, Texanus?
Of windfall or miracle to get them.
I still laugh my ass off when you call
past the vicious cycle of debt. So this, combined with having enough purchasing power to eclipse a major city you live in, creates a completely different mechanism of wealth. Whether it's a company or an absurdly wealthy individual, when a single actor's purchasing power is comparable to entire communities, it is more valuable to them to remove billions of dollars from here than it is to add billions of dollars to here. All of a sudden, some of the confusing and chaotic things that are happening in the world start to make sense. Capitalism doesn't work without growth. That is in its core definition, whether it's the Industrial Revolution or agrarianism or a crack dealer. Here's a question that I've been screaming for years and have not once seen it asked on any debates or news channels. Why the would so many capitalists support closed borders and contribute to political campaigns that lowered the population? Even if they were evil Mr. Burns-style capitalists, wouldn't they want underpaid Latin Americans mining steel and aluminum and then going home and buying more groceries and prescription drugs without insurance and renting their private equity-owned apartments? I really want to believe that so many conservatives and fake libertarian billionaires are so weirdly racist that it somehow conflicts with and defeats every capitalist principle that define their entire lives. I want to believe that Trump and Elon and Peter Thiel and Bill Ackman are stupid and the ruling class is somehow exclusively filled with morons who failed upwards over and over and over again. I want to believe it because it awards me a lot of social credit to do so. I want to believe it because it allows me to roll my eyes at the last 2 decades. I want to believe that in 20 years we'll point to this page in our history books as the stupid wild ride that we can't believe actually happened. But I don't actually believe that because it makes way more sense that they're using xenophobia as a scapegoat to create a labor and supply shortage that forces the middle class to pay twice as much for products using these materials. I want to believe that things will go back to normal at some point, but I don't think that they will. Consider that 4 out of 5 of the wealthiest people in the world attended the presidential inauguration, and the 5th, Larry Ellison, was in the White House the following day. Or consider that the wealthiest person in history spent nearly $300 million on the presidential election, illegally paying between $47 and $100 to people who promised to register to vote in swing states. He then selected right-wing registered voters at random and awarded them with $1 million checks. Then the wealthiest person in history, equipped with 0 minutes of government managerial experience.
Doge. Perhaps you've heard of it. Doge. Oh, remember when we covered this? The Doge days? Oh.
Was given his own government.
What a hellscape. We're still in it. It's just evolved. Damn right. Guillotine time.
Government department that fired hundreds of thousands of government employees, terminated 15,000 grants, and gutted the Department of Human Services. The administration then terminated the food stamp benefits of 4.3 million Americans and expanded work requirements to people over 55 years of age. And all of the money we saved from this is eclipsed by the amount of our tax dollars that were spent on ICE, Border Patrol, and a rapid expansion of mass government surveillance. In fact, just from the first 3 months...
All going to private contractors, right, guys? Because ICE is not a government organization. I mean, it is, right? But they just like, especially with the detention centers, a lot of that money just gets shoveled into private, for-profit prisons, corporations. This is what I mean. It's just socialism for the rich.
Of our involvement in the Iran conflict, the economic impact on the American economy is actually higher than what the entire country pays for food assistance programs for the entire year.
Yep, there we go.
So most people's retirement savings and 401ks are in things like passive index funds and ETFs. And passive index funds are traditionally safe, conservative investments for people who like dying on a mattress more than they like gambling. They're very mainstream and diversified, and they don't rely on an investment manager to make decisions. Instead, they rely on benchmarks. In fact, they're legally required to buy mainstream stocks listed on the NASDAQ 100 to diversify investments and reduce human error. So the NASDAQ 100, or NDX, has historically had a strict index methodology to try and prevent fraud. So for example, if you had a startup and you wanted to bring it public and have it listed on the NASDAQ 100, you would have to go through a mandatory 3-month seasoning period so your stock could shake out early speculators and get closer to its actual value on the market. And if you're like most people and you don't know how the ins and outs of how an initial public offering or IPO works, let's just dig into that for 1 second for some context. So before a company launches an IPO on an index like the NASDAQ, they have an underwriter, which is usually a large investment bank like Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley. IPOs tend to be a bit volatile and chaotic, and so if that stock launches and things aren't going so well, an underwriter will buy shares at a higher value to create an artificial floor to keep it from crashing. Doing this is really risky, and propping up a company's entire public market cap for a period of 3 months or more could be extremely detrimental to the underwriter. Well, with the SpaceX IPO launching at an unheard of $2 trillion valuation, last month, the NASDAQ 100 changed this 3-month safety period to 15 days. This means, literally, that on July 6th, 2026, your passive index funds will be contractually required to start spending your savings on buying up massive blocks of SpaceX stock to track the index. And then when your 401k is forced to buy up this brand new stock that may be artificially propped up by underwriters, the siphoning of your life savings may commence. So how's that for a real-world example of of leverage being used to rob you blind. In 2020, the average monthly rent in the United States was $1,185. Now it's $1,700. The Consumer Price Index for groceries was $254 in 2020, even during the massive supply chain shortage at the time. Now it's $320. In 2020, Americans paid an average of 13 cents per kilowatt hour for electricity. Now we're paying 20 cents. If your 401k had $100,000 in a safe, stable, bond-oriented investment plan in 2020, you may have seen a whopping 25% gain. But after inflation, you're spending...
And this is what I mean, guys. Why are they going after these kinds of like these safer options to grow your investments? It's because that's like where the money is. Right? 80 years, or sorry, in the 80s, we were forced to invest into this shit due to neoliberalism, right? Reagan. And now, because it's stable and the government regulates this more, like they can't just like go in there and do risky bets on it. That's why they're doing it, because this is like one of the last ways they can tap into the well, right? The well's drying up and they're getting desperate.
Power right now is $96,830. Yep. And that's before taxes. The point is,
crazy.
If you're judging wealth by purchasing power, then you're likely working harder and earning more while getting poorer. Every single time you look at the news, when you come across yet another story that perplexes you or makes you wonder how the most powerful people in the world could consistently make such terrible decisions, it's worth asking yourself, will this directly or indirectly contribute to me working my entire life only to be left with just enough money to die on a mattress? Because for those of my viewers who are lucky enough to have accumulated some form of wealth, even if it's your 401k or a house that you're still paying off, once you see this pattern, you can't stop noticing that the majority of policies or change that's been made by the government in the last decade create a new pathway to siphon that wealth from you. The paranoid conspiracy theory that I cannot get out of my head is that this isn't happening to steal your money. It's happening to steal your autonomy. When you combine all of this with the enormous amount of your tax dollars paying for unprecedented levels of government surveillance, how much more will it take to make you too vulnerable to fight back when you're mistreated? How much more will it take to make you feel like your family's survival is at risk when you attend a protest? At what point will you feel weary to attend a city hall meeting to voice opposition to a proposed debate, or to make you scared to tell a joke about the president? Or even comment on videos like this one or share it on your social media? How far are we right now from the point in time when you will feel like you can't afford the risk or potential punishment for voting to replace your elected leaders?
Yep.
I once read a book that I expected to be really corny, The Top 5 Regrets of the Dying. It was written by Bronnie Ware, who was a hospital
Some people are already there, to be fair. True.
nurse who spent years talking to people at the end of their lives. The most common...
But we've talked about this, right? It's a slow and gradual process that's actually happening quite fast. As we've said.
Regret from people who knew that their lives were about to end and they were about to leave this world. I wish I'd had the courage to live a life true to myself, not the life others expected.
Yeah, I always say that.
When you are...
I always say that. Right? I tell everyone I talk to on the phone, I hear that all the time, right? Like I talk to people on the phone or like even in chats and stuff, and they just like are miserable. They're living. It's like, no, you got to do what you want to do, right? If you don't want to do something because you feel like obligated by others and their expectations, you just got to do what you want to do, right? That's how I live my life now, right? Let me give you an example, right? Like I was visiting my my dad. I was visiting my dad, and he was like, "Oh, are we? Do you want to go to Costa Rica with me?" And I was like, "Yeah, let's go." Right, split second decision, did it anyway, right? All right, went there, and I was like, "Eh." Like I had just lost my job. I was getting unemployment, right? And I was like, fuck it. Like literally, I think that day or that week, I just made the decision. I'm like, I'm gonna stay here. Like, become one with nature, become one with the culture, become one with the community, and just like see how it's like. And it just taught me to like live in the present, right? I do things because I want to do it. If not, fuck it. Right? If you want to join in, cool, come in. If not, fuck off. It's really that simple, right? And this is what I mean. You'll hear this from a lot of like dying people, that they wish they had the courage to live the life that they wanted when they were, but it's like, and now it's too late. So I think this is something like, if you just take very wholeheartedly, you're gonna like be much happier in life, right? Just do things because you want to do them, right? That's why I love you guys. You're in here because you want to be here, right? Duh.
To live a life true to myself, not the life others expected of me. To put it more bluntly, when you are at your wisest, equipped with the most memories and the most context.
Look at these top 5 regrets, guys. Take these to heart, because I guarantee you'd never want to feel these, because it's gonna suck, right? Top 5 regrets of dying. I wish I had the courage to live a life true to myself, and not the lives of others, right? How many people like live their lives? And I know like people in chat have even told me this, right? That they have to like go see their parents that they fucking hate, or they have to go see their, like, talk to their mom and dad or whatever, and they just despise them, right? Because they don't care about themselves, or like, no, don't do it then. Fuck off, right? I wish I hadn't worked so hard. Yeah. Why? Because to a certain, I'm not gonna say hard work is meaningless, right? But you got to work hard at the stuff that you're gonna actually like enjoy, right? Or you have to build goals, right? Not just to work, right? I wish I had the courage to express my feelings. Yeah. How many people just like don't express how they actually feel, or they bottle them up inside? We were just talking about this earlier on the stream, right? How many people like bottle up their, especially men, right? But women do it too, right? Especially if you grow up in an abusive household, you're taught to like bottle up your fucking feelings, right? And just like say it. Or don't like care and then move on, right? I wish I had stayed in touch with my friends. Yeah, friendships are important. I wish I'd let myself be happier. That's the biggest one, right? Or one of the biggest ones. I learned that, right? And if you notice, guys, I try to keep like a certain tone on this stream, right? I'm very like, I laugh, I make a lot of like lighthearted jokes, dad jokes, etc., right? Why? Because like, yeah, we're learning and stuff, and this is serious stuff we're learning, but you can be serious and you can be fun. You don't have to, you can be happy while doing it, right? It doesn't always have to be fucking depressing and serious, and like, I think this is something that we learn, especially in Anglo culture, right? Like I've noticed this across a lot of like the English speaking world, right? Because when I travel to the non-English speaking world, let's just say, people are laughing, they're so much more expressive and stuff, right? And I just like learned that by like existing, right? By like just talking to people of different cultures, of different, like, from different places around the world, right? Just having that curiosity and being like just fully accepting them for who they are, and kind of like being like, yeah, what can I learn from that? Does that make sense? Yeah, it seems like an interesting book. I might have to read it.
Looking back at every single thing that you've experienced in your entire life, you will not give a about.
I want more for my life, and I realized last year that I'm not getting where I am. Exactly. At least you're admitting it now. Hey. Yeah, good for you, girl. See? That's a step in the right direction.
A single statistic in this video, and what you will regret is spending a single second of your life concerning yourself with it.
Yeah,
Circling
good for
back
you.
to where this started, the things I've mentioned in this video make me miss the capitalism I grew up with, but contrary to that, they highlight the core problem that is seemingly always coupled with capitalism itself. And that's existing or being forced to exist in a constant state where you are valuing yourself by your earnings and belongings.
Yes.
And doing so in a
That's neoliberalism, right? So like, this is what I mean. Like, it's very hard to divorce yourself from this crap, right? And people are like, neoliberalism is like that thing that you read about online, and it's like, no, guys. There's cultural neoliberalism as well, right? Cultural neoliberalism is when you turn on your feed, right? And women feel this all the time, right? They're scrolling and then they see like a sexy lady or something, a really beautiful woman, and they say, wow, I don't look like that. I need to look like that, right? And then they feel bad about themselves, and it causes all sorts of stuff like that, right? Well, this is another example, right? I don't feel like I'm doing very well because I'm not making any money off of it, right? That's the key right there, is that you're basically attaching your worth or something that you're doing to a monetary value. And this is stuff that is unfortunately very much ingrained in basically throughout the entire world, right? Whether it's Australia, whether it's the United States, whether it's the UK, whether it's Europe, whether it doesn't matter, right? Pretty much every country, people feel like this, right? Because we all have social media, this is neoliberalism, right? It's just like cultural neoliberalism. We talked about that book you all should read, and the Korean political scientist mentioned it. He spoke a lot about this, like cultural neoliberalism, right? And Korea is like the prime example of this, right? Because a lot of people are constantly doing this in Korea, right? It's like one of the biggest countries when it comes to this crap. But we do it all the time on an individual basis, and then we don't feel appreciated because we're not getting the so it's a death spiral. Yeah, it's depressing.
way that is unfairly asymmetrical. There's simply no denying that capitalism creates a world where a deadbeat dad with a trust fund is respected more than a single parent who works 2 low-wage jobs to provide for their family. If we're to think about it logistically, the asset that everybody should be hoarding and protecting the most is time. And I don't mean this in the time is money sense. Maybe it's something that happens in your 40s, but if I order something...
like in a justified world, right? Time is actually the most valuable. You cannot beat time. Everybody says time is money. Well, it's actually not, because you could literally make more money with less, right? But it's actually the opposite, right? Time is finite and you can never get it back. Yet we're taught to believe that money is the most important thing, right? I wish I'd stay in touch with my friends. I wish didn't work so much at Evil Corp. I wish I wasn't a serial killer. I wish I had a healthy diet. Damn. I wish I wasn't a serial killer. Time is the main finite resource we will never be allowed to. Yeah, exactly, right? And that's what I mean. Like, and here's the thing, the neoliberalism, right? This is why I fundamentally disagree with it, and why it's very hard to divorce yourself from it, right? Because neoliberalism teaches us at a very young age that time is money, when in reality it really isn't. It's more about that you're not doing the stuff you actually want to be doing, right? Because you're not actually able to do it. And you've also been socially conditioned to do the opposite. Who'da thunk it? I wish I was a baller shop caller. Kensai, welcome back, buddy. Good to see you again. People seek validation from others, but suppress their own self-worth. Yeah, well, and you can't always do that, right? Sure, it's not entirely like meaningless to always, but you do have to find value in yourself, right? And then you have to have more value sometimes in yourself than other people, because right, the happiest times I have felt about myself, it's when I feel like, yeah, that, right? I'm not looking for validation from other people. People come and go, and unfortunately, like, some people just don't want to like see what they have until they're dead or in the bed, right? You don't want to be like that, guys. But Gus time is money. Every hour on the job is not worked is taxable for corporations. God damn it. Strategy member. God. That's why I went back to the uni, and the workload is more than my previous role, but the benefits and life work outweighs those. Yeah, see? Like, and that's what we're all struggling with, right? But I mean, like, a lot of this stuff is put on us from a young age, right? Like, if you're not productive, then you're a piece of shit and you deserve to fucking die. Like, literally, right? That's what we've been told, especially here in the US. But like, unproductive people, get out of my life. That's what that's the attitude in the culture, right? A breaking time with 40-hour work week. Extend the breaking time to 40-hour work week. I mean, it should be much lower, but that's neither here or there at this point.
The asset that everybody should be hoarding and protecting the most is time. And I don't mean this in the time is money sense. Maybe it's something that happens in your 40s, but if I order something and it requires 4 hours of my life to assemble it, I'm just sending it back. Like, sure, this cabinet looks really nice and it's worth the $250 that I paid for it, but I want to play guitar or look at stuff under the microscope for 4 hours more than I want a nice looking cabinet. And then you just realize that it's all ironically coming back full circle. Like 30 years ago, if my grandfather ordered a new coffee table and a little thin, heavy box showed up with a 22-page assembly manual, he would absolutely lose his shit. That kind of thing would be absolutely unacceptable to consumers in the 1980s. Lose his
facts. By the way, the grandpa with the gun, classic. That's a good song. Yeah. Only people's opinion I care about are my friends and closest family. Whatever people outside of the group think or should. Yeah, exactly, right? Why do you think I've tried to build something like on here with you guys, right? Because I think like we all need this to like to benefit, to cope with the news, to help like digest all the stuff that's going on, right? More community is good. Corporate society has made sure people keep down and tied the ideology that money and production are happiness and value. Yeah, I was the house bitch in the 80s. I built grills, swings, and cabinets, desks, etc. But he's right. I mean, nobody would ever put up with this. And now look, this is the norm. I've spent like 4 hours easily assembling something, and like the culture has changed so much because, well, I got a great deal on it. It was cheap. But it's like, yeah, it really wasn't that cheap because you did spend 4 hours to build it, right? He's making a great point. Like, is it really that cheap when you have to spend 4 hours of your life something you don't want to really be doing? I mean, I don't like building furniture, right? Fuck.
Heavy box showed up with a 22-page assembly manual, he would absolutely lose his shit. That kind of thing would be absolutely unacceptable to consumers in the 1980s.
We love you and happy you have. Yeah, thank you, Kristen B. Appreciate you, girl. Thank you for stopping by. I know you got work. See you soon.
In fact, it would be seen as such an egregious scam that it would be on the evening news. This time theft isn't just some annoyance that old men bitch about in their yards. In economics and sociology, its clinical name is shadow work. It describes the uncompensated and unpaid labor that the ruling class have quietly outsourced to the consumer under the guise of convenience or innovation. In a classic market, you've exchanged money so somebody else could spend their time processing a service for you. The post-capitalist mechanism works by charging you the full price and forcing you to act as an unpaid employee. Also, at some point we have to to admit that this is our own fault. We drove to IKEA and picked out the bedroom set and then searched the warehouse for the parcel number and then lifted the boxes and rented the truck to transport them and then assembled the furniture in our own homes with our own tools. Instead of laughing at the very proposal of being expected to do all these things on our own free time without compensation, we felt like it could save us a few bucks. And we were greedy about the wrong thing. We were greedy about the thing that wildly changes value without our control. The thing that is controlled by people who don't care about us, but who repeatedly, throughout history, time and time again, break our social contracts with them. Perhaps the thing that Franklin D. Roosevelt didn't account for nor could have predicted when he drew a map to make capitalism work for everybody was this inevitable phenomenon. Whether you're working 3 jobs at the same time just to keep the lights on, or literally the wealthiest person in the history of civilization, it seems like capitalism's flaw is a very abstract one. It robs us of the ability to prioritize the appreciation of living.
Bingo.
Let me tell you about this video.
Yeah. And I like how he put that, right? I don't think it was like his intent. I think a lot of people put intent into stuff that isn't necessarily there, right? Especially because, I don't know, right? They treat it like they know the person or something. I didn't know him, right? And not only that, but what's crazy is he was pretty hard to understand, right? He was a very mysterious guy. Like the guy was clearly really depressed, and I think if from what I gather of his work, right? Nobody really knows why, but what I gather of his, like, the stuff that I've read, the firsthand accounts of him, is that his daughter Anna Roosevelt, right, said that he was very difficult to know exactly what he was thinking, and that he was very much like a loner, right? He was like a loner so he was the first loner president, guys, because he had serious, he was a loner, which is funny because I think he got a lot of pleasure from trying to help people. But then when he wasn't actually doing anything like that, it just the melancholy kind of set in. Does that make sense? So real for that, to be honest. Kicker of rocks. Yeah, I think he was the kicker of rocks. Unfortunately, he couldn't kick rocks because he was paralyzed. I think that was part of it, though. I think his disability, right? Because he was completely disabled, guys. He couldn't even walk, right? I think part of it, if I'm reading, again, it's hard to know because he wasn't exactly somebody who was very transparent in how I think he was just very depressed, right? He was very depressed that he was stuck in a wheelchair and that he couldn't walk, and he didn't really have a lot of ways to cope with it. And I think one ways he coped with it was being president, essentially helping people, which is admirable. But back then, people didn't discuss their feelings, right? So yeah, kicker of rocks, he'd like to, but he couldn't even do that, unfortunately.
Wouldn't this be the most amazing time to do it?
Wow, amazing that communities and minded people, or even platforms like Twitch, can be so amazing. I love coming in here after a shitty day because you guys are amazing. Thank you, Splendinavia. That's what I love to hear. Yeah, and somebody taught me a few months ago, it's really the community and the streamer that determine the mood of a stream, right? And I've really taken that to heart. And that's why I actively do that, right? The Discord is for you guys to engage with one another and to talk and banter and stuff, but the chat's always lively in here, and I love you guys for that. Best chat on Twitch. What up?
Read for an app-based high-interest savings account or some bullshit. Unfortunately, making videos like this tends to cost a lot of money, and traditionally getting money requires one to spend time
Another
doing things
classic.
that they don't want to do. And while
Another classic from Ben Jordan. Love him. Plus, I love his dog. Because I love Papillons. All right.
Lifestyle contributor in.
Now back to depression. Oh, wait. I wonder if people voted for Greg Abbott thinking he'd be like FDR because he's a cripple, right? Yeah. We love this chat. Rooms chatters, gloggy fishing, and oh yeah, Gus. Watch it, girl. Thank you. Me and you too. Yeah, I mean, I do all that stuff for you guys, right? To create a certain vibe. So I love it. Love that you guys bring the energy. Did we ever leave it?
Mom Rashid.
Not the, oh yes, the Louis Rossman. Sorry, I forgot about that. Oh man. Thank you. I almost forgot. Here it is. Up here. Oh yeah, and Gus is cool. Thank you guys. I try not to make this shit about me, right? I try to give you stuff to like work off of. I don't like, who cares about that? It's more about like us as a community together, right? Like learning from one another. Cool. Thank you. What's going on with my mouse? We love that you created this comfortable space where we can all get our therapy sessions while having fun. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's the way I view it. Guys, I mean, I told you, like, in part, right? Like, a big reason I stream is because I noticed that, like, I barely survived the first Trump administration. I don't think I could have survived it without the stream, right? Without all you guys is what I'm saying. So, thank you. Because of all like this, it like politics really affects my health and my well-being. But you know, I've done some changes this time, so now I'm much more positive, and that's why instead of like sitting there being a doomer, I'm building, right? Even though some days I feel like what's the point, right? When everything is literally turning to shit around us, but I just keep going at it, right? Keep going and keep going. Keep the grind going. And the sub cost is a lot cheaper than the therapist bills, for real. Thank you. Yeah. For real. Well, and it's like I've always believed this, right? It's therapy through laughter, right? Through like understanding, right? Therapy through laughter, understanding, having compassion for one another, being in a community, right? I know like some days, like not everyone wants that community, which is okay. I think like everyone has a right to be like, yo, I have to dip out because the news, right? But like it's there for you guys, right? It's there for you, and it'll always be there. So I don't know how you do it. I'm across the pond and struggle with this presidency. I mean, yeah, like I'm telling you, during the first presidency, like guys, I had like stomach problems all the time. I barely slept. I remember the day he won, I didn't sleep at all. In fact, the day that he won the second time, I barely slept at all. So like this is just shows you how much it affects me, right? These kind of things really do affect me as like a person. So this is why I do what I do, right? But like it's been good to cope with this stuff, right? Because it's taught me a lot. Hopefully it's taught you to be more positive, and that's what I want to put out there, right? And I don't want to put out, here you go, red pill, blue pill, here's the black pill, swallow 15 of them, and then let's all just count on our clocks until we die, right? Like that could very easily be this stream, and I just refuse to be like that. All right. Louis Rossman and his cat.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? Hope you're having a day.
I love his cat. Look at his cat. It's so cute.
Welcome to today's episode of How Are You Getting Fucked? I'm your host, Louis Rossman. You may have heard that AI is more dangerous than a nuclear weapon. And sometimes I agree when I hear these words. The thing is, being dangerous does not mean being good. I'll give you an example. Let's say we're talking about the military. BlackBerry here could be more dangerous than a nuclear weapon if she took the controls of a fighter jet while the fighter jet was over enemy territory. There are many things that BlackBerry could do as she tries to be cute and roll around and get food that, in Steve's own experience, as my old data recovery technician and manager can tell you, if BlackBerry goes in the desk where data recovery is being done, she actually can be exceptionally dangerous. But that doesn't mean that that's necessarily a good thing. And one of the things that I see here is that it is indeed dangerous if you have something that's being relied on by more and more segments of society to figure out whether somebody is a good fit for a job, whether or not, I don't know, a school in Iran should get bombed that's filled with children, to have AI make the decisions when it is so dumb that it thinks that my channel has sponsors. So I got an email a few days ago asking me if I would look into something that Ground News has in their privacy policy, and the email was a bit pointed, and to be clear, there were some comments in my community post about this saying, who would send an email like that? Good. I wish more people sent emails like that to YouTubers that took sponsors. I wish more people held the people that take $10 or $20 or $60,000 for a sponsor and then don't come back to their audience to let them know that that sponsor was a scam accountable for what they did. Thank you for doing that. The only problem here is that, not true. YouTuber and right to repair advocate Louis Rossman has frequently discussed Ground News on his channel. Oh, really? Both covering consumer...
Yeah. This is like the meme where Gus is sponsored by Ground News, right? Excuse me? The motherfucker never took a sponsorship at all. What? Oh my god. He's like Kyle. Kyle doesn't take a single sponsorship, right? Oh my god. It's so funny. Jesus. Yeah, guys. Oh my god. Oh boy. If I ever get one of these AI overviews, right? And this is like what it says about me. I'm just like, why are we still here? Just to suffer? Apparently, right?
Right stories aggregated by the platform and occasionally partnering with the News Companion service as a sponsor. Rossman often recommends Ground News to his viewers. No, he fucking
Lewis's entire shtick is that he refuses to get for real. That's like the whole point of his like he's said this multiple times if you watched him, right? Much like Kyle. Kyle's says that's all he does is take Patreon donations, right? It's why I've been so iffy about it too, right? Like I got my first sponsorship offer and I was just kind of like sitting on it because I was like, do I want to do this? I don't know. It's a decent sponsorship. It's actually one that I use all the time, so it wouldn't be too bad. But it's just like, I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me, so like I'd rather just like build this community from the ground up than have to worry about sponsorships and shit.
Doesn't. He never has. I have never, in over 4,000 fucking videos, ever mentioned Ground News. And when you see how fucking stupid this is,
what a clown! What a clown! I mention Ground News all the time because this news is because I'm sponsored by Ground News. Use code GUSTEX to get 50% off Ground News. The best news source out there. What are you watching me for? Get Ground News. Use code GUSTEX. Now back to the stream.
More.
You gotta eat, so it wouldn't be against you to get a sponsor. Just have to yeah, exactly, and I have to be selective. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm arguing the costs and the benefits and all that stuff, right? At least initially, right? But like it would be Proton Mail in case anyone Proton Pass. They're a great service. I use them all the time, so like I wouldn't feel bad about recommending them to you guys. But they gave me a sponsorship, so I was like, oh, cool, I'll do it. Well, I'll consider it, right? I haven't done it yet, but we only listen to Gus News. Not Ground News? God.
It's literally showing videos from other fucking people. It's not even like I said the word Ground News or I said I hate Ground News or I made a joke. Because I've joked before saying this video is
Hallucinations.
sponsored by uBlock Origin, which is a joke because I want to get more people to block ads. Like, I'm not sponsored by an open source web browser plugin. This isn't even me. I don't even know this person. The hated one, upper echelon, like, that's not me. That's not even close to me. I think we just need to roll with it and start making up stories about Louis Rossmann, like he's the most interesting man in the world. Like how he operates a black market maple syrup smuggling operation. In his spare time, he gives lectures on ancient Egyptian history while knitting sweaters. After releasing his multi-platinum country album, he traveled to New Zealand to climb Mount Kilimanjaro. Don't forget the spaceship he was navigating and single-handedly saved the whole crew with the now famously known Rossmann maneuver from flying straight into the sun. Somebody made a point that we should stop calling these hallucinations and start calling them what they are more accurately, which is delusions. Because hallucination, it sounds kind of cool. It sounds like something that happens when you're on an acid trip, whereas delusion just sounds like me at the age of 70 thinking that like Britney Spears or Ariana Grande want to go out with me. Delusion is much more pointed, it's much more insulting, and in my opinion, it's much more appropriate. And the thing that I asked here, my last line of this post, I wonder how many of you have been denied employment because the AI scanning your resume made up something about you. Because as you know, many human resources departments now use AI to look through resumes, and they use this to sort through people and figure out if they're going to get a job. Imagine if you lost the opportunity to get a great job that you were qualified for and the best applicant because the AI literally made something up about you. I can live with the idea of an AI making a decision that I wouldn't agree with. It's much more difficult a pill to swallow that it just made something up about you whole cloth, and it's still fucking there. And I'm very curious how long it's going to take for this search result on Google to return something else. Not only do I not have a sponsor of Ground News, I have not had a sponsor. Oh wow, this is fucking funny. I just hit F5 and look what shows up. Right to Repair advocate often collaborates with and provides commentary for Ground News. Google hallucinated that I'm sponsored by Ground News. That just showed up. I'm very curious to see how long the bullshit is going to stay up. I have not had a sponsor on this channel for the entire time I've had my YouTube channel. I joined YouTube in 2011. It's 2026. I have had 0 sponsors. And that's very important to me. The reason I like having no sponsors is because you know when you're listening to me say something that it's coming from me. I'm not thinking about how a brand is going to perceive something that I say, nor am I thinking about how future or other brands that may fund my lifestyle are going to perceive what I have to say. I care about whether I can live with the things that I say on this channel. If I can live with the things I say, I'm good. But this has always been a discussion between me and the audience, nobody else. And I like it that way. With a channel that has 450, 550 million views at this point, I have missed out on millions of dollars. If I'm being real here, not shouting out somebody every single video for the 3,000, 4,000 plus fucking videos I've done over the years, I've missed out on an absolute minimum of $1 to $2 million. I speak to other people on this platform that have sponsorships on a regular basis, and they tell me sometimes what they get offered. Somebody got offered almost $800,000, I'm not going to say who, to do a couple of shorts showing how ChatGPT can help you make cool things on their YouTube channel. There's a lot of fucking money that I have missed out on by doing this. And one of the benefits of that, though, is the reputation. I missed out on millions of dollars, but at the very least, I have a trustworthy reputation. Whether or not you agree or disagree with the things that I say, whether or not you like or dislike me,
you know he's
the things
honest.
that I say are said because I believe them to be true, not because I am trying to say something to cater to a sponsor or not say something
100
to cater to a sponsor, because what you don't say is as important as what you do say. So when Google comes out and has this bullshit in their fucking results, that essentially takes the thing that literally has cost me millions of dollars and throws it down the toilet, because I don't know how many other brands they're doing this for. How many other brands have they claimed that I have been fucking sponsored by when I have not? This is literally the #1 benefit of those millions of dollars that I've missed out on over the past 15 years by never doing an ad read on this channel. That I have a reputation, that whether you like me or you dislike me, whether you think that I'm an asshole or you think that I'm a hero, that what I say is what I say. I believe it. I say it regardless of what anybody else is going to think about it. My conversation with the audience is untouched by what some advertiser or marketer may think of what I have to say. The #1 thing that comes out of the millions of dollars that I missed out on is my reputation. And right here, Google is getting rid of that on the first fucking result with shit that isn't even true. Fuck you.
100. Love it. Good way to end this segment, because I agree. It's very related to what Ben Jordan was saying. Thank you, strategy member, for that. All right. Let's hear about the breaking news here.
We'll begin with MS Now contributor Inzamam Rashid in Dubai. So Inzamam, welcome. Is it clear who's in control of the Strait of Hormuz right now? And how are this weekend strikes throwing peace talks into question?
Well, Alex, the current threat level on the Strait of Hormuz sits at substantial, and that isn't down to just the Iranian attacks on a couple of vessels in the waterway, but also the US retaliation as a result. Many of the strikes actually on the south coast of Iran near to the Strait of Hormuz. And so that's why the threat level currently remains very high in that waterway. But look, Iran has had de facto control over the Strait of Hormuz over the last 4 months, ever since day one of this conflict. And we're in a situation now where effectively they can not only carry out military attacks towards vessels in the waterway if they feel that they are not complying with Iranian rule as they try and bypass the water, but also because they can come out and threaten, just using words, to take over the Strait of Hormuz, to shut down that waterway once again. And effectively that brings down confidence within shipping companies and insurers as well. The Strait of Hormuz has effectively turned into an Iranian deterrence weapon, even stronger probably than having a nuclear weapon, which is of course the whole reason that we went into this conflict.
Yeah, isn't it funny? And the reason it's a deterrence weapon is because oil is a scarce resource, right? So if anybody ever tells you that post-scarcity is here and bullshit, they think that just more money, printing more money, or having more money, money solves everything. That's essentially what they're saying. No. Because there are scarce resources such as oil, right? So, like, you get to true pro-scarcity when basically the amount of very scarce resources are next to zero, right? But we can name a bunch of resources in today's world that are actually quite scarce, right? So just keep printing money. I'm sure nothing can go wrong. Well, yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, most economists disagree with that, right? It's gonna, of course, is gonna have issues, right? It's why, like, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest it, right? That when the Federal Reserve currency, when they print more money because of the U.S. dollar being the Federal Reserve currency of the world, it basically drives up the inflation of across the world, right? It's why Australia's facing inflation, right? It's why when you even go to certain countries, a Coca-Cola is more or less the same price as it is in the U.S. Maybe sometimes it's more expensive, sometimes it's just as expensive, but that's kind of what I realized. Like, you get this notion that everything's just like way cheaper when in reality it's not, right? Like, inflation is hitting Australia, inflation's hitting Costa Rica, inflation's hitting, right, Iceland. It's hitting all these places pretty equally, with the exception of like maybe more local stuff. So for example, like maybe like farm, like Turtle, right? He mentioned like eggs, the price of eggs, because it's more decentralized, right? It's more local. The eggs are there, but all this stuff does have an inflationary cost, because if they're using, like, say, corn or soy to feed the chickens, right? Where do you get your corn or soy from? Generally, right, the same big agro crops that all these countries. So it does have an effect on it. It just depends to what degree in parts of the world, right? And the parts of the world that depend more on the United States because they use a lot of United States agriculture, it's not going to be necessarily Europe. It's going to be places like Central America, right? South America. I imagine like parts of Australia, right? Because Australia is a big desert. Crazy inflation in Iceland. There you go. See? Because Iceland's so that's why I said there's a reason the inflation is high worldwide, right? If it were only due to like certain factors, you wouldn't feel it across the world. But the fact that like even places like Germany are feeling it, not in the same ways, means that it's in part like what Ben Jordan was just talking about, right? The Federal Reserve currency, meaning like us being the standard, causes this high inflationary rate across the world, because when we just spend more money, that means there's more, right? We have to print more dollars, and that means this has enough. Like any economist will tell you this. Yeah, any economist will tell you this shit. Unfortunately. What up?
The first place.
Big Bean Burrito.
And then on the other hand, you've got the US naval blockade, which is still pretty much in place because the US has got a lot of Navy assets in the region, and they are still trying to control shipping within the Strait of Hormuz. But Alex, when it comes to peace talks, this is the big question. Does this fighting that we've seen between the US and Iran hamper the peace talks? It's my understanding that the four sides, including Qatar and Pakistan as mediators, are still very much trying to have an overall consensus to get this memorandum of understanding
Me and you.
the points in it
All right.
discussed and a lot of the conclusions over the line. Now, the technical discussions have still been ongoing in the background, that all the sides are still in Switzerland and are still having discussions. And I think that's an important note because it gives us a sense that all four sides do still want to get a deal over the line. But clearly this fighting will have a huge knock-on effect because it's impossible to see all four sides in the room knowing full well.
And I think that's like where a lot of people misunderstand MMT too, because MMT, which again is just a theory, right? But much like a lot of economic theory, well, the problem with it is too, like, yeah, even if it does like help us with the overall inflationary rate, because we are the Federal Reserve, that's still going to cause other countries that are pegged to it, right? Because everyone's like pegging their currency essentially. Not maybe pegging is too much of a strong word, but is basing their value off of the dollar, right? To a certain degree. That's why when you go on any exchange rate, you'll almost always see a dollar as like one of those options, right? Oh, this is how much we're trading in for dollars, right? Yeah. It's crazy though that now more and more countries aren't even letting you pay in dollars. It's the countries that are the most in debt by, like, look at Ecuador, right? Ecuador now uses US dollars because like their currency became so worthless, right? And you're gonna start seeing more and more of this happen throughout the world, right? Pegging, you mean yeah?
That attacks are still being there is also the point,
right? And just to show you, remember when Theresa May, like the pound fell to like, what was it, below the dollar for the first time in forever? It fell below the dollar. Everyone was freaking out in the UK, right? And I was like, holy crap. Now it's gone back up. But Theresa May, or it wasn't Theresa May, sorry. It was Liz Truss. I'm mixing the two ladies together.
Gulf states. Because
the mini budget lady and the fuel subsidy lady. That's all she'd ever talk about. I did the fuel subsidy. I'm so proud of that fuel subsidy.
overnight, yet again, we see Iran targeting.
Yeah, what a disaster. I mean, guys, like, for the first time in a long ass time, I can't even remember a time, really, as far as I've been covering this stuff, right? As far as I've looked at the numbers, that the British pound was lower than the US dollar. Right? I was like, holy shit.
Kuwait as well. And
oh, man.
In those countries too. So the Gulf states will be hugely concerned once again this evening in case there are any further Iranian retaliations into the country. And I think that's a concern for the Gulf across the board because they don't have a direct control of the negotiations. They're concerned about Iran's drone and missile capabilities as well. So right now we're in a situation where the Strait of Hormuz very much remaining in some form of Iranian control, but clearly the talks are continuing, but they will be impacted by this fighting, no doubt.
I'm going to pick up on that last comment in just a moment right now. Appreciate you, though, Inzamam Rashid, for that. We are joined by MS Now senior national security reporter David Rhodes. So let's get into this, David, because following these latest strikes, Donald Trump once again threatened the U.S. may be forced to militarily complete the job and Iran may no longer exist. Is that really where this is all heading? Or is Trump making another of his many threats that he won't ultimately act on? And to the point that Inzamam was making, can the technical experts make some progress on talks in the background while all these hostilities simmer? I'm curious how these talks play out. When you've got fighting back and forth, both sides, are they immune to the knowledge of that? Do they just stay the course in these talks?
I think they stay the course, but they get nowhere near reaching a final agreement. And all of these are sort of very bad signs. I mean, essentially what Iran is saying is we are in control of the Strait of Hormuz, as Inzamam mentioned, and we are going to remain in control of the Strait of Hormuz. And they fired on these ships because they were using a southern route through the strait closer to the coast of Oman. And essentially the Iranians said, no, you can't do that. You have to get our approval. And this is part of an unprecedented new power Iran is exerting.
That lady was such an embarrassing footnote in world politics. I know, right? Wasn't she like the shortest serving prime minister too? What a joke. My God. Welcome back. Me and you too, girl.
And wants to have, that it could close the strait, as Inzamam said, and also charge fees to ships, which would give it a huge amount of money to rebuild its weaponry. And so it's critical. The foreign minister Iranchi, just spoke in a press conference in Baghdad. He was meeting with Iraqi officials, and he said Iran controls the strait, period.
But Trump told me otherwise. What are we talking about? Guys, have I been lied to? Donaldo Trumpo told me that that the US controls the strait. Oh, I think Pauline Hanson and her goons beat her in that department. By the way, are any of the other pro-Iran war pundits talking about freeing the Iranian public anymore? That talking point went away pretty quick. It's because, yeah, like, it's clearly not even what's going on, right? When you're bombing little girl schools, what? What? I don't get it.
Full stop. Like there was no talk of agreeing to this complete reopening that President Trump has asked for. So all of this is a major setback. And look, what we need to watch is how many ships are getting out of the strait, because if the traffic slows down, you'll have gas prices going up again.
All right. Now let's learn about what Trump is doing in Brazil. Great.
Hello, everyone.
Oh. Hey, Ross, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy?
And welcome to Breaking Points here from Brasilia, YouTube studios in Brasilia, where I am
What the fuck?
happy to be joined by Sam Pancher, who is a journalist at Metropolis, and we are going to be talking about the election year here in Brazil. It's a very interesting week, actually, just to be
Interesting. Okay. They never gave a shit about the public, Iranian public. They gave a shit about Israel being a regional hegemony. Yeah. And controlling the oil, right? It's the only reason they want to end this conflict now. It's all just that, guys, right? Power and oil. Well, with power comes resources, right? Think of it that way. With power, there's always resources involved, right? I wish I could say I'm doing well, but I just remembered I lived in this mad world. Well, welcome. Because we're here to help through laughter and joy and community. Oh. No, seriously, welcome in. Yeah, we're a great bunch here, so appreciate you being here. Thank you. I completely feel you, buddy.
South America because of the Colombian election results, and it's crazy how many we were just talking actually the amount of similarities between Brazilian politics, Lula and Bolsonaro, and especially American politics in the Biden era, where you had literally Biden and Trump. We don't know what's going to happen on the left in the U.S. yet, but maybe we'll learn a little bit from Brazilian politics. On that note, Sam, I wanted to start with what we were talking about earlier. This amazing cup of coffee. I was very excited to taste.
Choosing law for Brisbane.
Yes, this is. I'm getting paid $1 million to say no. This is a really I would drink this for free and tell you how good it is for free. In fact, it's what I'm doing. It's so good. But we were talking earlier about how tariffs in particular. I was mentioning early in the Trump administration, after Liberation Day in the United States, the cost of coffee went up unbelievably high. I was at a little country general store in Tennessee this time last year, and I think the coffee was over $20 for normally a really cheap bag. And you were telling me a bit about what that's meant here in Brazil for Brazilian politics. And I kind of just wanted to start with that because it's something in the United States that kind of brought home the cost of empire. But in Brazil, of course, that's something you were familiar with, the way that the American empire has sway over your own economy for a long time.
Yeah, and it's like a crazy story because the price of the coffee in the U.S. Rised because of, I mean, the official Trump administration justification, right? Was because of a Brazilian judge, they was giving court orders. They are not, how can I say it? They are not unanimous, so have those court orders that maybe were being. He's trying to impose those court orders overseas.
Right. So it's so uncertain.
Yeah, so that's the interpretation of some people. Some people say, no, that's not the case. But you have this allegation of censorship against American companies, American citizens. And then you have the Bolsonaro case, Jair Bolsonaro, former president from Brazil. And he's in home arrest right now, but he was convicted by allegedly he tried to the allegation. Yeah, he was trying to overturn the results of the election. You guys so in similar. The U.S., yeah, and we had the January 8th.
Yes,
there were literally people going to the government buildings and breaking things. We didn't have deaths, but we had a lot of destruction here in Brasilia, and Trump and the Trump administration was trying to Trump administration impose tariffs on Brazil, and the reason for that is that Brazil was no longer a democracy, or you had some huge problems in Brazil. So we had those tariffs in coffee, in another aluminium, other items, and it was huge because in one side you have the right in Brazil. They were saying, oh, that's good because Trump is addressing a problem. And you have the left saying, oh, look what they are doing. They are trying to destroy Brazilian economy. So it was like a mess. Then Trump and Lula actually met in the UN, and things changed a little bit, but tariffs never went to zero. They were like, oh, let's see what we're going to do. Let's wait a little bit, and now Trump is criticizing Lula again. So we are not seeing tariffs, and even the Brazilian right is not defending tariffs. They saw that was a mistake. But there's a lot of discussion, and the result was expensive coffee.
It sure was. That created enormous pressures for Trump, too, at home, because he had people paying tons of money for coffee, and he's really purports to be a champion of the American working class. So that was not insignificant at all, to have that kind of brought home to the budget at the kitchen table that the average American is looking at. But that's so, what you were just explaining about how Bolsonaro handled the tariffs is fascinating, because this is someone also who has obvious populist appeal, not with necessarily all of the elites, but with people who are considered maybe overlooked or downtrodden. And that's a weird balance to strike. I mean, Trump came into office and had all of the tech CEOs behind him. And for him to go from bashing all of the American elites to then kind of saying, I've conquered them. The question is whether they've conquered him or vice versa. But that's kind of interesting from the Bolsonaro perspective as well, because he's also kind of, correct me if I'm wrong, surrounded by a circle of wealthy elite people. And yet some of his coalition is people who are struggling.
Yeah, I don't know. The elite in Brazil, they are like physiological. I don't know if that word makes sense, but
It's interesting. I don't know a lot about Brazilian politics, so I'm going to be learning a lot here, right? Just because Brazil has it's similar, but it's pretty different from the rest of Latin America, right? So it should be pretty interesting on how it works out, right? How old is this interview? There's no way anyone with a serious mind at this point thinks Trump as a spokesman of the working class.
What?
How old is this interview? It's because she's a conservative. That's why. It's only 3 hours old.
Trying to say is they for example.
So you can disregard anything she has to say. I apologize. Dumb American.
Have this entourage in Bolsonaro's government. They were defending.
That's why. Well, I get there are apolitical idiots out there, but yeah, no, there you go, buddy. But
you can't say for sure that Bolsonaro was like aware and saying, "Oh, let's do this, let's."
What is the set though? Like it's boring, blue Minecraft squares and Gwyneth Paltrow's shower curtain. Well, it's better than her vagina scented candles. Oh. Anyone have one of her vagina scented candles? Apparently, if you want to smell her vagina, buy one of her vagina scented candles. Only $150. Get yours now before they're gone. Now back to the stream. I was totally unaware of this was a neocon set. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, coordinating. But you can say that people around him, they were defending that. So the Brazilian elites, they don't like that. So even Lula, the current president, if he goes too much to the left, he's going to receive a reaction from this elite. So they are like in the middle, right? And the interesting thing is that one businessman in Brazil called Joesley Batista, people in the US maybe know Joesley because he's the owner of JBS. It's like a huge, they are processing meat.
Oh, JBS. Yeah, we've covered. Oh, shit. I forgot about that. Yeah, we did cover that. JBS meat processors. Meat processing. They bought a bunch of they have yeah. Oh, what a wonderful world we live in. We covered this, remember? In the More Perfect Union video we watched. They recently got they bought a US company. I think it wasn't Carville. It was some other company that they bought. I'm blanking on the name. And now Hormel, that's what. Yeah, look at that, guys. Wait, let me see here. Gustavus Franklin Swift. Jesus. That's who they bought. I think it was Swift and Company. Okay. Swift and Company was bought for $1.5 billion by Brazilian group. Yep, there we go. That's what it was. Remember we covered this? And this was approved in 2025? Or sorry, in like they had started to move operations here to compete against the big other companies, which include Tyson Foods, National Beef, Smithfield Foods, and Cargill. That's why I mixed the two up. Yeah. Jesus, guys. It's just becoming such a clusterfuck. The United... Yeah, essentially, we're getting United Fruit Companied. How do you like them apples, Americans?
And it's like a problem in the US with the farmers.
Yeah, there is. There's a huge problem. Remember, we covered that in the More Perfect Union video?
And he was the guy who actually he met Trump. he was in the White House, and then Trump started to listen to Lula. So you had the tariffs in Brazil, and then Joesley goes to the White
Yeah, he said he was going to put a 50% tariff, and then he ended up backing off because that company was so upset at the idea because essentially it's a Brazilian company, right? And now look, Trump backed off.
White House, and then coincidentally Trump runs into Lula in the UN, and Lula is a great guy. Let's start.
It was bullshit. Yeah, we all know the real reason.
Talking and things like that. So, I mean, the pressure in the U.S.
Don't start a union or you'll know what happens. Yeah, well, it's very hard to start a union in the U.S. And you also have to be recognized by the NLRB. And yeah, like I've talked about that too, Ross, is like in my state, the Uber drivers have been, they filed to become a union through Massachusetts State Initiative, right? A ballot question. It won overwhelmingly. But because Trump basically gutted the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, there isn't any way for them to fully recognize the union. So they've just been without a union for like, what, almost 2 years now? Like, because that election was back in 2024. So there you go.
It was a fact, but you have this other fact because this guy, Joesley, he was a donor on the Trump campaign, and he have some influence.
Yeah,
but
what did I say, right?
He is losing this battle again. I don't know exactly why, but I don't think we will see tariffs again. We should see, maybe you have the Magnitsky Act. He was imposed against the Alexandre de Moraes, this judge from the Supreme Court, Brazilian Supreme Court.
Over free speech questions.
Yeah, that's right.
And that, does it involve one of the Trump media companies? It's Rumble or one of the Trump-aligned media companies?
Yeah, that's right. But it's more complex than that in a sense that this is part of the problem. So it was strange, actually.
I actually forgot. Fuck the NLRB. Who needs the capitalists to recognize a fucking union? Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they hammered that pretty well.
Yeah, everything is strange in this story because when they impose those sanctions, it's like huge sanctions, right? Magnitsky Act is heavy.
But I agree, man.
Stuff. And then one day, from the blue, Alexandre de Moraes is no longer in the list of sanctioned people. And then I sent an email to the press office of the State Department and asked why. And they told me, the sanction is not aligned with U.S. perspectives, U.S. strategy at the moment, something like that. Right. So they were not saying, this guy is not someone who is violating human rights. They are not saying that. They are just saying, it's not convenient at the moment. So this movement, the Bolsonaros, they are trying to reimpose those sanctions against Moraes and others Brazilian judges. We don't know if this is going to happen, but we know Marco Rubio is someone who is he wants to do that. I think he's very concerned about free speech in Brazil, in Latin America in general, and I think it will be a tool of pressure in the upcoming elections.
And let me actually pick up on that point, because as a journalist, maybe you can tell me to what degree, at least from the U.S., you sort of see the culture war conversation about Elon Musk and all of that starting to infiltrate Brazilian politics when that entire controversy was happening. Does that worry you? Does the influence of American tech companies as a journalist, or even like forces in your own government, do you feel optimistic about the future of holding power to account as a journalist? Are there any real threats? How legitimate are some of those concerns here?
I think all concerns are legitimate in some way, because it's common in Brazil, this situation where everyone is wrong at some point. So, it's like I mean, you can have companies interfering in Brazilian elections. This is wrong. This can happen. But at the same time, you can have the government trying to use this possibility to censor social media. So social media in Brazil is like huge. It's like people in Brazil actually depend on social media for a lot of things. I mean, even to professional. When Alexandre de Moraes, this judge from Supreme Court, he banned X in Brazil, like some people use that for professional purpose. Yeah. Like me, I'm a journalist, so I mean, the things are happening first in Twitter, in X. So I remember that I was in Brazil, and then I had to travel to Europe, and then I was able to use X.
Snapchat is huge. Oh yeah.
If I download
in Brazil?
a VPN and try to use X in Brazil, it's like $10,000 fine. It was like crazy. I mean, yeah.
Holy
exactly
shit!
The
$10,000.
Supreme Court judge, he just ordered anyone in Brazil who uses X with VPN, access X with VPN, will be fined. And this is.
But it worked because Elon changed his position right quick. Can you imagine like the U.S. government doing anything like that? Could never be them.
This is in Brazilian law. This is wrong. You can't do that. You can, you have to. People have to be informed about that. You can just a court order for all Brazilian people. You can do that. But he did that. So, but at the same time, X was actually was not obeying court orders in Brazil.
Yeah.
Right. So
it was an extreme case that like got Elon to change his mind, right? He covered that. And he changed his mind quite quick. Right? Because there are a lot of people on X in Brazil. Millions and millions of people, right, guys?
See, you can actually pick a side on that. I mean, it's like controversial, I know. But
there was there this like, imagine Lula and some people on the left in Brazil were saying this is about sovereignty. This is about Brazilian sovereignty over the United States. And so that creates a political demand to some extent, probably to stick it to an American tech company.
And
yeah, and I mean, that's the way I saw it too, right? Because if you understand Latin American, like the Latin American perspective, yeah, it was an extreme case or an extreme, like he just said, right? But guys, so was Brown versus Board of Education, right? So was taxing the schools who would not integrate with African Americans down south, right? Like the Supreme Court did some very, very extreme things that today would be like, whoa, right? But yeah, TikTok, oh yeah, just a fleeting chance. Fancy.
Popularity, the best months for Lula.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is courts do that when they feel like when they're up against a lot of pushback, right? And this just shows you how much Elon has in terms of wealth and influence, right? I don't like it. I don't think it should be that much. He's an idiot and on ketamine, so why are we fucking giving him that much power?
It was those months when, because he was saying in every speech, in every interview, oh, we are defending Brazil, we are defending ourselves against Trump. So in a certain way, when Trump said publicly, oh, I like Lula, kind of that stopped, and then the popularity of Lula stopped of growing. So yeah, it was like a very fluid situation, I would say.
Yeah, that's interesting because in some ways it reminds me of AMLO and Claudia Sheinbaum, and how for them politically there's this demand to insist on Mexican sovereignty, but at the same time, if you insist too hard on Mexican sovereignty, you obviously undermine Mexican interests because the President of the United States is so mercurial and transactional. That's a very difficult balance to strike, and it sounds like Lula is using business intermediaries that might be helpful, but also is just kind of caught in a pretty difficult trap.
Yeah, he's right. That's right. Because you had this recent example, because Lula and Trump were like friends, let's say. And then Lula started to attack Trump. There's no other word. He was saying, "Oh, Trump, he thinks he's the emperor of the world." And in G7, Lula was like with Trump at the same table. And in his speech, Lula was like criticizing Trump heavily. And then after the end of G7, Trump started to say, "Oh, he's saying things. He has said things that is not what I'm used to listen." So it's like, oh, he's like two faces, something like that. And then the relationship is now, I think, not good again. But they are trying to negotiate tariffs, because we had the end of the investigation on the Section 301 about unfair trade, and the Brazilian government is trying to avoid new tariffs. And now Bolsonaro's son is going to DC, because he's saying he's going to address the question against tariff. Flavio,
who's on the ballot.
Yeah. Flavio is running for office. And Eduardo
of course
is his brother, another son of former President Bolsonaro, but he's living in US, and he was actually convicted recent for trying to I don't know how to translate that, but he was trying to avoid
these people, right? Guys, these people always have, oh God, Keiko, Flavio here. Oh my God, I'm so fucking done. We already know Don Jr. or one of these asshats are gonna run as well.
Yeah, exactly. So he was like convicted. He's not.
When Trump says hot, he means angry. LOL. How you doing, man? Welcome.
So
welcome back.
Another layer in this debate.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And I actually was just going to ask about Bolsonarismo and so in America, we're very used to, especially on the American right, people around the world looking at Donald Trump and saying, "You have got to be kidding me. Why would millions of Americans go to the polls and vote for that guy? He was just the host of a reality TV show. He's a ridiculous person. How are Americans voting for him?" And the flip side of that, there are a million different explanations about,
I hate it.
Political establishment.
I say that every day. I say that.
Seeing the
Thank you, love. Same to you. I really like your user. I know it's great, right?
left as a lesser of two, or as the greater of two evils, and the Trump as a lesser of two evils. There are all kinds of debatable reasons that people did it. But from the Bolsonaro perspective, a lot of people in the U.S. might say, this documentary situation, which you can explain to us, Sam, is insane. This character seems insane. Look at January 8th. Why is Flavio Bolsonaro, his son, popular? Why? How could this possibly be competitive in the election? And I'm hoping you can help us understand that a bit.
And I think for Bolsonaro was even worse because Trump was always a guy, I don't know, from the elites. Mm-hmm. He was like a businessman, the apprentice. Bolsonaro was like a congressman for 20 years, something like that.
Yep.
But not a congressman like, I don't know, Alessandra Ocasio, or I don't know, Marco Rubio when he was a senator. He was like low.
Backbencher.
Yeah, exactly. He was like, he was not, he was not part of the elites, the political elites. But he had social media, and he had, how can I say it? He had some rhetorical. That was like, it was, because in Brazil you had for many years the Workers' Party, PT, and you had PSDB, for example. There's a party that's a Social Democratic Party. So it's like left against
centrist, center left.
Yeah, exactly. And then you had...
that's what I would describe it as.
Scandal is the car wash operation. and was like it was really damaged Workers' Party because it was like billions and billions of reais or even dollars. It's like a crazy amount of money being stolen from the Petrobras or
which is a
Brazilian
national company, right?
company.
Yep.
And Lula.
Jair Bolsonaro was a joke. Yeah. He literally called like women even back then, right? When he's talking about 20 years ago, he called them like sluts and all these terrible names. He was a piece of shit. I mean, he is a piece of shit. He's still in jail. He's under house arrest. I think that's too kind, but hey, at least Brazil does the right thing and puts people who are treasonous traitors in jail, right? We make them president, apparently. I mean, we know why Trump was elected. Taxes cut, safety net, no woke, no minorities empowered by checks. Yeah, exactly. Well said, Aloshir. Didn't he say something about disowning his son if he was ever gay? Yeah, he said that too, right? There's like a whole list of stuff with Bolsonaro that I'm like starting to remember, and I'm like, oh shit, this guy was nuts. He makes Trump look sane.
Was in jail.
Jesus, and he's just so off the cuff, right? Like there was this one, like he just like yells at a lady and calls her a slut, and I was just like, what the fuck? What am I watching? Didn't he say something about he also has Munchausen's? Oh, does he? Really, Ducky? I didn't know that. Holy shit, girl.
He was arrested for corruption. And then Lula was not in the ballot in 2018. And then Bolsonaro was elected. And he was elected with no TV time, only with social media and people defending him. And actually people saying, oh, this guy is the only one who can save our country from corruption, something like that.
Yeah.
And then he starts his...
He's always going to the hospital for this and that.
government, like 2019, and then you have COVID. And in COVID, he was like, I think, one of the craziest presidents in the world in that period. Like,
and you covered COVID very closely.
Yeah, that's right. And it's like he's going to the press and saying, the press was asking, oh, 3,000 people died. And he was saying, oh, I don't care. Things like that. It was really crazy. It was really...
Yeah,
really
that's what I'm saying. He would be like, I don't give a shit. He was so off the cuff, guys. Jair Bolsonaro was... Jesus, he made Trump look tame. I remember like learning about that, and I was like, huh? The fuck? I think so. He's always going to the hospital for this or that. That would make sense then. I remember the international support for Bolsonaro, yeah. Which is nuts, right? Oof. It just shows you authoritarianism and right-wingism, conservatism, they're all over the place, guys. Jesus. He apparently has skin cancer. He does? I recall the wiki editing. Jesus. Well, he's pale as fuck, right? Good. Yeah, for real. I don't know why he needs to be a little more careful about being out in the sun, right? Especially down in Brazil. Brazil's like right by the tropics, right? Unless you're in southern Brazil, which is like a little better, but yeah, Brazil's, you gotta be careful as someone who's a pale-skinned, a day walker. Am I right? Yeah.
It was crazy. And then this was really damaging for Bolsonaro, COVID. And I remember one time one reporter asked, oh, will you buy vaccines? And he answers, oh, where I will buy? On your mother's house? So he was like crazy guy on COVID.
Yeah, he didn't give a fuck.
And he lost the 2022 election because the Supreme Court, Lula was not absolved, but he was like, the charge against him were not in the right city, So he was convicted in Curitiba, and he should be convicted in Brasilia. So the it was all cancelled, and then he was free to race, and then he goes to election, and he won, and then Bolsonaro was not reelected, and then you had January 8th, Bolsonaro is charged, convicted, and is arrested.
Yeah, and there was also a January 6th type event with him. Guys, it was almost 1-to-1. Isn't that funny? I think it happened on January 8th, right? And literally, there was January 6th, but Brazilian January 6th, right? Which is crazy. Like how similar those two events are like.
Arrested right now in home arrest.
I can't vote on this. I don't know enough about Brazil's politics. No worries. The polling's just for fun. Kind of, you get points, and if you know about the subject, feel free to vote. But if you don't, that's why you're here, to learn as well, right? Thank you for being honest. Seriously, Trump probably has long COVID, but barely anyone mentions that. Yeah, could be. I mean, he's also like an 80-year-old man, so there's that.
And you have now his son trying to be elected.
I'm definitely learning. Yeah, thank you, man.
And then you have this another huge corruption scandal, is the Banco Master case. Like you don't have the child's part. The Epstein's group. Yeah, but I mean the corrupt elite all together in parties, in Russian girls and things like that. Yeah, it was like crazy. And
so this is the Brazilian Epstein. Is that it's called that here?
Yeah, and even the files, you don't have like Epstein files, but you have things being released by federal police, it's like or FBI, and it's like Epstein files. You know, you have pictures, you have videos, you have conversations.
And was it because the Brazilian public demanded some transparency?
Yeah, that's right. And you know the investigation is ongoing. So when I don't know a judge give an order, and then you see part of the investigation to justify that order. So you start to see things.
Wow, isn't it so funny how similar these two countries are?
Stop the stream. Wasn't me just resubbed for one at Prime for a total 8 months? They are on a 0-month sub streak.
Thank you, girl, for resubbing. I love it. Can't do it without your support. Wasn't me. How is your, all that damage that happened in the hailstorm? Have you been able to file claims for it? I'm so sorry about that. Jesus. Yeah, guys, wasn't me was in, basically got into a bunch of hail fell on her shit, and oh my god, everything was wrecked. Like her car was destroyed, and like you could hear, like we watched the video. It was crazy. Like the Midwest, guys, hail is out of control there. It was you all along. Oh man. Thank you very much. I appreciate the Prime sub. Can't do it without your support, guys. Bolsonaro got COVID like 20 times. Yeah, of course he did. It's a mess still. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, girl. I'm really sorry. Yeah, boy, did a Pride Month pop an event in dispensary today, getting that extra money. Oh my god, thank you.
Chuga, 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 chew. We got a hype train chat, thanks to WSNT me, it ending at 6/28/2026, 11:56 p.m. So let's keep it going.
Hell yeah. Love it.
Ooh. WSNTME just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Thank you. Oh my god. Look at that, guys. Thank you for the gifty subs. The 5 gifted subs. I love it.
Thank you for the support, girl. I'm sure they will all enjoy their gifted subs. Oh my god, thank you, girl. Look at that. And enjoy the points. 2,500 points. There you go. And we got a hype train. Make sure you donate to get that fish emote. Fishing emote. Most welcome. Yeah, I can't do it without your support. Wasn't me. Thank you so much, girl. Appreciate it. W Gifter. Oh my god, and thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, look at that, guys. So much support.
Cheer
Remember,
100.
you can. Yep, you can type out a message and Gloggy will read it out to you, to the chat for the next one. Ah, thank you so much. You're too kind. You don't have to do all this because like, I know you're going through that stuff with the insurance company. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we're just learning about what's going on with Trump in Brazil. And it's pretty interesting, the parallels, right? Because Brazilian politics is, well, I mean, it's almost like the stuff that's gone on is so similar, right? They have like an Epstein files. We have our own, obviously. They have their January 6th version of us, right? Like, it's crazy. I pop up to support when I can. I really appreciate it, girl. Thank you. I know. And again, I don't expect it because I know you're going through a hard time. Tropical Trump. Yes, he's Tropical Trump. Correct.
And
well, good way of putting it.
Do you know when you're using WhatsApp and then you send a one-time view photo? Yeah. He was writing things on the notepad, you know, and then he does a screenshot and then send to a Supreme Court judge. And he was talking to the Supreme Court judge in this way, so people couldn't read it. But the screenshots are all in the iCloud. Yeah. So police, so it's a crazy conversation. Looks like he's talking to himself. So no, he's
you don't donate.
Like,
you don't matter.
There's a lot of crazy moments, and one of those moments is that Bolsonaro's family was doing a movie about biography.
If you haven't heard about this yet, Sam is going to explain this. It's a wild ride.
Yeah, Jim Caviezel is Jair Bolsonaro, and is
Passion of the Christ.
Yeah, exactly. He's the story of Bolsonaro since he was a congressman.
Wow. 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 Thank you, Living Lily. Oh my God. Thank you, girl.
Woo.
Please clap.
Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
Thank you. That's so nice of you, Living Lily. Thank you, girl. Oh, look at that. Love it. Love it. Thank you, girl. Can't do it without your support, guys. Thank you for the gifted subs. My goat, Living Lily, what up? Hell yeah. Thank you. Wasn't me and you. Wasn't me and you. Me and you too. For the... How many bits is this? Is it not working? 21? 21 bits? Why did it display like that? Interesting. It normally should say cheer or 21, but okay. Thank you for the 21 biddies. Tiggle biddies. Appreciate it, girl. Ducky!
Until he being elected, Bolsonaro was...
Gave you what I had. Aw, thank you, girl. Appreciate it. I can't do it without your support, guys. Especially at the amount I've streamed, right? I was over at the Ferret King's stream, and he's like, yeah, dude, you stream all the time, man. How do you do it? And I'm just like... I'm just trying to grow the channel, right? So I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Was a victim of
you don't donate. You don't
campaign and things like that.
Thank you for the 40 biddies. Thank you. I love that fucking sound effect.
The movie is telling this story. It's a biography, right? Dark Horse, yeah. But one day Intercept Brazil, released an audio file of Flávio Bolsonaro's son. He was talking with Daniel Vorcaro, the owner of Banco
Billions
Master,
and billions 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 and
Please clap.
billions and 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 billions.
I tried to stop it. It wasn't stopping.
Billions and 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 billions.
If you post this in the live section, it will show this on chat. Interesting. What live section? Post it in US News on Discord. Thank you. I appreciate it. Wild man. Hopefully it attracts some people. Yeah, I'm trying to get the stream published as many different places. So if you have any ideas, go right ahead and post it. Hopefully some interesting people show up, right? Have some good discussions. Great chat. Oh my god, I love it. Thank you, Aloshir, for the 15 biddies. Yeah, if it's 3 hours, it's a 5-day work week. Yeah. I mean, I stream like 7-8 hours per day. I used to do 7 days a week nonstop, but I just was like, I noticed that like there were certain days that people weren't really watching like news streams as much, at least not at the time I was doing it. So instead of like me just streaming, I decided to like work on some of the aspects of the stream that could use some polish, right? I talked to a few people about this and they were like, yeah, like it's probably better to like invest your time into like making it better for the viewer, right? So like just work on assets, work on like Gloggy, all these things, right? Ava Green. Oh man, what did you just post? Wedding accident? James Bond? For public marijuana use. Wow. Thank you, Virginia. Casino Royale star Ava Green rushed to the hospital after nasty accident on a set. Oh shit. This was one of my favorite James Bond movies. I think this is the movie where I was like, oh, this isn't too bad of a series. I kind of like it. A source of the outlet says this was really nasty and Ava sustained an injury. For what? For Wednesday? She was working on Wednesday, the 3rd season? Yeah. Catherine Zeta-Jones as her mother, Morticia. Yeah. Catherine Zeta-Jones does a really good job as playing. I like this show. I haven't watched season 2, but I watched season 1 and I liked it a lot. It was very well done. The series has been unbridled success. Green's character was the first tease at the beginning during season 2 when she was shown from behind the writing of the words Wednesday must die. Holy shit. Okay, I'm not reading the rest of this. This is getting spoilers. I haven't watched season 2 yet. Stream too little and too much drives your percentages weird. Yeah, that's kind of what I noticed. I used to stream 7 days a week nonstop, 8 hours a day, 7 hours a day, even longer, right? And it fucks with your numbers too much, right? And like I would love to do it, but it's just like what would be the point, right? You're working harder for no real reason, just to work harder, and then like you're not really getting like the best experience. So I was just like, okay, what can I do? So I asked a few people, and that's what they recommended. I know people who say Doctor Who and James Bond, not too fun. Yeah, like Tarzan. Yeah, oops, ads. That's okay. I'll watch. Thank you. Appreciate it. Type it out. All right.
Right? Dark Horse, yeah. But one day, Intercept Brazil released an audio file of Flávio Bolsonaro, Bolsonaro's son. He was talking with Daniel Vorcaro, the owner of Banco Master, this banker, and he's asking Daniel Vorcaro money for Dark Horse. And it was not like, I don't know, $1 million. It was like $20 million, like 100 million reais. It's like crazy amount of money for a movie that you can search it, right? It's not like a super production. I mean, you have Oscar winner movies that the budget was way less than Dark Horse. So this is, I don't know if there's an investigation ongoing about that, but it was really bad for Flávio Bolsonaro campaign. And that's the story. So the movie about Bolsonaro, many people will say, oh, he's the guy who fought against corruption. He was almost
motherfucker was more corrupt,
paid by a guy who
exactly
was doing schemes and like
he's corruption incarnate.
Yeah, corruption. That's
corruption. Yeah. So there you go, buddy. Just admit it.
Huge story. But yesterday we had another.
Like
story.
we need to just start calling it out for what it is, right? Corruption, guys. Right? I'm sick of it too, because like the U.S. is. See, at least in Latin America, they call it for what it is. But, like, the U.S. is so... Like, people in the U.S. have so much... like, they like the smell of their own farts so much that they're like, we could never be corrupt. We're not a corrupt government. Oh, hell no, that could never be us, right? But you literally read about this stuff. We cover it all the time. And I'm like, that is the word. Corruption. Why are we so afraid to use it? It's because appearances matter to us a lot, right? We're the US after all, right? Back from the ad mines. Thank you very much for sticking by through the ads. I tried to make them only happen once an hour, so I appreciate you sticking by because it does help out the channel. John sending a bill to Trump after voter ID standoff. Yeah, the Save America Act.
Because Bolsonaro's wife went to
Johnson.
social media to criticize Flávio because she says she was humiliated by him, something like that. So it's like a
Is
drama.
that his mom or stepmom?
Stepmom.
Okay, I was gonna say if it's his mom, that's
Yeah.
wow.
Even worse.
Bolsonaro can talk, can give interviews because he's arrested. And I mean, elections in Brazil are like I would say a movie, but it's like a telenovela. You know, it's like drama all over the place. And we have World Cup right now, so people are not really following politics very heavily. But when World Cup ends, we know as a journalist that will be all attentions in politics and like elections and.
Because your election season starts in August, right? And it goes for what, 2-3 months?
It's like for campaign is 45 days, the first round, and then you have more 30 days or 20 days to second round. Right. So, but you have these election laws. So now no one is candidate. Everyone's like will be candidate. Right. So it's like he is pre-candidato, like he will be candidate maybe. so we're covering elections right. We're covering elections this way for now, but we know Flávio will be the candidate from the right wing. We have Lula is the current president. We try to be re-elected for a fourth term, not in sequence. Like he was president for 2 terms, then he steps out, and then he comes back in 2018. He's trying to be re-elected one more time. And we have Renan Santos, like the third one. He's from a party that 1 year old. He no TV time, only social media. He looks like Bolsonaro in the beginning, but he's really strong with Gen Z. Gen Z, he doesn't like
Gen
Bolsonaro,
Z.
doesn't like Lula. He's trying to something new. So he's like, I think he draw attention because people, who is this guy? I mean, he's young, he have 40 years, I think. Right. And people are like paying attention to him. But in Brazil, you still need some structure for elections in the Northeast. Yeah, he doesn't have that. So I don't know if he'll be like Bukele or Milei. It's difficult in Brazil because it's a huge country. No?
And so how people understand why some Brazilians stick with the Bolsonaros. What still draws people to the Bolsonaros? Is it because they detest Lula so much? Is it because they're genuinely inspired by the Bolsonaros? What is it?
It's strange because Bolsonaro, I think politics in Brazil is a lot like soccer. So people...
You can say football, it's fine.
Yeah. Trump has said that.
I can translate that.
It's real football.
So people are
what an
like,
American.
I mean, both
Trump.
Lula and Bolsonaro.
Oh man,
they
what
had,
a clown show!
Corruptor scandals around them. So Lula had the car wash operation. He's not like, Lula did nothing wrong. It was like a judicial thing. And Bolsonaro had those stories about Vorcado. Even before Vorcado, you had some problems with corruption in his government. So he's not a clean guy, let's say. But people will ignore that because I'm a reporter that I'm covering both stories. Right. So when I'm publishing something that's bad for Lula, you are from the right, you are Bolsonarista. Mm-hmm. So if I'm publishing something about Bolsonaro, you are from the left, you are communist. They call me communist every day. It's crazy. So it's kind of a crazy place to try to be a neutral journalism in a sense of reporting the stories like you don't have a side.
Right.
And
but so even the actually idea that people are so deeply moved by communism now. Yeah. That's actually just interesting in and of itself, that would be such an epithet for some people to say, you're being critical of Bolsonaro, you're a communist. Like, what part
that
of
is weird,
the,
right?
Kind of Brazilian mind on the right is so hyper-vigilant about communism? I mean, we have that in the United States too. Like Zoran Mamdani, that is very real. But what is it on the Bolsonaro right that is so hyper-vigilant against the return of communism?
Because he's a fascist. Duh, Emily.
I think there's some... I won't say that's totally false, because Workers' Party and Lula itself has relations with Cuba, right, with Venezuela, with Maduro. So, you can't say, it's totally crazy that the current government, he
sounds a bit silly, right?
He have relations with some countries, that some regimes that are like, they are communist.
And people are really, there are people in Brazil that see that as a major threat.
Yeah, like Brazil will be communist tomorrow, and it's not the case. People were saying 2022, if Lula is elected, Brazil will be Venezuela in 6 months.
Yeah.
It was never the case,
But Venezuela looms large. Like for a lot of people on the right, that's actually a great way to put it. That's kind of what I was getting at. Like, is it just the Venezuelan example, or even, I guess, the Perón legacy in Argentina kind of helps Milei, but Bolsonaro's not Milei. There's some major differences.
Right.
Exactly. And I think Lula itself, Lula received Maduro here in 2023. And we have this video, it's a Metropolis video. It's like, it was the one of the biggest videos from Metropolis, because Lula is receiving Maduro, and he says to Maduro, in your microphone capture, he's saying to Maduro, people here think you are a bad guy, you are not a bad guy. And the guy is putting the opposition in jail, and he was like, Venezuela has a problem with democracy. He was like using some rhetorical, and then you had the last election in Venezuela was totally robbed. It was crazy, like
it was so
he
rigged.
Try to hide it, Maduro.
Right. It's not controversial to say.
Yeah, exactly. And then, but the other thing that's interesting,
because at least like the international community came in there with Hugo Chavez and was like, no, this is a fair election, right? But when they did that with Maduro, every election became less and less. He didn't even, it was just clear, like just the numbers were a little too off, right? You always look at the numbers, right, guys? Because nobody can win by like 77%. In a democracy, that should never happen, right? And we all know the numbers. Like, the numbers don't lie. Mathematically speaking, this is just not going to happen, right?
That Bolsonaro...
Also, yes, the 100% by North Korea is also mathematically yes. You've got to find at least 1 or 2 people in there that are against it, right? Isn't it 99.99%?
Itself is not like he on the early Bolsonaro days, like 2015, 2014. He was saying that the dictator, we had a dictator in Brazil, so we had a period when the army was governing Brazil and was a dictator. And Bolsonaro was defending that, it was a great period, it was great times. And it's not true. It's like repression. People were being put in jail for opinions. Lula itself was arrested for being someone from the workers' movement. So, like I said, you can find the problems on both sides. But on G7 was interesting because you had a lot of hot mix on G7, right? And one hot mix was Lula. He was talking with the German Chancellor and the president of the International Monetary Fund.
Yeah, the IMF, right?
And she was saying, but people when you are elected the first time, they are calling you a leftist. And Lula was like, he was using translation, so the translation like esquerdista is like very from left. Yeah. And Lula, I was never he was denying for leaders from Europe that was someone from the left. It was not even communist, it was a leftist. That's the best translation. He was saying, I'm not a leftist. And people are recovering videos of him saying, I'm from the left, I'm a socialist. Right. So this is, I think, is a soft power from Lula, because he adapts his speech according to the audience. It's different from Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro will be the same guy if you are having lunch with him or if he's doing a political debate. So I think this is like Trump. Trump is the same guy. I think if I remember, I think Stephen Colbert met him once. Oh no, it was another late show.
Oh, a comedian, yeah.
And he was saying the guy was a cool guy. It was not that guy on television saying, "Oh, bomb here, bomb that." And I think Bolsonaro is like that.
Yeah. Right. Okay, that makes sense. And actually, there was the De La Espriella election in Colombia this week, and I'm curious just how, when you look at Milei, Bukele, De La Espriella now, and I'm probably forgetting people off the top of my head, but what's happening looks, as you're describing in Brazil overall, here in South America, Latin America, so polarized that you're swinging from one populist or one iteration of populism to another iteration of populism, and there's a lot of interesting overlap and a lot of differences as well. And so I'll ask about Lula and Bolsonaro. So where does Bolsonaro fit into the De La Espriella, Milei model? Flavio Bolsonaro, is he somebody who is like, could be seen as a leader of the Latin American right if he gets into office? Is he another Bukele? What would we expect if that happened?
That's interesting because the third place on the polls, the Renan Santos, he's like Bukele. He's defending Bukele politics in I don't know, putting gangs in jail, things like that, and he's defending some economic measures like Milei. Flavio is like he is the right-wing candidate, but at the same time he's trying to not go to be extreme. So he's not defending, I don't know, the motto of the third guy, Renan, is like kill or arrested, because you will arrest the gangs or you will kill them. And Flávio Bolsonaro is not that guy. He's a guy who is trying to grow with the woman, with people that are not from, because neither right or left can elect a president in Brazil. Like right is like 30%, left is like 35%, and you have the middle. So
who captures the middle?
Yeah, he's the one. That's right. So Flávio is trying to be, to be a light Bolsonaro, let's say like that. But we don't know if he works because Bolsonaro father, Jair Bolsonaro, he has some, he's the authentic guy. And Flávio doesn't look like that. So I don't think Flávio is comparable to his father
doesn't have the charisma.
He's not charismatic.
The aura.
That's the perfect word. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta look this guy up. I don't know a lot about him.
To be a light Bolsonaro, let's say like that. But we don't know if he works because Bolsonaro father, Jair Bolsonaro, he has some.
I've been married for 16 years. I'm the father of 2 wonderful daughters, and I've never disrespected, mistreated, or humiliated a woman in my life. I would never do that to my own father's wife. I've always been known for my balance, education, and respect.
Oh yeah, he's got no riz. God damn it. Right, and it's not just the translated voice, it's like the way he looks and his mannerisms and shit. Yeah.
For everyone, even my political opponents. At no point did I ever offend or have the intention of offending Michelle. If I did at any point, I apologize once again. I respect her. I recognize her work in the PL Muller Women's Liberal Party, which achieved a record number of women's affiliations. Her work of women's affiliations, her care for my father, and for everything she represents for Brazil, and for everything she represents. Our whole family is going through a very difficult time. I understand Michelle's anguish seeing my father suffering every day from a gigantic injustice. CD, what? I also suffer a lot, but I remain steadfast. I'm traveling all over Brazil carrying the mantle my father gave me, spending days away from my wife and...
Oh, fuck off. The injustice. It's always injustice for them, right? Trump and all these. Oh my god. Fuck off, dog. Wow. Yeah. This guy's like the Don Jr. of Brazil, right? He looks a lot like his dad, though. That's crazy.
Unable to... Kiss their little heads before bed. I'm receiving several death threats, and even so, I'm here focused on the mission.
Oh no.
Because I truly believe it's God's plan for our country. I'm completely convinced that all of us, me, Michelle, you, watching me, have the same goal, which is what's best for our country and to free Brazil from the dirty hands of the PT Workers Party.
Gotcha. Yeah, guys. It's to save from the Workers' Party, right? Not the fucking United States and the other imperial powers. It's from the workers. What a clown. All right. Yeah, he has no riz.
Well, then where does Lula?
At least with Bolsonaro, like, again, I don't speak Portuguese, so it's a little harder for me to understand, but I can understand parts of it just because I did take Latin, right? But come on, really? Really?
Fit into the
nice
Scheinbaum, Petro, Ortega constellation. Like how can Lula help reinvigorate another pink wave from the Brazilian left? I mean, Brazil really is obviously a massive country, massively important, powerful country. The BRICS alliance is on the rise. The war in Iran definitely, I think, crystallized that for a lot of geopolitical observers. So where does Lula kind of fit into this world of Latin American populism on the left?
Yeah, that's crazy because Lula doesn't have someone to replace him because he's 80 years old. Yeah, it's his last election. Even he loses or he wants. He knows that. But at the same time, you don't have someone in Brazil from the left that's like, oh, this is the new Lula.
A Petro.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. We don't have that. So I think Lula, I don't know if Lula is concerned about that, to be honest.
No, that's interesting because that would be a big difference between him and like a Bolsonaro, for example.
Exactly. So neither of Lula's sons is on politics. They are businessmen, something like that. You have Fernando Haddad, that's like his finance minister. And he was the candidate in 2018. He lost for Bolsonaro. And you have on the left Erika Hilton is an example. She is a trans woman and she's from a party called Socialism and Freedom. So she's very on the left. She's far left. Okay. So on the right you have more options. You have former governors. You have the governor of São Paulo is one guy who was trying to be president, but now he was like, oh, I'll be reelected, and Bolsonaro's sons will try to be president. So we have more options on the right. So I think it's a matter of time for Brazil. Brazil will be governed for the right will govern Brazil soon. I don't know if 2000. Yeah, because you don't have many options, on the left. And I don't see Lula actually trying to establish someone to replace him. I don't know why, but that's the situation right now.
There was a census last year, and I'm really curious how this plays into it. I'm reading from Christianity Today. The census also confirms the profile and geography of Brazilian evangelicalism, which is predominantly female. Women make up 55.4% and men are 44.6% in the Brazilian population overall. 51% are women, 48% are men. In general, evangelicals are less white than the national average. Very interesting. 38% compared to 44% and more black. Of the indigenous population, 32% identify as evangelical, and it goes on to talk about the rise of evangelical Christianity and really the decline of Catholicism, which is happening in the U.S. too, but we're seeing more young people, weirdly enough, start moving towards Catholicism. The UK has seen some of this with traditional Christianity too. So I'm wondering how in this kind of populist framework, the religion question, which seems to be looming pretty large, fits into the politics question.
I think is a really strong bond because evangelicals, the evangelical leaders. So we have massive evangelical church here in Brazil.
Really charismatic churches.
Yeah, that's right. And two things. First thing, the left abandoned them. So the left doesn't care about the evangelicals. They were trying to recover that, because in elections they are a huge population, but they doesn't match, because they're defending some things that evangelicals will not defend ever.
Which is tough when you're the left and you also then have these black and indigenous voters who are more and more evangelical.
Exactly. That's a problem for Lula, a problem for the left. At the same time, the right is not... the evangelical vote is a huge factor a huge issue in the election. So Lula, he was successful to reach the evangelical in 2022, the evangelical vote, because people were like, my mom's example, my mom's evangelical. And she was like, oh my God, the last election, this Bolsonaro guy, he is not a Christian. He's like, oh, look what he's saying about the COVID and things like that. So I remember one time she said, oh, Lula, he's a guy who...
Can you imagine ever voting for a man like Bolsonaro and being like, wow, I didn't know, guys. He isn't a Christian. No shit, Sherlock. What? It's like calling Trump a Christian. And he's even worse than Trump. What a joke.
He married, and then
but this is what I mean, right? If you look, one reason we're watching this, guys, because we're doing comparative politics, right? Look at how similar these countries are, meaning us, the United States. We are obviously pretty similar to the UK, too. Like, we have the same exact problems, right? An uninformed voter base who is easily swayed by dumb fucking people. Shall I go on? January 6th, January 8th, right? All the stuff we've talked about so far. It's fascinating how similar these, and, here we sit on our high horses, like American exceptionalism. Oh, fuck off. No. It's crazy, exactly. It feels like I'm reading a slight like a slightly different version of the American novel of our American novel here. It's crazy. Oh my God!
Away. And only when the wife passed away, he was with another woman. Bolsonaro was a guy who divorced 3 times. That.
I forgot about that too. Didn't Trump divorce 5 or something like that? 4? Guys, I'm gonna have a brain aneurysm. This is killing me. It's very Trumpian. There you go. I just said it. But you see what I mean? This is the problem I have with a lot of people that cover this stuff, is they don't do the cross comparative politics aspect of this stuff, right? And I had one teacher in college that always talked about this, and I'm glad I learned this, because it's actually very similar across the board, especially in these bigger countries, right? Maybe there are some exceptions in different kinds of countries, but again, Exhibit A. I feel like I'm reading the same. I'm so tired of this crap, guys, right? And it's because of the advent of the internet, right? Social media, globalization, et cetera, right? Ideas are becoming homogenized, very much the same, right? Ideas are spreading across the world, but it's not always a good thing. It can be really shit. Are we getting Democratic Church of America? Yeah, for real.
An issue
Jesus,
for
dog.
Vote. Saying,
well said, boy.
My vows, and
well said.
The marriage So that's a huge equation in Brazil. I know it's strange because Brazil, oh my God, Brazil is like party and things like that.
Rio, yeah.
Yeah, but we have this conservative movement. I don't know if it's conservative. I think it's more... I don't know. It's like
traditionalist.
values. In values is very traditional, but conservative for me is something else.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Even Bolsonaro.
Cultural.
Yeah, Bolsonaro is not. The Bolsonaros are not conservative. They are like another thing. So we have this gap in Brazil, but it's interesting because the evangelical population can sometimes vote for the left, sometimes vote for the right. It's a puzzle for the election, I think. How both candidates will try to reach this population.
Well, let's close on this question because I think it ties everything together. I mean, even when you were talking about the Brazilian Epstein and how files are being released.
Yeah, like the fact you even have to say Brazilian Epstein is a joke, right? Emily's here laughing her ass off about, wow, it's very Trumpian. Yeah, like we need more of this stuff, right? Because we need to learn as like a world that this stuff is garbage and ejected into outer space.
Before we went to air, you and I were just chatting, and you mentioned, well, Brazilians are used to populism. And in America, this most recent populist surge that started around 2016, even the UK around Brexit.
Yeah, that's kind of that is one thing that's a little different, is that Americans aren't as used to populism. I think it's because it's the culture, right? Also, the United States is a country that has had a ton of immigration, and people, I think part of it was like immigrants were never heard the same way as like the Anglo community here, the native Anglo community, right? I hate to say that word, but it's essentially what it is, right? That's why so many people in the South identify themselves as American. Huh? Not like English, Scottish. Nope, it's American. We saw those numbers, right? Brexit is a disaster. Well, Brexit's a hey, Orchestra Ann, how you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, Brexit is 10 years in, and it's like the UK is falling apart, right?
It's
in terms of like economic disasters
kind of new
after one
in the
another.
modern chapter of American UK politics, but you were like, well, in Brazil, we're sort of used to this populist style of politics, and I'm wondering.
Yeah, I think in part it's because it just was Brazil was colonized a very different way, right? It also didn't have it wasn't seen as like it was seen as like a resource extractor. Meanwhile, like we went over like the different kinds of imperialism, right? There's like settler colonialism. There's using it as like a proxy. There's using it as a like a resource extractor, right? There's different kinds of imperialism, right? Like Russian imperialism looks pretty different too, right? Dutch imperialism, right?
If there's anything about this new media moment where with the Epstein file,
like the British predominantly, especially in like the settler colonial, they just sent a lot of citizens and they would tame the land, essentially, right? That's like what they felt they were doing. Obviously, they were just genociding natives, but like they did that in Australia, right? They tried to do it in South Africa. Obviously the United States, Canada, right? New Zealand. Those are like the prime examples. Meanwhile, like Brazil was never per se like a settler colonial colony. It was it was like a trading. I wouldn't even say trading. It was just a way to get resources from that land, so Portugal could then trade it to other parts of the world and make money, right? Similar to like what the Netherlands treated Indonesia, right? Right. These are all like different forms, different flavors of colonialism, right? It's a car crash and Scotland didn't vote. Scotland voted to stay and we were dragged out. Yeah, exactly. Isn't that crazy? Like Scotland really fucked up that vote, huh? They could have easily left and been done with that.
in the US, for example, people were on the internet piecing together, the evidence from all of the emails forever and acting sort of like citizens.
Yeah, and the politicians who advocated for it are reaping the benefits and support.
because they can deflect and blame other things. Exactly. They're just always going to deflect and blame other shit. It's crazy.
Journalists, and just demanding a level of access to our institutions and accountability from our institutions, as institutional trust is really low. That seems to me like it comes from the amount of time or the amount of technology that's kind of democratized everything. It makes us feel like we should be seeing more, that we should have more transparency. And the more transparency we get, the less we trust the institutions or the two major parties. And so it's starting to open up something that's different. And I guess I'm curious, I mean, it's hard to describe, but I'm curious if you're seeing in Brazilian politics also that downstream effect of people now wanting more transparency and then having just less trust in the existing parties and institutions.
I think that's something tangible in Brazilian society, because you see people actually. I mean, you have the two sides there, like, oh, everything right does is cool, everything the left does is cool, but to have the majority of population, they want transparency. They want, oh, let's hold them accountable. And I like to address those people. So it's my favorite audience, I would say, because they want be a citizen. They want to be a citizen, and they want to know what's going on. I think the citizen journalism in Brazil is not like a big thing, but major. I don't know exactly why, but I think people in Brazil they are distracted very easily for another things. So
football.
Yeah, exactly. Even the Banco Master scandal, this last huge corruption scandal, it was like when media has a huge revelation, it's like people are sharing, people are really interested in this matter, but people are not. I mean, when we're going to even maybe things more important than that. I mean, one time people was leaked conversations between this banker and his girlfriend, and we, the press, were like looking for, I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, now you're gonna reap what you sow, right? Unfortunately, just because you were tricked doesn't mean that it's gonna be easy to fix, right? Because here's the problem, right? Labor isn't wanting to get back into the EU. The EU isn't gonna want your ass. So it's like an ex that doesn't want you, right? Because you spend too long being like, you spent too long like deciding, right? And now they're like, okay, well, we'll just move along without you. You're irrelevant anyway, right? And I hate to sound so cruel or so blunt, but guys, it's the truth, right? Just like us, we're going to become irrelevant too. Now, if Scotland rejoins and is like super cooperative and super, cooperative, is willing to work with other nation states, is willing to do this and this, I think that will probably work out pretty well. But first, you're gonna have to vote to get rid of that, to sever the United Kingdom, essentially, right? It's like an ex that doesn't want you. Exactly. It's like you spent so long being butthurt about the ex, right? That the ex now is like, yo, what the fuck? I don't care. Right? The EU is like, okay, we just don't want you. We only don't want England. Exactly. Yeah. So, like, you guys have to make the decision, right? Because there is a point where it won't matter, right? Like, it's just gonna be, like, why would we even want them? Because they'll just do this shit again. Right? Like, you have to fundamentally change your belief system in the countries that voted for this, right? And I say countries because technically Scotland could be an independent country, right? It's a part of the UK now, but it could be.
Evidence like that.
The last vote was so tight. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, like, this is why cooperation always works, right, guys? When in doubt, cooperate. Because, and I don't mean like be a sycophant. I mean like talk things out, have dialogue. Be like, yeah, how about we do this? And then slowly go back into it. Because that is better than just like being all butthurt, taking your toys home and pretending to put up a fight, and then literally 10 years later you're still like pissed that you left or whatever, right? And it's like, well, you guys reaped it. Like a guy even said that back in 2016. I'm like, they're gonna regret this. They're going to regret this, and it's gonna be bad, right? And like, I think I had just started college then, or whatever the fuck, right? So there you go. It just shows you. Oh my god!
On Instagram,
what a clown
the
show!
Great thing is like he was calling her with cute names like that, and this was the main story for many Brazilians about this scandal. So I think it is difficult, but I think people are paying attention when the attention is necessary. So when we have a new development, people will stop and watch, and then they will understand and go back to their lives. It's a little different because people are not 24/7 monitoring the situations. Like I think that this whole is for us, for the journalists. Like we filter what's important and then show to the people. But I think the Brazilian audience is being more mature. So I think in the future people will be demanding even more. I think this government is a government from Lula, is a guy people who are not on the left sometimes respect, because he's a guy with a huge history in Brazilian politics. But when his term, when he's no longer president, I think people will be more interested in, even people on the left that now are like, oh, it's Lula, okay. They will be like, oh, let's have this guy accountable, whatever he is. And I think that's really important for democracy in Brazil. I think is
Ugh, I came home depressed today because I was working with this rich kid who just kept telling me to save money. Yeah, save money how, dipshit? I love those kind of people. It's like the guy who came in here when I first started streaming, being like, come on, you can be a millionaire too, chat. And then we find out that he's a millionaire. Keck W. No joke. Like, I'm not even lying.
something that...
He's like, you don't need much to survive. Yeah, they always say crap like that.
we have to as a journalist, I think
like my brain hurts. My brain.
It's our obligation, but as a citizen, I think people should be more...
Just don't eat all the avocado toast. Easy, I know. That's what he said. He's like, just cut down on stuff. I laughed when he said that. Chat that day was hilarious. They were roasting him.
Politicals accountable instead of just cheering for them and then, oh, he's my guy and he's right and it's done. I think it's a process. We're trying to correct that.
That's really interesting. Sam, I'm so grateful for all of your time this evening here in Brasilia. We appreciate it.
I always like hearing like other people's perspectives, especially these like people I've never heard of, right? So like I don't know like a shit ton about Brazilian politics, unfortunately. It's a very different country, but it's similar in many ways, right, than the rest of Latin America. It's mostly the language barrier too. Just buy real estate. That's what he said to do. Yeah, how did you know? How did you know? We aren't millionaires? Well, cause fuck that. Thanks, I'm ruining my day. And Bernie's meeting up with people.
We begin tonight as the third and final day
in Texas. Texanus, am I right?
Of the Texas Democratic Convention comes to a close over at the Hilliard Center. The event drawing thousands of delegates to the city. Tonight, U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders took the stage with a message aimed at rallying
Bernard
supporters. That's where we find 3 News reporter Ryan Hopper. Ryan, we can see the event has come to a close, but what was the atmosphere like inside the Hilliard Center earlier?
Well, Bill, I'll tell you this. If we had had a 5 o'clock show today, it would have been
absolute mayhem. That's when everybody was getting out of here after Senator Bernie Sanders' speech ended. So, Bill, today the Texas Democratic Party adopted its official platform on its final day of its state convention, which is a document that most political parties have. It states the general beliefs of the party, and they elected new statewide officers. But today, more than the first 2 days of the convention, was much more of what you guys at home would think of a political convention, and that would be a lot of speeches. There were many speeches from congressional and state House and state Senate candidates, which all crescendoed after a conga line into the keynote speaker,
oh,
the
God.
aforementioned Senator Bernie Sanders.
Jeez, the ladies are going for crazy, Bernie.
But many attendees were excited to see him, but it's appeared
they're going crazy for crazy Bernie. Remember when Trump called them that? Crazy Bernie!
drawing ire from Republican counter-protesters. I talked to a Water's Edge party this morning.
Well, we call him Crazy Bernie for a reason.
Here we go!
Socialism, I mean, not everybody's too fond with it. He wants to take the
I'm dying, guys! I already know what they're gonna say before they fucking say it. We call him Crazy Bernie. Motherfucker, you are so brainwashed. Oh.
Caller, take away from what they earn and give it to the people who may not,
This is the most like fish-brained argument ever, guys.
So there's a problem with that. We have a problem with that, and socialism.
Again, that reminds me of Elf from the movie Santa Claus, the name Bernard. Yeah.
Everybody.
But see what I mean, guys? Like you already know, like they're so predictable. Crazy Bernie, right? Why are they going crazy for Crazy Bernie? God.
Or it's not for the USA.
But as you might expect, that is not how most people in here felt. Senator Sanders actually addressing some of those concerns in his speech this afternoon, referring to his ideas sarcastically as radical, saying that he supports taxing billionaires and not working-class blue-collar people.
After receiving the largest tax break in history from Trump, some 900 billionaires in our country became $2.2 trillion richer. 900 people since Trump is in office, $2.2 trillion richer. In other words, the gap between the very, very rich and everybody else is getting wider and wider.
Backs.
And Bernie truly had the crowd rocking in here, from moderates to people on his end of the party. However, perhaps the loudest cheer actually came when he called for the divestment of arms sales to the Israeli government, which he said his words was, quote, genocidal, a stance that is out of step with many politicians in Washington, D.C. Be sure to check out my full story at 10, where I'm going to have a recap of the whole weekend. You're going to hear from local lawmakers, some state lawmakers, and even potentially some national lawmakers. Bill.
Oh, God. All right.
You've had
Let's check in on Mamdanistan. Am I right?
a heck of a week. I mean, the election.
That hellscape of a place. I heard if you visit, planes fall out of the sky. Skyscrapers are literally being torn down. And a giant meteor is about to hit the place anyway, so why even visit there?
The candidates you endorsed, one down the line.
My goat. Yeah, he's my goat too. Me and you two have the same goat.
And
what
knocked
up?
off two Democratic incumbent members of Congress. Is this like a unique moment in New York, or is this the beginning of a national movement?
I think we are seeing a hunger that is not just felt by New Yorkers, but frankly by Americans from coast to coast for a new kind of politics, one that puts working people at the heart of it. And I think for far too long, what we as a party have been able to say to New Yorkers who are struggling is simply to explain why they're struggling, not actually offer them a vision for how to make life better. And these candidates, Brad, Daria Lisa, Claire, they ran campaigns that spoke to working people and that said life in the nation's most expensive city need not be this way any longer. And I can't wait to have them as partners in D.C. in that work.
So do you see yourself endorsing candidates outside of New York, or?
You know, for now, my focus is on this incredible slate of 3 congressional candidates, as you said, the 5 candidates I endorsed who ran and won, who are all going to be heading to Albany in the state legislature. But I do think, as you said, it's not just New York City where working people are asking themselves, why can't I afford my rent? Why can't I afford my groceries? Why can't I find enough money in my pocket for childcare, no matter how hard I work? And I'm so excited that these incredible soon-to-be Congress members will be helping to lead the fight across the country on making sure that working people are right there where they should be, which is the heart of the conversation.
The reaction from Democrats has been something. You've had some prominent Democrats dismissive of what happened here. I mean, you had Senator Blumenthal say the effort to nationalize New York is going to fail. What happened in New York will be really irrelevant by the time of the elections in November. Hakeem Jeffries basically said the same thing, saying that this is not indicative of what needs to happen in November. What do you make of that?
You know, I think that when you ask Americans what they're feeling in this moment, amidst reports of an economy that's strengthening, of a stock market that's booming, you will hear an exhaustion at having to try and make ends meet every single day, every single week, every single month, and that it's getting harder and harder. And so a message of fighting for working people, we don't have to nationalize that message. That is a national message. It's a national crisis. And for far too long, all we've had to say as a party is opposition to the current administration. What do we have to say beyond that? And what these candidates offer is a vision that extends beyond the midterms, it extends beyond 2028. It speaks to what makes so many of us proud to be Democrats. It speaks to a vision that goes back to a New Deal understanding of what working people.
What did I say, right? See, when you hear this stuff, guys, there's a reason he brings it up. There's a reason. He's not just bringing it up to bring it up, right? I want you to be like educated when you when he brings this up. There's a reason he's bringing it up. All right, and remember, FDR was from New York as well, so he's doing multiple things here.
People deserve, and I'll tell you that for too long, that kind of policy.
He brings up Fiorello LaGuardia too, who worked very well with FDR as well, right? He was even more to the left on this stuff because obviously, like, as a national figurehead, like, the country's far more conservative than, say, New York City, right? Fiorello LaGuardia was even more on the left on these policies, right? But, like, you have to remember, like, you have the Senate, you have the House, right? You have all these actors kind of like revolving around the federal government, all kind of. And he's trying to manage all that stuff. Meanwhile, Fiorello LaGuardia is like what? Appointing people on the rent guideline board and stuff like that, right? So it's a different position. It's much smaller. You can do more with it, right? But you have to have one to have the other, right? Because they kind of are like feeding off each other, right? They're feeding off their energy, right? And that's why everybody says Fiorello LaGuardia was the best mayor, right? Because he was basically just Mayor FDR, right? I think it continues to clean up New York City. I think he will have a great president, greatest shot as president in the future. Unfortunately, he can't because of the technicality that he was born in Uganda, in Africa. So, yeah, he's Ugandan, right? So, unfortunately, that's the problem, me and you too. I think, like, the Supreme Court has said that he does not have the if you're not born on that's why I mentioned that. So maybe he could do senator. I think that'd be his highest position, but it is a limitation, right? I'm kind of bummed because I think he has he could have been a very good president, at least in this sense, right? Because he understands this stuff really well, clearly. Damn, ruined my day again. Sorry, girl. Just being blunt.
Politics.
Just giving it to you raw, like Donkey Kong.
You can only find it in history books, and we need to bring it back to the present day.
And you're hearing some not just dismissive, though. There's resentment. and this is from fellow Democrats who think that this could jeopardize Democratic chances in the fall. I mean, you've got Josh Gottheimer, a Democratic member of Congress, says, many of us believe, as do I, if you're a socialist, you are not a Democrat. And in fact, they put out a manifesto today. I don't know, have you seen this thing?
Sounds pretty socialist to me.
It's not a communist manifesto. It's a moderate manifesto saying, we are capitalist, not socialist. We believe in a growing, fair, and competitive economy, entrepreneurship, ownership. I mean, this is a direct response, they've made it clear, to what you did here on Tuesday.
Well, I mean, that's great, but what's a party if not its voters? And I'm proud to sit in front of you as the mayor of our city, having received more than 1 million votes, a little less than a year ago. And when we're talking about these incredible congressional candidates, they won their races, and they won their races with a vision of what politics should be, and one that actually speaks to working people. And for a lot of people who ask themselves, what does democratic socialism mean? And you can tell them the answer at a theoretical level. It's the choice to extend democracy from the ballot box the rest of their lives. But in terms of what it means...
Yeah, so what does he mean by that, right? Let's break it down. Democracy to the rest of their lives is, translation, what FDR said in his second Bill of Rights, right? He's brought this up before, but essentially what democracy across the globe, or across all parts of your life, means trade unions, cooperatives, more rights in that economic field that we as leftists all care about, right? Like the ability to just work 30 hours or whatever the fuck, or not have to like overwork to just provide a living for your family, right? To have universal housing, to not, right? And ultimately, like, I don't think this is the end all be all solution, right? Duh, we've talked about that on the stream multiple times. But like that's what politics is focusing on the now. What can we do now to improve the material conditions of people today? Right? That's why these positions fucking exist. It's not about looking 10, 20, 30 years in the future and being like, okay, that's what we can do. It's that and looking to do what we can do now, right? And so far he's delivered on the 3 promises that he's done. And I think technically the bus thing is still in the works, right? He's not even a year into his shit and already done most of his campaign promises.
7 months. We've seen a city with democratic socialist principles at the heart of it within our administration. And what we've delivered has been record lows when it comes to murders and shootings.
So is it pragmatic democratic socialism?
I think democratic socialism at the
is
heart
pragmatic.
Is
yeah, that's the right answer, right? It's not that you're saying it's pragmatic, it's that it is pragmatic by that very nature, right? Because you're focusing on the now, right? There's a lot of people, like there's 3 ways to operate, right, guys? You can either be stuck in the past, butthurt, angry, or like wanting something that it doesn't exist anymore because it's fucking in the past. Get it right, guys, right? Sounds like conservatives. They want to be stuck in the past, or they want to go back to the past, right? Or you could be focused on the present and the near future. And then, to be fair, if you're in too much in the future, it can be a problem too, right? Because you're not actually living like life. You're just worried, or you're focusing too much on plans in the future without actually like trying to achieve those goals in the current now, right? And it's a lot like life in across the board, right? If you don't focus on today, you're never going to get to the future because you're just stuck on, right? And vice versa, right? You can't be stuck in the past because then you're never in the... So it's important to understand this, right? This is why pragmatism is important, right? You do... It's not incrementalism, because incrementalism is bullshit. Don't do incrementalism.
Pragmatic. Because if we cannot deliver for working people, then what is this for? I'm not interested in writing a manifesto or, frankly, in reading one. I'm interested in delivering, and that's exactly what...
Bingo, right? Like, what does that actually achieve? So, 100 years, 200 years from now, somebody fucking reads it and goes like, wow, these are some great ideas. No.
Been showing.
You read them, you shit them out, and then they become part of you, basically, right? That's the whole point of eating. You eat, and then you absorb the nutrients, and it becomes part of you, and you use it. And then you move forward with your day. You're not sitting there being like, oh my God, that burger that I ate, right? You maybe do that for a little bit, But you don't sit there and fucking digest and keep thinking about the burger you had 3 years ago, right? Maybe you do, but yeah, I don't know, right? It's just you can't live too much in the past, right? Is my point.
But they're saying that if you're a socialist, you're not a Democrat. I mean, is there room in the party?
It's just like blatantly wrong, right? And that's why I always say, guys, like always point to the FDR example, because he wanted even more of this shit, right? He passed the 30-hour work week. We don't even have a 30-hour work week in France, let alone in the United States. But it didn't pass the rest of the fucking house. So what are we going to do, right? This is the problem, is like a lot of these institutions are crammed full of fucking conservatives. Then you shit out the waste and things you don't need. Exactly. Right? Because they're no longer relevant. But that's why I use that example, because it's funny, right? It's a humorous thing, but it's literally how like we operate our lives in terms of getting nutrients and living on, right? You absorb the good stuff, the good ideas, and you then move on, right? You got to apply it. You got to move with it, right? You get that energy. Food is all about getting energy so you don't fucking starve and die, right? But if you just sit there, you're just not really doing anything with it, right? Duh.
Both of these views?
Well said.
Yes, here I am.
Funny and practical. Yeah, thank you. I try to do a lot of this stuff just to make it more relatable to you guys, right? But like that's how I think, right? I do try to like think in these terms because it's a more fun and engaging way to engage with this like kind of dry content sometimes. And secondly, like it's how do I say this? Like when you're watching this stuff, you got to find ways to like connect it to your normal life, right? You can't just think of it as like something that is so far away that it's just like, oh, it's just like this thing that we got to look towards, or this thing that is so distant from us. And it's like, no, it's important to like connect it to real world examples, right?
Anymore. And I think what makes our party a beautiful party is the fact that it's a big tent, that we have.
But you've also said it has to be a party with a spine, with a backbone.
Yes, so even a tent has to stay up.
Yes, so, you know, does it have to stand firmly for these ideas that you're talking about that others are calling dangerous?
I think it has to stand for working people, and I think it has to be willing to fight for working people. And I think that there are some who are offended by the prospect of a party that knows who it fights for and goes every day to work for that. Because what we've seen over many years is a willingness to not only explain away the status quo, but frankly even to look to benefit from the status quo. And that's not what working people are looking for from our party.
As New Yorkers were going to vote, you said something interesting. You said the race for 2028 starts now, the presidential race. What did you mean by that?
Well, a lot of pundits ask me about this race and what it means and how to think about it. And at the core of Tuesday's results was a message from Democratic voters across the largest city in the United States of America about the kind of politics they want to see. And we know that we oppose the cruelty of the federal administration. What is it that we stand for beyond that?
So you can't just be anti-Trump,
you can't.
Obviously.
You got to have something you are not just willing to stand up for, but that you're also willing to explain how this is relevant.
Yeah, and you can't just be anti anything. You have to actually then work to push it, right? And that's partially what activism is, right? It's partially what so 100%, right?
And to working people. And I think this just comes back to the fact that I'm leading a city that's the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. I could end the sentence there and say that life is great for 8.5 million people, but it's also a city where 1 in 4 are living in poverty. And for far too many Americans, those contradictions have become their day-to-day life.
Bingo.
And we need a party that's able to recognize the strengths of this economy and understand that it hasn't reached enough people.
Now, you know, there's been a lot of attention. One of the candidates you supported who won, who knocked off an incumbent Democrat, is Darlisa Villa-Chevalier. She said some very controversial things, including calling for the abolition of prisons, couldn't say whether or not somebody who had committed murder should be in prison, called for open borders against
open borders,
all deportations, including those of violent criminals.
Oh, man.
Are those positions that the Democratic Party could win on nationally?
I think what the Democratic Party can win on nationally is a focus on working people. And I think that what I saw from Darlisa when I would walk the streets of her district was a focus on what she describes as a politics.
Man, he's so smart. I know. He is like, guys, he's just such a smart person. He clearly studied this stuff. He knows, he understands it, right? He really just like, he gets it. And his messaging is great, right? And I don't mean like fake messaging or virtue signaling. It means he knows, like, he has a vision, he has a plan, he has like a that's what leaders do, right? This is why people like him. This is what leaders do. They have a plan. They say, listen, I want it to be like this, but the new version of it. This is how we go. And it's just like the way he talks is a huge part of this. Well said, yeah.
We have to invest in babies, not bombs. She's now going to represent what is one of the poorest districts in the United States of America.
It is. It's like, what are we even talking about? And here you are, like, worried about how she's talking about open borders and all this. Like, who gives a shit?
And what people in that district are exhausted by.
Exactly.
Is politics that has justified the spending of tens of billions.
Brooklyn, right? Like, she's representing Brooklyn. Or is it Manhattan? I forget which district, right? I think it's that upper part of New York, right? Bronx? No, it's not Bronx. It's
civilians over.
Sorry, guys, I don't know New York too well. It's definitely not the Upper East Side, right? It was this part here. Harlem, my bad. It was Harlem. Harlem and South Bronx. So she's going to represent Harlem, South Bronx, East Harlem, and I think up to Washington Heights, right? This is one of the poorest spots in the country, right? Like, we talk about food deserts, we talk about all these things that impact communities like Harlem, and like crickets, right? But it's like, come on, what are we talking about here? He's got a vision and is able to stick to it. Yeah, for real. Well said.
While working people are struggling just to do this.
But how does
Nice.
prisons or having open borders fit into that? I mean, do you see how those are ideas that a lot of your Democrats that are warning about what happened here say are toxic. Most of America won't go along with it. Are bad ideas. They're dangerous ideas.
I think what the focus of her race was, what the focus of her candidacy was about the struggle that working people are facing. And I think that we can have disagreements on policy.
Bingo.
Positions.
That's kind of what I told Chris when he rated in, right? I'm like, I just don't care, dude, because like the biggest issues is the material conditions of the people in Harlem, right? Or whoever they're representing, like whoever constituency they're representing. Like, what are we talking about?
Is what are we fighting for and who are we fighting for? She showed that in her race, and I think that many people will come to appreciate that in her.
Even if you don't agree with her, right? Yeah, it's dumb.
So we can disagree on something as basic as whether or not there should be prisons?
That's
not your position.
There are prisons,
yes.
And what we're also showing in this city is that safety is not something that's up for debate. It's something that we're actually delivering on, and I'm proud to be the mayor of a city that currently has the lowest recorded number of murders and shootings in recorded history in New York City.
So there was also a take, it's not just Democrats, you've probably heard what President Trump had to say about you and about the candidates you supported, and he warned that if socialists win, and he calls you communists, but
those damn commies,
you will start living in squalor. There'll be no food, no housing, no military, no law and order. There'll be nothing. And he had a few other choice words. By the way, he also said he still likes you.
So he likes a commie, apparently.
What do you make of what he? I mean, the Republicans
Jesus,
are make
what a
you
clown!
The poster child for the Democratic Party.
Let them. We don't have to ask ourselves what life looks like if a socialist wins. I won last November.
In the U.S., socialism is communism. Yeah,
we've delivered.
Except, like, the sad part is, right? Is literally like we have socialism injected into all parts of our society. It's just the shitty kind. It tends to help corporations, or it's like a half measure, but it's still like a shitty form of socialism, right? So like, this is what I mean. Like, we are not a free market economy. We are a mixed economy, whether you like it or not, right? Elon is rich because he lives in a corporatist socialist country. It's just like corporation. It's socialism for corporations. This is crazy, right? You can fail and fail upwards, right? And it's not just like a direct payment through a government subsidy, right? Some of those do happen, like SpaceX. It's also through the laws, right? That if you don't understand how the laws work, which is important to understand, right? Then you go like, well, then the laws have no effect on who is the winner or loser. It's like, yeah, it does, right? We just went over bankruptcy and how like big firms use bankruptcy law to basically suck money out of the government, right? And out of the taxpayer. It's so crazy, right? But then again, you don't hear it like that because that's not what the system wants you to know, right? But when you're the one holding the bag as the taxpayer, that's socialism for the wealthy, right? I don't want that. I want it for people who work like who are having trouble just like existing, right? And work for a living, right? Stuff like that. Jesus.
People are the very things we were told were impossible. We've delivered free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time in New York City history. We've delivered tens of millions of dollars back to tenants who were taken advantage of by bad landlords.
Yeah.
We've delivered 165,000 potholes being paved. And we've done all of these things while also delivering the lowest recorded crime in our city's history. That's what it looks like to have democratic socialism. And what you're seeing is that New Yorkers experienced this for 6 months and made the decision that they wanted to see more of it on the national stage as well.
Can a democratic socialist get elected president?
I think a democratic socialist can get elected anywhere across this country for any position. What I think we need to bring is a focus on working people.
And that's the direction that the party should go in terms of selecting a candidate for 2028.
I think the direction that the party should go in is how best to fight for working people. I think we need to have a platform and a vision that doesn't sound as if it was cooked up by consultants, but instead one you would say in response to someone who's asking, why can't I afford my rent?
Helping non-millionaires is bad, I guess. Exactly. In other words.
Why can't I afford my groceries? Why can't I afford my child
My
care?
groceries.
We need to make clear who we stand for, how we're going to stand for them, and that we're actually willing to fight for them when the going gets tough.
Obviously, Israel was a big issue in these races. Not the only issue, but a big
Oh, there's another example of socialism for stuff that we don't. What? We're giving literally billions of dollars to a country and their industries when they have universal health care. We don't. What are we doing? Right? We're basically helping them subsidize their social health care. Excuse me? And here Trump is saying Europe is doing it? Fuck off.
Issue. Is there room in the Democratic Party for candidates, officials who support Israel, not just support Israel, but support military aid for Israel? This was a huge issue for you.
Well, I think what we've seen is that the time for us as
and getting nothing in return. Exactly, right? But like literally, right? A lot of people don't know this, but Israel has universal health care. So we don't even have universal health care and we're giving billions of dollars to them. That's what I mean by, right? And who does that benefit the most, right? It benefits Israeli contract companies, but it predominantly benefits American defense corporations, right? And that is what we call a corporate subsidy, aka corporate welfare.
Officials to pronounce
there we go.
What the party should be is one that should come to an end, and we should let democratic
and higher learning, free higher learning. Yeah. Meanwhile, we don't even have any of that, right? And people are stuck here in student loan debt, can't fucking pay it off, right? I think I turned on Sad Girl for like a minute, and she was talking about how she has like over $100,000 in debt or something. I forget what she said, and I was like, the fuck. That shouldn't exist in the United States, right? The fuck is that? The supposed America First people when you don't donate trillions to Israel and act more like America First than they do.
voters themselves take the lead.
And this is what I mean. Like, if you had a party or if you had a group of people that talk about this stuff in a way that is digestible and people are willing to listen to entertaining, right? All this stuff, we would have a very different country, but we're not doing that, right? And Zoran's kind of been like the first one to come along who's like all this in one package, right? And he won't be the last, I hope, because I mean, I already starting to see that he won't be the last, right? It's why I started streaming. It's why I wanted to like to cover all this stuff, because yeah, like we're watching these news events, but we're also actively thinking about these fucking things and not just like taking it in as slop, right?
Seen on Tuesday evening.
Israel first, America last. Damn right.
We saw Democrats turn out in districts across the city to make clear that they were tired of tens of billions of dollars being spent in our taxpayer dollars to violate international law, to kill thousands of civilians. And you and I know that right now the way that Palestine is described is as if there is a ceasefire. That's the language that's typically used. Yeah. More than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed in that ceasefire. And what New Yorkers want to see is a politics of conscience, a politics of clarity, a politics of conviction. And to follow international law, to believe in the humanity of all people, it shouldn't be a journey too far. And I think that our party needs to hear what Democrats are telling it.
Democratic
Stupid, sexy Zoran.
They no longer favor a two-state solution. Is that the way you see it as well? The idea of two states, Palestinian, Jewish state side by side living in peace?
The way I see it is equal rights for all people. And I think that that's the truth for Israel. It's the truth for any country in the world. And frankly, as we're coming up close to the 250th anniversary of our nation, one of the things that makes me proudest to be an American is the belief that equal rights are at the bedrock of our notion of what it means to be an American.
And the idea of a Jewish state, Israel is a Jewish state, that's in the charter. That's the way it is now. Do you support that?
I've said time and again that I support the state of Israel as a state with equal rights. I believe that any state that preferences...
But as a Jewish state is the question.
I think any state that privileges one religion over the other is one that I can't tell you I support, whether it be Israel or Saudi Arabia or anywhere else. And a lot of that comes back to a fundamental belief that we should all be considered equal no matter what our faith is.
How big a problem, you said it's rising, is anti-Semitism in this city?
We've seen anti-Semitism rise in this city. We've seen the fact that Jewish New Yorkers comprise a minority of our city's population and yet continue to constitute a majority of the hate crimes that have been pervaded in this city. And that's something that's unacceptable. It's something that we will never come to see as if it is a part of life. It's something that has to be fought and rooted out of every one of the 5 boroughs.
What did you think when Dan Goldman, that coffee shop in Brooklyn, said that they wouldn't serve him because of his support for Israel? You have a problem with, I mean, the idea of, you know, of a establishment like that saying they're not going to serve somebody if they support.
Disgusting way to end. Yeah,
I've said that I have political disagreements with Congressmember.
See, well said. That right there, right? But you'll notice that from the media, they always do this crap.
Goldman, I do believe that that's a response that goes beyond that.
So that's not the right kind of thing.
No, I think it's much better to keep that critique in the way that we've done it.
Okay, so we're just about out of time. I got to ask you. I noticed that you're turning 35 soon, right?
In a few months, yes.
So you now hit one of the constitutional requirements to run for president. But there's another one that says you have to be a natural-born citizen. You were not born here.
Yes.
I think that's something that should be changed in the Constitution. It would take an amendment, but do you think that we should change that?
No.
No?
I think the Constitution looks good the way it is.
Just the way it is.
Just the way it is. I'm very excited to focus on New York City, but thank you for reminding me of my upcoming
35
mortality.
years old. 35 years old. All right.
God, you're so old, Zoran. Oh, man. Yeah. All right.
The IRGC targeting American military locations in the Middle East after the U.S. launched new strikes on Iran tonight. An immediate back and forth, an escalation. Now, the latest is according to Reuters, and it comes after U.S. Central Command says that the U.S. attacks are a, quote, powerful response to yesterday's attack on a commercial ship that was transiting the Strait of Hormuz. And the U.S. apparently is targeting missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites. A member of the Iranian parliament posting, the U.S. attacked Iran in the middle of negotiations. Once again, the failed U.S. president has shown he has no commitment to the principles of negotiation or a ceasefire. This reckless violation of the ceasefire will, as always, lead to retreat and regret on their part. Now, Vice President Vance posting, Iran signed a ceasefire agreement. We have honored it. If they've
I don't like it when people on the left still do the true American values thing, just surface humanitarian values as what America is supposed to be. Yeah, I think it's cringe and it's virtue signaling. It's dumb as fuck and it's not a good way to lead, right? Duh. But yeah, well said, Aeon Lord. We should just take on humanitarian values because it's a good thing. Exactly. Because it's the right thing. It's because we're all human, right? These are not because of America. Like, what the fuck? Who gives a shit? We should just take a natural born citizen. Then why is Ted Cruz allowed to run for president? Yeah. Zorkuk, ma'am, daddy. Wasn't Ted Cruz born in the U.S. or like? Hold on. He also could be registered. That's why. He wasn't born in Cuba or anything, right? Oh, right. He was born in Canada. Hold on. I think it's because his dad is a service member, and there's a rule that says, Cruz's father, Rafael, was born and raised in Cuba, the son of a Spaniard from the Canary Islands who immigrated to Cuba as a child. God, Rafael. Cringe. All right. I remember correctly. Yeah, that's a good question. I think what happened was, I could be wrong, but there's a reason this because John McCain had a similar problem too, where John McCain was born in Panama. Right? But he was born to people, like his parents were service members. So if you're born in Panama, even the service members, because you're serving abroad, like they give an exception, as in like, yeah, you're technically born in Panama, but you were born to American parents. So like that's the distinction, right? And technically Zoran's mom was never an American citizen up until recently, and same with his dad, right? So that's the distinction there. Right. And especially if you're like a service member, the US values that way too much. So there you go. But it's a good question. Yeah. Thorn, how you doing, buddy? Welcome back.
Disagreements about how the MOU is being applied. They can pick up the phone, but violence is met with violence. Sure doesn't sound like there's any sort of a deal. Never mind that the deal itself that they talked about, there wasn't a single thing that both sides agreed upon. Now, these are the first reported strikes since the U.S.-Iran peace agreement, such that it was signed last week. Now, Trump declared that Iran shot at least 4 one-way attack drones at ships transversing the strait, and talking about a very expensive carrying ship. He called the entire thing, quote, a foolish violation of the ceasefire.
Oh, shit.
Now, all of this back and forth would have you believe that, well, the war is still on. And Trump did admit today something that's significant for him. I mean, after months of saying that the Iranian military has been decimated and that there's nothing left, he said that the attack shows on the cargo ship, it shows that Iran does retain some of its capabilities. Here's exactly what he said.
We still have a fight. They have some capability, not much. They're not winning at anything, but they have some capability. They can still shoot.
Now, that might be the first time he hasn't
They can still do the shooty.
Decimated. But even so, he's not dealing in facts when he says not much. I mean, as we've reported, Iran maintains about 70% of its pre-war missile capabilities. Yes, they've been hit across the board, but they retain a lot of capability. And the new U.S. strikes tonight raise major questions about this agreement between the two sides and how Trump squares what's happening now with what he has been saying ever since that agreement was signed.
For the first time in 3,000 years, we are finally going to have peace in the Middle East. Iran will never have
What a joke.
nuclear weapon.
We're gonna have peace, guys. You can't have peace when there's a genocidal state called Israel doing, literally committing war crimes against all its fucking neighbors, right?
It's done.
Oh my God, what a
Iran is
clown.
being very nice. They're agreeing to everything that I want.
How
That I want.
concerned is the administration tonight?
Brian, kill me.
That all of that talk we just heard from Trump
I gotta play.
in recent days is
I gotta play, guys. That was, oh my God, that was cringe.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Yep.
over and that this is all falling apart.
Aaron, these
Genocidal ethno state that's just a a colony of the U.S. Yep, definitely peace. Yes, exactly. Well said.
U.S. officials
I'm
have
Brian
been-
Kilme. Yep. I made it sound like that. I actually extended it, right? Because the original one is I'm Brian Kilmeade. But he says it really fast, so it sounds like kill me. But I made it even funnier because I went into it and edited it to make it sound like I'm Brian, kill me. Like I put a pause at the end there. I'm Brian, kill me.
concerned. They've been concerned for the last several days. They have stressed to me in conversations just how fragile, just how tenuous these negotiations are.
Kill me.
This deal is. And
See?
it does appear that
Like if you hear that that's me doing it, right? Because he says it a little faster, but I wanted to make it more dramatic.
have reason to be stressed or concerned about this latest round of strikes. As you noted, we actually also have this reporting now. It's coming from Iranian state media, but they are saying that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has said that they are targeting U.S. military positions in the region now to respond to those strikes. And I want to walk back here because when Central Command put out their statement, they seemed to indicate that the ceasefire was still in place. And we've seen this before, right? This trading of strikes. But the U.S. is really trying to hold on to the ceasefire, to the deal, to the negotiations. They continue to stress that anything that they've done has been retaliatory, has been in response to something else. They are protective. They are not something that is offensive on Iran.
I think it's a significant escalation, and it's something that could very well spiral out of control if it's not contained. Of course, the nature of the escalation will depend on exactly which areas, which bases, U.S. bases the Iranians strike or target. And if they are successful in doing something like what they did against the Fifth Fleet headquarters base in Bahrain or against Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia a few weeks ago, that, of course, could...
Yeah, and the emote really helps too.
spark major escalation and could result
I'm glad you guys like it. See, that's how my brain works. I just think of funny stuff and I roll with it, right? But that's because I watch a lot of different stuff to get a sense of what it's like because I'm interested in a lot of different things. So I have that cute, but I watched that and I was like, it'd be funny if we made the pause longer, and I did it. So
a resumption of hostilities. So this is something where I think the Iranians are definitely playing with fire, and it could not end. It might not end well, depending on how this goes and how far each side lets it go.
Brett, you've served 4 presidents, and you dealt with every Iranian negotiation. So what do you see happening here right now?
I see, Aaron, the Revolutionary Guard is calling the shots in Tehran, literally. They're calling the shots in the Strait of Hormuz, firing drones at ships. They're calling the shots with Hezbollah. They direct Hezbollah. If Hezbollah wants to fire into Israel and basically destabilize that front, they can do it. Today, kind of the U.S. kind of stop the victory lap that Iran has been on since this MOU has been signed by showing that we will actually strike back if you're going to fire at ships. I think that was a significant move by the administration's part. It's the right thing to do. Hopefully to remain contained, but now we're in a tit for tat. Every time there's tit for tat with Iran, Aaron, they insist on having the last shot. You might remember even the Soleimani strike. They launched missiles at our base, and then sometimes they put a ceiling on it. So I'm not surprised they took another shot. Whether it goes up the ladder from there, we have to see. But today at the State Department, very important agreement between Israel and Lebanon, in which basically it says Hamas has to disarm, talking about potential peace between Israel and Lebanon. That's a long way down the road. But it's contrary, totally contrary to how Iran is reading the MOU and basically its influence that it has the seat at the table in Lebanon. That's also important. So, but this gets to your point, Aaron, that you led with. Nobody agrees on what the MOU actually says. The way the vice president talks about it is totally contradictory to the way the Iranians talk about it. And then you see it in substance. We're going to unfreeze frozen funds for American farmers and soybeans and things. The Iranians say absolutely not. The strait is wide open. Iran says not. And then they're demonstrating action behind their words.
I'm glad you guys like
with drones.
So, and going ahead with the acts. I mean, Colonel Layton, what we're seeing from Iran tonight, right? So this is now the early hours of Saturday morning. So this final decision was made, obviously, literally in the middle of the night in Tehran. What's the significance of the targets that have been chosen when you think about where we are right now to go directly for U.S. bases?
Yeah, it's certainly very significant, Aaron. And I think what it means is that the Iranians are definitely showing that they're willing to put up a fight, and they feel confident. They believe that not only do they have leverage over the Strait of Hormuz, but they also have leverage over the entire Persian Gulf region. Basically, what they've done is they've decimated the economies of the Persian Gulf states, or at least gotten close to doing that. When they took out the natural gas, liquefied natural gas plant in Qatar, a few months ago, that is something that is a big deal. And more of that is also something that we could be seeing here. So right now they're limiting it to the U.S. because that's where the firing came from as far as they're concerned, as far as the Iranians are concerned. Now what we're possibly looking at is a possible broadening of things if there isn't a lid put on this right now.
But what do you make of the fact that the President of the United States, for the first time, seemed to indicate that Iran still had capabilities? Obviously, he still wasn't factual in what he said, but it's the first time it hasn't been the military's gone, the Navy's at the bottom of the sea, all of that rhetoric.
Like complete bullshit,
that
you're saying.
Acknowledge that those capabilities still remaining. Does that?
Do you see like the goalpost moving they do? Like, guys, he's not totally lying to us anymore.
Indicate anything to you about what people are really telling him?
Well, I hope it's an acknowledgement of reality. And in the age of drone warfare, Aaron, Iran has capabilities. It takes one drone to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And that Iranian system is still intact, that Revolutionary Guard system. And their policy, I wish it was different. Every administration hopes it's different. But they want to do three things. They want to be the regional hegemon. They want the United States out of the Middle East. And they want to ultimately eliminate Israel. I mean, that is basically their ideological direction from the guards, and that's what they pursue. And I haven't seen them, with the new cast of characters, whether it's Ghalibaf or anyone else, change that basic course of ideology, which means we are still going to be in this very contested domain, whether we like it or not. I hope we can have a breakthrough here. But tonight, I think we're in this new normal of tit for tats. You'll see the countries, others trying to keep it contained. Let's hope it stays contained.
Ugh. All right, and then this. I did want to cover this. Drones are hitting Russia again.
Ukraine has started a campaign of strikes inside Russia as part of what President Volodymyr Zelensky calls a 40-day effort to push the Kremlin to end the war. On Friday, Kyiv's forces launched over 600 drones at targets across Russia.
Crazy, 600.
Meanwhile, Moscow continues strikes inside Ukraine. More than a dozen were killed in Sumy, including 2 children.
They have wheels on that goalpost. For real. Well put. I'm going to steal that. I like that phrase. I'm going to use it. Not only did they move the goal, they have wheels on that bitch. I love it, me and you too.
Syria has been under constant attack.
Use it. That's what she said.
Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. And for some analysis, let's bring in Ben Friedman. He's the policy director at Defense Priorities. That's an American foreign policy think tank. Ben, Ukraine says it's trying to compel Russia to end the war. That's a quote with this new 40-day campaign. From your perspective, can drone strikes deep inside Russia actually push Putin towards negotiations?
I think they could help a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be a dramatic effect. The most impressive thing Ukraine can do to try to push Russia to end the war is to kill as many Russians as possible on the front lines and blunt their ability to further attack Ukraine. And of course, that's what Ukraine has been trying to do. The drone strikes, I think, intend a kind of terror effect, and I don't mean that pejoratively, in that, they try to show people deep inside Russia that the war can be brought to them, that they're not free of its consequences, and also, of course, they want to strike at energy infrastructure and other things that might affect the war effort. But the amount of damage done by drones tends to be fairly small. I mean, with enough of them, you can do a decent amount, but I don't think it's going to have a big strategic effect. What it might do is have some psychological effect, but that could actually cut both ways.
Well, I was coming to that in my next question. Russia claims it intercepted 660 Ukrainian drones overnight. Now, even if we take Moscow's numbers cautiously, does the scale of the attack not show that Ukraine has found a quite cost-effective way to maybe tip the scales in this war?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the drones are not intended to all get through. The idea is that, they're cheap and you can make so many of them that it doesn't matter if like half of them get shot down. A lot of them are going to make it sense. They're very effective, but they also don't carry that big a punch in terms of their explosive ordnance. So you can't do an intense amount of damage the same way you could, for example, from a U.S. bomb or, a large aircraft that carries a lot of gravity bombs. But you can certainly have an effect on the morale of the enemy if they feel all of a sudden this area well behind the lines or deep in Russia that was a sanctuary isn't anymore. That could affect them. On the other hand, bombing people, as we see with Iran, can cause an effect that you didn't intend, to sort of rally people around the flag and make them even more angry and willing to carry out the war. So whether or not that will...
Yeah, and we said that too. There isn't a back... There is like a blowback effect on this, but I mean, what are we supposed to do in terms of, like, from a Ukrainian perspective, right? Like, Russia is just dragging it out, using people as meat bags, right? So, is it worth the risk? I don't know. I haven't seen the intelligence. I haven't seen the war reports to really make that decision. I guess Zelensky thinks it is, right?
The case in Russia.
All right, should just target the Kremlin. Yeah, well, I mean, Putin's well protected, unfortunately. So good luck with that. But I get what you mean, at least on like a spiritual level, right?
I'm not sure, but I don't think we should be positive that the strategic effect is going to be major or even that helpful.
Now, Ukraine appears to be targeting oil, energy, naval and air defense infrastructure. Is that a smart way to weaken Russia's war machine?
Well, it's a strategy that has a solid rationale behind it, which is that, all those things contribute to the war. So you could say that these are tactical airstrikes, meaning that they affect the ability of Russian forces to perform on the battlefield. In the past, Ukraine has also done what you could say are strategic strikes, and Russia's done the same to them, which target, political targets, even potentially civilians, and those strikes would have more political effect or strategic effect, like strategic bombing, where you're just trying to terrorize the opposing side into giving up the war cause. So I do think aiming at oil infrastructure and so forth is probably better than the latter type, the strategic type of airstrikes. But again, it's probably not going to make a major difference on the battlefield. It's still really the front lines where the war will be decided and has stalemated.
Now, you have argued before that a partial ceasefire around energy infrastructure and also the Black Sea could help open the door to a permanent end of the war. Does this new strike campaign now make such a ceasefire less likely?
I don't know if it makes it less likely. I just, I don't think that the Ukrainians are in a mood for a ceasefire of any sort at the moment. I mean, if their tactic is to sort of show that they can hit these things, to get Russia to agree to stop targeting their energy infrastructure, that may work. But it was in the past they did have ceasefires of that sort. They were basically broken before they were even implemented, and I think you need to be in a position where both sides are sort of ready to seriously bargain if the ceasefire is going to be a step to these larger talks. For a fuller ceasefire, let alone a armistice, which could take months or years of negotiation. So I'm not sure we're at that point where it will be that useful, but it's worth trying. I think really, we've been at this war for years now, and it's stalemated. I don't think the lines are going to move very much, and so I'm not sure what anyone is really accomplishing by continuing to throw bodies at it. And so a settlement would be good, even if from Ukraine's perspective, it's not a just settlement. I don't think a just settlement is going to be available. So what they need is something that's going to end the carnage.
Now, if you were advising the White House today, what would be the clearest U.S. message to Kyiv and also to Moscow? Keep striking, start negotiating, or something more complicated?
Well, I don't think you need a ceasefire in place to start negotiating. The White House has taken that strategy that you want to end the fighting and then negotiate. Which is not unreasonable, but it didn't work. I think you might want to just get into negotiations and see how far apart the sides are. I think a lot of people believe
which Trump hasn't really done. So this is what you learn in is you always want to be talking in the background, right? You never want to just stall or do these performative things that Trump is already so well known for doing, right? Because they just lead to nowhere, and then you're just way behind when you actually do want to start this stuff, right?
How intransigent the Russians are, that they'll never settle for anything less than the whole Donbass and several other sort of unreasonable things.
Yeah, and part of it is that he just has shit negotiators, right? They're just sycophants who suck off Putin. Nice.
But you don't really know that until you get in the room and negotiate. And there's some indications they might be ready to settle for less. I'm not saying it'll be easy, but
that's the problem is you didn't even start the process. You're supposed to start this process last year, but because Trump is so arrogant, he thinks. Remember, he first said he would end the conflict on day one. Before his presidency. Then he said on day one. Then he said within a week. Then he said within 30 days, 90 days, 6 months, a year. And now we're on year 2, right? Almost. And still nothing. What are we going to do? End the conflict in 20 years? And we're gonna praise him? What? Jesus Christ.
Let's at least explore the possibility and begin negotiating.
Cycling boy.
I think the White House has been basically incompetent.
Are you saying that king is full of shit? I'm saying that king is full of shit. Yeah.
in about 2 weeks.
He doesn't get it.
In about 2 weeks
He couldn't negotiate a paper out of a paper bag, guys.
About 2 weeks.
God damn
To the forefront over the next 2 weeks.
His shit is full of shit.
Largely completed, and we'll be filing the next 2 or 3 weeks.
He said that in 2 weeks. Yeah.
2 weeks. I will make that decision, I would say, in the next 2 weeks. And I'll be making a big decision
2 weeks.
over the next 2 weeks.
At some point in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I will be setting the deal.
Over the next 2, 3 weeks. In about 2 weeks, within 2 weeks. In 2 weeks.
In just 2 weeks.
You'll be hearing about it a lot more in the next 2 weeks. Maybe in 100 years from now, maybe in 2 weeks.
2 weeks became, wait, 1 day became 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks became 2 years, and then 2 years became 20. And yeah, there we go.
To steer these negotiations. And at this point, it might be better just to shove the two sides into a room together and see if they can do anything. Because
yeah, that would have been better, but like we can't even have that, guys. Come on.
the sort of mediation of the Trump administration
became 2 terms. Yeah, exactly. 2 terms.
The consent was not effective.
Ben Friedman there, Policy Director at the American Foreign Policy think tank Defense Priorities. Thank you very much, Ben.
All right.
The reflecting pool in DC has.
As far as
Wait, that was from CBS. Oh, right. I did want to cover this. That was what it was. Sorry, guys. I almost forgot about him. Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe!
Look. And I went on groceries. Very simple word, groceries. Like almost, you know, who uses the word?
Give me Sleepy Joe any day. I'd prefer this crap. God damn it.
Here's the good news.
Oh my
It's
God.
already happening. Look across the country and you can see it. Since Trump was elected, Democrats have won or outperformed in nearly 90% of the 300 key races across this country. Democrats became governors of Virginia, New Jersey. Democrats turned out in places the least expected, like Texas and North Carolina.
It's good to see Sleepy Joe out and about. Did they give him a caffeine pill or two? I don't know. Did they give him like an espresso shot of extra?
Legislative seats in many places like Texas, Louisiana, Florida, and Arkansas. Can you guess how many seats the Republicans have flipped? 0. Not 1.
0.
One of my personal favorites is Florida, where a Democrat won a state seat, House seat, that was previously held by a Republican, who had won the last election by 19 points. That's
he is better spearhead than the orange. I know. This is our choices in this country, Chad. Sleepy Joe or Sleepy Don.
seat just happens to represent.
That's why I wanted to show. Obviously, we're not going to watch the whole thing because, God, oh my God, we'll die. But
Quaint little place you all heard of. Mar-a-Lago.
oh God, he's got a cough, guys.
And the reason Democrats are doing well isn't just the higher inflation and anemic job creation. And by the way, have you noticed Americans today are saying the economy under the Biden administration was a hell of a lot better than under Trump? make no apologies for being the most pro-labor president of American history. The middle class built this country, and labor built the middle class.
All right, guys. Sleepy Joe just woke our asses up. More like put my ass to sleep. Am I right? I'm gonna go eat dinner. Because you know what time of the day it is. It's that time of the night where I say good night. Good day wherever you are. Thank you so much for joining me on another episode of the Gus X broadcast. I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. Thank you so much, guys. Love you. I'm trying to see who we can raid. We can either raid October or Pen 15, Pendus, P Dennis 15. I don't know your same name, but either way, one of those two. Just pick and I'll do it. I don't care. Fuck it. Love you guys. Stay tuned for the credits and we'll raid out. Take care, Thorn. Bye-bye. Gus for president 2028. I might have to consider it. Let's see. Stay sexy, you green goblin. Damn right. He better be. He's my boy. If he's not sexy, I'm disowning him. No son of mine ain't gonna be sexy.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you.
Thank you, wasn't me, Patricia. Me and you too, Aloshir, for the donations. And thank you, Living Lily, and wasn't me, of course, for the gifted subs. I cannot believe you guys did that. Thank you so much. Can't do it without you. That's why I started putting your name in the credits if you donate. Love you.
I'm Brian. Kill me.
He's the god of sexy green. Damn right. Could only be him. Otherwise, would disown him. All right. Bye, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's raid out. We'll do... that person?